Type 1, guard ship out of Jackson, report direct to Helco. We're going to use them in the Silver Tip area.
Draft out of it, so we've got a water source down into the hill, so we're going to work on this for a couple hours and try to get it taken care of.
Copy. November 2-1. Copy that.
Okay, friends, sorry about the restart. It always kicks everybody out, which is just so bad. Yeah, if you can hit the like button, please, that would help it trend and more people would find out that it's here.
You let you help us at 1645 Release Elko over the south part.
Okay,
yep,
yeah.
Hey, Vern, we just got that order from air attack as well, so we'll have 509 up at 645.
Yeah, over the fire.
Hi, back, I'm Dan. This is really rocking my world. This radio noise. Sorry about this, guys. I meant to wake up earlier and I just... exhaustion's really getting to me. I've been live since like the 14th of...
in the North Area Division, India, where we're working. I'm coming back your direction to see how things are going.
Okay, I copy. Yeah, things are picking up over by Kirkwood, but everything's still holding in the rocks. I did, you copied, I just reconfirmed the Elko order. We're bumping flight time, so I'll make sure they understood that it was a different time than we talked about earlier.
Copy. And I understand Division Mike was looking for some retardant over here?
But I figured you had a higher priority.
Yeah, affirmative. They're going to work on India, trying to tie that in, and that was the priority from ops this morning.
I think we can keep working this with rotary wing. When you come over by Kirkwood, you'll see it's really picking up in the rock. It's going to rock out. Not much we can do in that. Probably throw some coppers in there, but
yeah, and that's on the top side, right? That main ridge with the snow wall.
This is going to be go past the snow wall, right by Cable's Lake. You'll see it's making a pretty good push towards the highway.
Okay, so it's going north. Is it north of the highway?
It's burning towards the lake. It's got to come over to the lake.
Sure enough.
So... So over by Kirkwood, he said that the fire's making a pretty good push over by Keeples Lake. So right down here. So I'm trying to get oriented too. I just crawled out of bed just I'm having a bit of a sick day, but I'm here now. I've been doing this since July 14th, I believe, every single day except for like 2 days off, for around an average of 14 hours a day. So the my voice is just ragged. I'll try to do my best. But yeah, I didn't expect these fires to be going quite this long. Of course, the Caldor was a new one when I began. So let's try to get me up to speed real quick, guys. Got lots of airplanes.
Placerville.
Copy 76, frequency change, cruise possible.
Want to check on the Dixie as well. Oh my gosh, the Dixie. Okay, so do we have new evacuation orders on the Dixie? Is that what somebody was saying? Wind really picked up. Hi, Danielle, in the afternoon. I was afraid about that. Here's the nighttime Dixie
Okay,
fire.
air attack on CFR in the area.
Wow. Wow. That's current. It looks like a volcano. Okay, let's do a 12-hour timelapse of the Dixie from Beckworth Peak too. Holy. Oh, thank goodness, Nick. Fire crews have done an excellent job along Division Kilo and Trout Creek. They have successfully kept the fire on the south side of Powerline Trail. Whew, that's good news for South Lake Tahoe. Just fingers crossed for it. I'm sorry, guys, that restarting the stream kicks everybody. There's nothing I can do about that. We monitored the fires. I monitored the fires until almost 5 in the morning because it was a pretty active night around Echo Lake especially, and on the Dixie. So, looks like we have another hard day.
It's going to rock out, but it's going to be pretty spectacular for the guys on the ground for a little bit. Okay, you're talking about the stuff that's north of that little lake right there, right?
Time-lapse
Are
error.
you right in the area? Yeah, that's kind of that big blow-up that's happening in the rock. It's pushing up, and it's see off to the, I want to call it the east, it's just going to rock out. Affirmative. He was asking for tanker drops in there earlier, and I told him negative because that's within the containment line of Highway 88 operation. Yeah, affirmative. I'm not 100% concerned about it. I mean, it might throw some odds, but it's right now just going to clean up.
Milford side, okay.
That's all north of 88, so that's well within the containment line, the primary containment line. Where they wanted the retards is out our nose, down on the other side of Kirkwood, where you put it in yesterday. Helicopters working up there.
Wow.
So yeah, it's that nice 6. We're coming up here, looking at the head of this finger, but okay, I got you now, coming underneath it. Yeah, that's not going to go anywhere. I got you there. Yep, but the stuff at your 6 is where they want the retard. Stuff at your nose, it's not going anywhere. I mean, it might shake up the Kirkwood structure group a little bit, but I think it's going to be fine.
Holy crap.
I think just having a drop of water in there and just keeping that support will work. And then there's another call that popped up on the south side of 88 west of Silver Lake. That looks like that's interior too.
Okay.
South of the lake? Yeah, it'll be west of the lake, kind of in that granite, north of where the granite is. Yeah, that's over by Sheeler Dip. Yeah, that's interior. Another islet going up. There's a couple of stringers in there that have been burning all morning. But it still looks like we're within the containment line. It does, and I don't think there's much we can do about it, but let it kind of, consume during the afternoon, and then in the evening it was moving pretty good, but it was consuming pretty well. Really don't see burning off that 88 bar from the rocks there. I just don't see that being viable. Neither do I. Yeah, you got the copters working down here. Are you back over where we're working?
I'll talk in a second.
We're at your, looks like we're at your about 7. And we're still working directly with Placerville Crew 1, Growlersburg 1. There's a dozer down there, and a 77 Golf is down there that we're working directly with. And then there's also 9117 Charlie is in there at the top somewhere trying to figure out access. 77 Golf. Placer Crew 2, Growlersburg 1, 9117 Charlie.
Yeah, Kirkwood Lake.
117 Charlie.
Over by, Caples Lake and Silver Lake over by Kirkwood.
Crew 2 is down the highway working their way up, and Growlersburg is 77 Come on, guys, let's go.
Okay, so I'll talk in a second, but that's a critical update.
Mike, let them know we're just going to continue with with water dropping there because we have our retardant fixed and everything's all tied up on the jet.
My copy is clear and I ordered up
Okay, copy. So you'll keep all the orders through you, and are they contacting you as they come off the base?
Once come off Jacksonville, yeah, they'll contact me direct. I did order them directly because you guys were briefing.
Okay, copy. I'll keep it here out now. I'm going to call Census Division Mike here, and then we're going to go to Kilo and see what Kilo's really needs asking.
Affirmative, and that's why I'll go through you if I can, but if I can't, then I'll go direct. Down to Placerville. I'm still having contact with you.
Maybe see.
Copy. Same route, Placerville to Black Route to Yoni's Dip, and then contact you on South River.
That's how we've been doing it.
There it is. There it is right there. Fire right here. It's hard to see. Hard to see. Yeah, right there.
Right-hand pattern. We got you inside that side. And coverage level 8?
That's the. Alright, so that's the smoke. That's the smoke column right there. Susanville is over here on the left side of the cam. This is weathernode.net/FLIR/Dixie. We don't see any open flames over the hill, but that's the massive smoke column. So I'm gonna check the camera at Antelope Lake. So right now I'm gonna call for mostly no, Susanville's not on fire, but we could see it from here. That's Antelope Lake. Excuse me, Antelope Mountain.
Continue 50 route back to the bottom.
Hang on, I'm still listening to Caldor to get updates on both of the situations. I'm just trying to show you guys that this is the Dyer Mountain part. Dyer Mountain cam. Left is the FLIR that's stationed at Antelope Mountain at Susanville. And it keeps panning around. And every once in a while we could see the smoke on the ridges of the Dixie fire. And it won't stop moving around though, unfortunately. So we can check on what's going on with the Dixie with multiple cams. And I just wanted to get myself oriented. I'm calling for mostly chat to be just questions and answers for the fire right now, as that'll help me look at it so the chat isn't flying by too quickly. So Wicked Awesome is located there. What can you see? This is the you can see the smoke in multiple different columns as it's approaching the Milford Grade area on the other side of the mountains. So Wicked is there. He says it's getting scary here. Massive ashes are dropping in Herlong. Dixie Fire is moving fast towards the Milford area in Herlong now. Yeah, I'm very sorry to hear that. This is atomic. The cloud. This is last 15 minutes from Beckworth Peak. I can barely see. I can barely comprehend what I'm seeing. I mean, I've literally seen videos of atomic tests that didn't have a cloud that big. It's red day. It's a red flag day. That's to be expected. So, going back up to the chat, don't we have a new start somewhere in Marin County? What's the story on that? Okay, Kirkwood, what was going on now that I just could hear? The pilots were not dropping retardant on the lake. They were dropping it on
the previous air attack. I understand that there was a request for retardant in Division. Mike just came over and took a look. The stuff that's right along the Highway 88 corridor coming into Kirkwood, we're going to support that with additional copters doing water dropping. All my retardant is tied up in Division, India.
Okay, so what I was just speak of the devil. What I was trying to explain is that it's making a hard run for Caples Lake right now. This is an older map. I'm going to try to get a new one.
Just working direct. They're keeping everything knocked down, and I believe we got Placer 2, Growlersburg 1, 77. Charlotte going direct. I think that's going to hold.
Okay. Well, good. That's a good thing to hear. But they're talking about it holding down by Silver Lake. There's smokes, and they were trying to figure out what the aircraft.
That's all interior strips of timber that are burning amongst the granite, and I do not believe it is a threat to aviation.
Yay. I was just trying to explain that. They keep flying around, double checking the 88 strip along Silver Lake and such. Let's just listen for latest and then we'll go back to the Dixie. This is the area of concern on the Caldor, but it sounds like good news for the most part. It's making a hard push for Cable's Lake. Excuse me, wrong color pen. And so they're trying to.
Are you talking about the finger that's running north of 88?
This has been an area of concern, of course, for days. That the Caldor Fire might try to escape the lines on the eastern flank here and run for Nevada if it does, if it gets past 88.
The main finger that I see that's running north of 88 looks like it's going to rock out on the mountain.
Good, good.
For you?
Rocking out on the mountains means hitting.
Come back around, look.
Hitting rock, I believe, friends, where it won't find vegetation to burn. It'll just hit a wall, unless I have my unless I misunderstand my terms. So it was looking bad. Just a moment ago, it was looking bad, and they were flying over it with the airplanes. But as long as they can hold the Kirkwood area here, then that would be really good news on the Caldor Fire. So I want to go back to the Dixie. I just muted Caldor for a second. This is absolutely insane. The massive plumes that we're seeing on the Beckworth Peak cam just live. So let me go back to it. That's just absolutely insanity. It's making a hard run for Milford, Herlong area. That's of grave concern. So, Constantia can. Thank you, Kara. Bear with me, guys. I'm sick as a dog. I monitored the fires until 5 in the morning because there were so many developments, and I was hoping to wake up with a less sore throat, but no joy. I think I probably snored all night or whatever. I woke up with a mouth like the Sahara Desert. So I'm going to do my best. The honey is called for right now. So let's see. This is Bald Mountain. You can see the huge plume. Which camera was it? Going back here, Constantia. Okay, let me look at. Isn't that Shasta Modoc, Constantia? And I'm still listening to the radio, but they're not talking on the Caldor. We may want to. Ow! Wow. Okay. Sorry. I'm glad I had muted the beginning of that for you guys.
Just pulled in between the buildings, and the column looks like it's going northeast. I don't see any smoke over here by the coast at all.
Okay, let me look at Constantia. Okay. Alright, that's looking up at Herlong and Milford as best as we can see. Now we also have...
Division India, that's where all the retardant is now. The MRV at Hope is not available.
Okay, you can't see smoke very well, but that's the plume. This is the view from Antelope Mountain, which is over by Susanville. There's a huge long plume, and then when it pans around, we can see that it's getting closer and closer to Milford, and Herlong. So it's looking okay right there. We'll check back with it at Kirkwood. It's holding. They have aircraft. What people are telling me is that it's holding pretty well. Is that what Okay, Bob Fraser says the area on the Caldor, the area downwind of Lower Echo Lake is of concern to me. Yeah, that's why we were watching that to 5 in the morning last night. So we had major flare-ups last night on Echo Lake. They tried to save the cabins. Were they successful? Did we find out? Trying to get oriented. We had spot fires that were just kind of raining down and moving down this way. So I'm
Lake, big yard, fire engine in between. Oh, I got you now. Yeah, that's the one you're finding.
East side.
And I'm with you on this. I mean, they can do retarding all day long around it, but it's just going from group of trees to group of trees.
So retard's not going to slow it down, and we're actually doing good in India because it's pushing the fire away from it, so it's actually holding it.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I know everybody's got priorities, but yeah, and this one does decent defensible space around it, too.
Yeah, and the way it looks like it's pushing right now, it's going to go kind of northeast away from it, but
I mean, it might flank and kind of come towards it, but I'm not whack-a-mole.
yeah, I don't think we can do anything with it right now. I'm going to bounce over to Kilo and see what they wanted.
Okay.
On the Roosevelt. Was that who you were talking to?
Okay.
All right, so what they're talking about is Roosevelt hotshots are down there by Caples Lake, and they're trying to make sure that those crews are safe. They're trying to figure out if the fire is going to flank around them at Caples Lake, and we don't have any cameras over there. And the air attack eye in the sky, who is directing things from the air, says he would go over to Kilo. Kilo is over here by Myers, and so he says, I'm going to go over there and see what these guys want. So this is Kilo. I was just explaining that last night it was coming to Echo Lake around the shore and spotting down and backing down the mountain. So I just want to...
Bring it at here, but it's just going right now. It's going from group of trees to group of trees to rock, and it's actually flanking. But it's going to eddy around when they get close to the mountainside. I get it. I don't think looking at it. I think the priority right now is still with the other guys.
Priority is what? Oh, gosh, okay. That's what we're trying to figure out. That just crackled. So they're talking about flanking fire plus it outflanking them, which is two different terms. Flanking is going around the sides.
Absolutely. It looks like it has pretty decent defensible space around it. Probably flat around it.
And so defensible space is where the Roosevelt hotshots are going to try to ride it out as so that they don't get outflanked, and that's what happened yesterday. So we just hope that they can be safe there. It says I'm looking at the lake, but they're trying to get to an area.
So I'm going to hold off on it for now, and then we'll keep it in our back pocket as one of those things that we can do if we get better wind. I apologize.
Last drop was just on the further down the hill.
Hang on. So it's super hard to talk in between what they're doing, but I wanted to explain right now that they wanted to fire around Caples Lake in order to protect themselves from the advancing fire and try to stop it from crossing 88 and going down the 88 corridor here. And they said, let's not do that. It's a priority to get to a safe place, and there's something else that's a priority I couldn't make out. So they're going to retreat to an area, and they're thinking that the fire that was possibly going to outflank them would rock out, meaning go safely past and hit kind of an area that can't burn because it's like solid granite, but we can't figure out exactly where because they keep getting all crackly communications. But when a crew's in a little bit of danger like that, I wanted to make sure they're going to be okay before going on to the next thing.
Did a transition with the previous air attack. He said that Kilo Trinity was calling for to find out.
They're explaining they expect 88 to hold, even though it looked like a huge flare-up down here. They said it's well within the lines. It's an unburned island of fuel. And an island just is an area where fire was around it, but there's an island is where it didn't burn yet, and so it'll whoosh up and look bad on the cams and such. And so the air attack just went over to take a look. They said, is that over the line or is it not? Did it spot over, or is it okay? Spotting over is where embers like leap and there's something on the other side of the line that you don't want. And 88 is their big thing that has to hold. If it doesn't, it's going to head over towards Markleyville, which is just unbelievable that you know, poor little Markleyville and everybody at the Tamarack having a really bad deja vu. So that's what's going on there. They've ordered new tankers to come around. They were discussing whether or not retardant would help them hold lines. So that's the best I can make out. Kilo over here. Remember when they're talking about Delta, it's by Pollock Pines, sort of. Kilo is over here by Myers. Now what they're talking about down there is Mike. They said India was looking good, which is awesome. So, okay, this is Mike. Mike is over here by Ouch. Mike is over here by Kirkwood. November is Silver Lake. Sorry, trying to talk here. India was looking good, which is great. He just said that a minute ago. That's the Desolation Wilderness stuff. So I hope you guys are oriented to that. Tanker 911 is going to go help. But what I want to know is anything going to help the Dixie too? Because this is a rapidly escalating situation. We have just eyes in a... Oh, that's an Alaska Airlines flight. Okay. But we have eyes in the sky over here by Lake Davis.
516, just departed Helibase, returning to Division, India.
Remember, we're listening to Caldor for a second. We're going to look at what's going on over there, looking back at the chat. So we're going to try to have chat silence except for the breaking news, vital information, and questions about what's...
106, 104, call for clearance.
Alert Wildfire cam shows...
Look up there, 516.
Which cam, Cobra John, shows Caples Lake? Because I never saw that we had a cam down there. But I want to check on the Dixie. This is absolutely monstrous. So it looks like we have, evacuations that are mandatory all around the Hurlong Junction, Milford area. I don't see it being mandatory yet on the east side of 395, but I imagine that would change perhaps soon if this fire is approaching as rapidly as everybody's giving me feedback that it is. So I did listen to the Dixie fire for a moment, the feed. It sounds like this. It sounds like this. Today. That's just chaos. So I'm going to try to fix the feed there, but the Dixie fire is absolutely looking like an atomic weapon has been detonated around Antelope Lake. So yeah, I'm going to try to switch over to that feed at some point to see if we can just get a handle on what's going on as it tries to approach Milford and Hurlong. At least it would be flat if it were to crest again. Deja vu, we were doing this weeks ago. If it were to crest again, at least it would be flat ground on the other side. But with this smoke here, I don't think they could chase after it with helicopters. So this is like one massive plume of smoke going this way, like some sort of a gigantic steam train or a nuclear detonation. So excuse me, let me move that camera over here. So let me look back at chat for a moment. Nick is saying Caldor increased activity near the Twin Lakes trailhead. Okay. Right now that's Kilo. We're listening to Caldor for a second to try to get an update on Kilo. When you hear him mention Kilo, that's over by Myers. So yeah, Nick Billings says long grueling night last night, not in the Kingsbury area. Working again tonight, tomorrow night at the Caldor Fire for more mutual aid. Thank you for the update. And the Moke camera north. Okay, that might show Caples Lake. Yeah, it's just That's the area by Kirkwood.
River South, it's start 865 and 863 on River South, Vic.
Okay. So once again, this is Beckwork Peak 2.
South Elko, road is south.
That's the Dixie.
Elko, start 865, 863, two UH-60 helicopters just off of Westover. Request entry en route to Silver Dip.
2978, South Center. Air taxi 10,500, Elko's 9,500. I'll keep you 5,500 until you get close to Leak Springs, then you can climb up to 8,500 to Silver Dip. Give me a call before you're a mile out of Silver Dip.
Wow, a Dixie. So I'm having trouble finding a camera that is panned out. That's far enough away to show the entire Dixie fire in the frame. I mean, that's absolute insanity. None of these cameras are showing the whole thing. So this is just the area by Davis Lake and Portola type area in the foreground, and the Dixie is actually that big, and all we can see is right here to right here. Just absolutely insane.
500. Give me a call 2 miles out of Silver Dip.
Okay, they're not talking.
Silver Dip will stay south of 88 and below 8,500. Start 865, 863.
Okay, that's mostly just rearranging copters and airplanes. So on Caldor. So I want to check real quick on Carson cam here on the FLIR. Excuse me, not Carson cam, the Heavenly. So this is a Heavenly H, and we can't really see it pan around. I was hoping it would pan around to Echo Summit and show us something. Let's just watch it real quick, then we want to check on the Dixie. I just wanted to know what's going on with the Caldor before we pull away from it. So, do we have new evacuations for Caldor? Is that over on Douglas County? That's my big question right now. Okay, while we've been at it, Highway 50 at the Caldor Frank and Gulf Division break is getting nasty. Okay, thanks Dusty for looking at it. I heard that India was good. So let's take a look at the Radio Hill or Big Hill cam.
And 77 Gulf, depending on where you are. 2 Hook Tango will be up, so line you out in the area, and want to make sure you have air to ground tactical in.
Okay.
865, 863, 2 Tango, 2 Hotel Tango, ground direct. It's going to be working with Possible to 77 Gulf, and what was the first ground contact, sir?
Growlersburg 1.
Growlersburg 1 on air ground tactical.
Okay.
And 2 Hook Tango, I got you coming out of dip. I'm going to have you line out 863 and 865, and we'll get them on, still doing left-hand pattern.
That's critical to understand right here which way the smoke is going on the Caldor.
Are you going to fly the wind line or the where you want the retardant line?
Smoke direction. Okay. So that camera changed positions, but
air attack, air to ground command.
the smoke direction is what is most important when you figure out the wind. You can.
Mass 3, checking in 9,500.
Fire tries to.
Charlie Hotel.
Fire goes where wind blows, and that's usually charging heads of the fire. So.
586, we'll be looking for 3 Charlie Hotel.
And how many more guard ships were at Jackson?
There is 1 more guard ship at Jackson, 1 UH-60, sir.
Copy that.
Okay. All right. Looking back at the chat. Thanks, Dusty, for that image. Yep, Tanker 911 is on its way to the to Caldor Fire, but we don't have any aircraft that can possibly work the air in question on the Dixie because it's too smoky. I mean, nothing is going to fly into that. It's not going to work. So, if anything, that's high altitude passes trying to figure out where the fire is going. So, going back here, Helen says winds due east on Honey Valley floor. 19 knot wind gusts. Caltopo winds east-southeast, which may bring embers between Herlong and Doyle. God, everybody at Doyle just probably is twitching right now with
Branch 10 air attack, you at a ground command.
deja vu. Poor Doyle. Okay, going back up to
Delta Tango, South Elko on. South.
get more updates.
Delta Tango. Okay, not sure if you're on the drop, but I'm going to put 863, 865 in the baby thing with you. Hopefully you can help find them out.
Alright, I'm looking at the wind. Smoke column. This is the east of the Caldor. Going almost due north and to the northeast at certain times. It's incredibly important to look at where smoke columns are going, because the best piece of advice is if the smoke column ever turns towards you, you need to go. If you're downwind of a mega fire, and that's just the best advice. Fire goes where the wind blows, and that's what smoke direction tells you.
Yeah, just letting you know, we sat 5 Tango Alpha down, we're sending you 5 Papa Tango.
Papa Tango's going where?
Okay, last 15 minutes, let's see.
Visit India, he's in right dip.
Copy 5 Papa Tango, going to division. And that was replacing 5 Tango Alpha, correct?
That is correct.
Copy.
Okay, so what we're seeing, if they're working aircraft on the north and south part of the Caldor, is a repeat of yesterday, where the wind is so fierce. Same thing with the Dixie, that you have clear skies everywhere, except downwind of the fire, because the wind is pushing the smoke in a narrow, tight column. So you can see that down here, this is clear air. To the south and to the north of it is clear air. That's why the aircraft is working. What that means, though, with the winds being so fierce, is that a tight, narrow band of smoke goes in one direction, and that means that the fire can move rapidly in that one direction too, as the wind is pushing it. It's kind of like the Back to the Future car, how it leaves flames in its wake, making a long, narrow corridor there. So that's why checking the cams is so important. And the Highway 50 is continuing to act a bit like a wind tunnel sort of a deal, with the winds kind of pushing it almost due east, but to the northeast as well, as we've seen as the pattern yesterday. You can look at the wind direction like so, like the general forecast, and like when you turn on Caltopo, but you have to remember that the microclimates, these are wind tunnels, all of the drainages, which basically means a canyon. So the thing that we don't want to see past Caples Lake is we don't want it to get past here, and then where it will probably try to go almost due east if it did, but it could mostly go off this way, and that would be really bad. But it is so rocky here, hopefully it won't. But it seems to be kind of holding. We see it, this is a wind tunnel here. We wouldn't want to see that. And that's what we've got to keep watching for. We've got to keep watching the FLIR to see if it's going to move on over the peak this way, and it could run ridgelines to Kingsbury at a different time when the wind is slightly different. So we'll just keep an eye on that. If people could tell me what the wind speed is like over on the east side of Kingsbury and Minden, that would be wonderful. So looking back at the chat, this is our Dixie FLIR mounted at Antelope Mountain on over by Susanville, just to the east of it, and I'm hoping that it will pan over. We'll get a better idea of what's going on at Milford. So, Jesse, where are you right now? I missed that. You can see flames on the hill. Wicked. Okay. He's over by Milford. That's it. That's the smoke column. It's hard to see. There it is. There's the huge plume. One of them. There's multiples visible from Antelope Mountain here with the Dixie fire. So, hi Opus. Going back here. Yeah, I don't know why they name confusing. Why they have confusing names. Jesse says I'm at Centerville and Foothill Road, but which fire is that? Sorry. Cobra John, canyon winds going into Woodsford from the west can be bad late in the afternoon. Been there many times. Yeah.
Better.
Let me listen. Gusts are substantial, WTF Nevada says, at the bottom of Kingsbury. Okay. So did they,
Unit to Hotel Tango, what was your identifier?
did Douglas County expand any evacuations?
49. I'm going to have 2 guard ships coming in behind you, 863, 865, so I'll make sure they got you.
Okay, I'm going to try and check on this.
Hello, Tanker 6-1.
6-1, good.
Yes, sir, we are off of Placerville and route back to our normal spot there. Could not get a hold of air attack there to transition in.
2978, 5,500 below until you get to a black route, until you get to 88, then stay in traffic pattern on.
Okay, that's just talking about pilot chatter. I'm going to turn off Caldor so I can talk. I just linked to you guys how to sign up for emergency alerts with Douglas County. That's in the link in the chat right now. And going back here to going back to the chat. I'm trying to keep it to mostly chat silence, except for sharing pertinent information and evacuation info, having questions and such too. So looking back here, it's very confusing. Apparently in Marin County they named a fire a Lassen something fire, which doesn't make any sense because guess what? Lassen County, Mount Lassen, that's the Dixie fire, and that's going to cause tons of confusion. But go figure. So the Chillicoot cam shows the north to east shore, Davis to Honey Lake. Okay. We can't see very much here from the FLIR left side here, which is Susanville's cam. But the Dixie Fire plume is doing the same thing. Clear skies everywhere except for this like freight train kind of train tracks, or like the direct column of where it's moving in a somewhat of a narrow line, but very fast, being driven by the wind towards Herlong and Milford to the northeast. The wind is southwest winds blowing to the northeast in general. So keep us updated about what's going on to everything there. Snow Valley Peak cam is ominous. Guys, don't delete people trying to tell me of the cams to watch. I really need to know that info. And Wicked Awesome should not be deleted under any circumstances. He's over there in Milford right now. Sorry, I'm just trying to be very clear on what I want from the mods. But random weird comments. I'm just trying to get an idea which cams to look in. All those things. Listening to Caldor, they're just talking more about rearranging airplanes right now. So NBC Bay Area Lassen Marine Fire. God, okay, we'll check on that later when we can. So yeah, if anybody is posting about evacuation info, please say if it's a warning or if it's like a mandatory go now. If you are getting alerts on your phone, please let me know which fire it is for one thing, and just try to copy the text into the chat. That'll help me get evac information out. This is a pretty rapidly escalating situation. So that's Hawkins Peak. This is Caldor Fire. And it looks so similar when we're switching over to the Dixie. Both of them making pushes to the northeast and trying to go generally in that direction. So I have not heard anything from Kilo. If anybody else is listening to Caldor, let me know. Kilo is what's going on by like Myers and such. But I don't think we have any good cams. So looking back here to Chillicoot cam, is that in Greater Tahoe? The Chillicoot cam. Which region is it? Oh yeah, that would be Sierra's Shasta and Modoc, wouldn't it? Chillicoot. Okay, we got a better. Yeah. Okay, that's basically a front row seat to the fire trying to get over towards Milford and Hurlong. So let's do a 1 hour time lapse. Yeah, multiple plumes on the Dixie fire here. So the good quotation mark good news on the Dixie is that they've had a long time to try to prepare the Milford grade and the Hurlong area for fire, especially the last couple of weeks when we had it going crazy there and trying to eat Janesville. They've had a lot of the fuels burn up over there, which means that the fire isn't going to find as much to eat. But with the way this plume is, it may not matter too much because you might see stuff like the embers going up high into the sky and raining down the other sides, wherever it is, because of the wind. And the amount of heat it's generating, it's a huge thermal updraft. It'll take burning embers high up into the sky and drop them down on the other side of the ridge. That's the big concern with that area. Even if they can stop it on the ground like they've been doing, making fire breaks and burning things out, it would be a race to run around it and put out spot fires. So Dusty Smokes is Caldor Division Kilo, which is South Lake Tahoe, has been remarkably calm all day with no plumes. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. That's this cam here would be the one that would pivot around and show us about that area. We see that some of the vegetation is kind of moving in the wind, but fingers crossed, because up until 8 p.m. we can have 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts and like 10-ish miles per hour sustained winds, 10 to 12. So the vegetation is rocking a little bit, but we'll take any reprieve moments of good news that we can. So we'll continue to look at this. Jesse Saratea, I'm here on site on the Nevada side of Kilo, but I don't know how to get a video link to me. Here, you can post it in chat. If it's online here, you have temporary mod powers, Jesse. Thank you for helping us keep an idea on that fire. KCRA is over it. Okay, let me see if that'll be useful. Let's see, back up to the top. There's hot ashes in Hurlong. Okay, we could keep us informed. So I'm still listening to Caldor. I don't hear anything particularly important going on. They're just rearranging aircraft as far as the chat is concerned. So let's look at Schaefer Mountain. I guess I thought that was Antelope Mountain. Do I have the wrong mountain name? Was it just called Antelope Cam? But Schaefer Mountain, I'm sorry if I had that wrong earlier, is where the FLIR is. So this is
for South Elko Relief.
Okay, so once again, that's Caldor just talking about rearranging airplanes. But this is what the human eye can see with the Dixie FLIR. And this is what the camera sees, what the FLIR camera sees. Same basic view, but it'll be panning. And this is the Susanville camp there. This is what the human eye sees. This is what the camera on the left can see, the hot spots and things. So just wanted to make it clear that it's not completely calibrated. This is hot desert, just hot desert ground from the sun's rays. Rocky stuff can kind of reflect light as well, which is discombobulating. We're looking here on the ridge. That's active smoke and hot gases coming off. And that's the massive smoke plume, one of them on the Dixie. And what we're looking for is we don't want to see yellow and such over here on the ridges. That would mean that it would be cresting. We don't want to see yellow spots. That would be spot fires coming over, right? And of course, anything else of that nature. So we'll continue to look at it. And because on the satellite with the Dixie, see how we're having heat detections over here. So going back to...
They got to do their bucket test first.
Okay, thank you for the update, Jesse. Caldor Fire, Division Kilo. Nevada side of the heavenly winds are extremely erratic, and I'm expecting the flame front to pop over on the ridge at least by tonight. Okay, so that would be what's talking about on the Caldor is that since the fire has been up in this area here by South Lake Tahoe, expecting the fire to pop up on the ridge here by tonight. Thank you for that update. We'll continue to look at the cams. It's remarkably calm wind, but erratic on this side of Kilo is what was saying. But it's quite windy over here. So it's the microclimate thing. We can't get a good idea of what's going on unless we have people there to tell us. Will Gardnerville have to evacuate? That remains to be seen. We have to keep looking at Douglas County. What they can do at some points is try to burn off areas in between structures here to make sure that because embers will try to rain down from on high. They have good options if they can do some backfiring, especially something like tonight, to try to make a good line out of some of these major roads. And this is a major road here, of course. This will be one of their big protective lines. Once it's in the flatlands, if they have opportunities, it's easier to race around with their engines and try to protect big areas like that. But it's possibly going to go to a watch depending on what the weather does in the next few days. Really too soon to speculate about it, but with Kingsbury, they've already had it under mandatory evacuation. So, going back to the chat. That's Caldor and Hawkins Peak.
Lead 1800. Caldor.
That's a huge amount of smoke on the heavenly on the left. Okay, we have action. Heavenly, check it out, guys. Check out Heavenly Cam. We have fire marching up around the slopes south of the Heavenly Cam. Almost due south. It's getting active. The wind's picking up a little bit, so we have to constantly monitor that. See how the wind just from like a minute ago has absolutely changed on the Heavenly Cam on the left side. So where the yellow is on the vegetation, that's rocks in front of the cam, of course. But see that? Whoa, okay. So it is marching. It is marching over here south of the Heavenly Cam, flaring up good. This is the nature of red flag days. Can't turn your back on the ocean. Can't turn your back on a fire. So the Heavenly Cam is southwest, looking south by southwest here. If only it would pan up. That's over by... If it wasn't a tree in the way. That's looking sort of by Christmas Valley. It's just not... The key here is that you can see which direction it's looking in general by this ray. But it doesn't keep up. It gets out of sync. So let's watch that for a second. But it's a different fuel over there in the Nevada side. It's a totally different type of fire. It would run around on the sage and.
Looks good. No spots over 50. I saw the fire in operation going downhill, cutting off that pocket by drop point 7, and the creek there, and everything looks good. Just wanted to check in with you.
Drop point 7. Okay, at least there's some good news.
About 6 miles.
Okay, I copy. I thought I saw you out in the distance, but I guess not. East side to the north side, and then back over to here, so it might take us a little while to come back and take a look.
Okay, drop point 7 is over by
Falco 509, South Rotor.
Okay, looking for you. How far are you out of Silver Dip?
We are just departing the black route, about close to cross the north-south Falco line, heading for highway, bend to left for you.
Whoa, flames. Wow. Go back, camera.
215 says he's got maybe a few more drops over here in India to have this tied in. Are we going to have some space maybe to go over and box in that courtyard or maybe some of those structures north of 88? Yeah, we'll let him finish up over here, and then I'll have him bounce over and see what we're looking at. Yeah, affirmative. Looking, I think that should be plenty of space, but we'll work it out. We should be east of where the location is.
I believe so, but haven't been over to where she's going yet.
Okay.
She should be east of us.
Almost due south of the Heavenly Cam is what it's looking at right now on the left side of the screen. So that is fire on the ground from last night and doesn't look too active. It's panning around. I'm trying to orient myself. But where we saw the marching flames, I'm trying to orient myself on the left side of the camera here. There it is. Trying to get my bearings. It's very active right there. Okay, almost southwest of the Heavenly Cam. That's where we're seeing the flames marching up over the mountain. Any locals, can you tell me what we're looking at here exactly? Because what I think we're looking at, where the marching flames are, is the view of the camera. The view of the camera essentially was that direction. One or two. Okay. All right, let me look at the beams a second. I'm still listening to the Caldor Fire. There. Here's the marching flames.
865, and I should have Charlie Hotel inbound as well.
2 Hotel Tango, 863, 865, 3 Charlie Hotel.
3 Charlie Hotel should be inbound. He's not in the drop area. He's not in the work area yet.
Okay.
Copy.
Right.
Just coming up, Fire's Edge, Division Papa.
Okay.
Okay.
I think
And then if you have drop point 36 on your map, let me know when you have that.
there.
Call for 863, 865.
Okay.
77 Golf, 2 Hotel Tango.
So
Anything else for us?
36 with Caldor 7. Well out of our way. Well away from us.
all right. This is
Elko 8 Charlie Hotel on South Rotor.
here, I
8
think,
Charlie Hotel, good.
where the
Sir, 8 Charlie Hotel.
where my banana is.
En route to a silver dip at this time.
Okay, same route, black route.
Out pivoted.
To Highway 88, and then we'll have you come over. Highway 88, 5,500, 2978, air tax 10,500, Elko's 9,500. Stay 5,500 until you need to climb to get to the 8,500 tank spot.
Okay, so it's mainly just talking about rearranging airplanes. I'm going to mute that for a second. New Dixie Fire evacuations. Thanks very much. I'm going to try to get that up here. Yep, yeah. Zeeklander post explains how the fuels change dramatically once the fire starts to move out of conifers into high desert areas by 395. Yeah, so those are called flashy fuels, and so it's like the sagebrush and the tumbleweed stuff. There's the fire there again. Let me look at the beam orientation. It's out of sync. If I could only orient myself by like that tree in the foreground. So we have things visible from the Heavenly Ski Cam. If I had to guess, let's change this to we would be looking at the marching flames on the hillside here is best that I could gather. That would be east of Pioneer Trail. Like if you take the south part of the runway and it's almost parallel what we're looking at on the map. So that's the best that I can orient myself with right there. So looking back at the chat, High Meadows, okay. So Pro west to southwest wind gusts 20 to 30 miles an hour, locally higher at ridgetops and peaks, yes. Strongest winds expected over higher elevations and near favorably oriented evenings, canyons during the afternoon and evening. Yep, that's consistent with what we were just getting. So let me look and see if I can get new information for the evacuation stuff here.
No sensors are, and they're making pretty good progress now that the dozers are in there and they've got multiple entries.
Copy, and that's all November.
Affirmative.
Okay, they said they're going direct on the flanks in November, which is making pretty good progress there.
But it's
November is down by Silver Lake on the Caldor. Gonna mute that there. So let me go back and see about the new evacuation info. Okay. Let's look back at the Dixie cams and see if we can see anything cresting the ridge. This is Dixie now. Left side of the cam is visible from around Susanville, panning around that area.
Taking away, trying to get up to the top of the ridge right now.
Okay, copy. And all copters mentioned except for 6-1 are all out of Silver Dip for those ground contacts.
Perfect.
Okay, new evacuation warning. New evacuation warning issued for Herlong. But, okay. I don't see this, guys, on Lass and Modoc. I don't see anything new since we looked at the map for the Dixie Fire. I don't see that this changed at all. Just along the grade, am I missing something?
Here we've been giving them 9,000 and below for the long lines we're keeping them. But 8,500 was working, but I have 9,000 and below on the top.
And below for the copters, the Silver Lake Insight.
8,500 is working fine at the bottom. So if you go to the top with the long lines, then you get 9,500.
Yeah, we're looking at Heavenly. Left side of your screen here is Heavenly.
I'll show you around and then we'll be done.
But we can't hear anything. We're only hearing pilot chatter over in the southeast portion, like over there by Caples Lake and whatnot. We can't hear tactical channels that are down on the ground at Kilo. Kilo is by the Myers area. So people are monitoring that for us. So Kara says, I think the person went on the Plumas County Sheriff's page and assumed the 3 p.m. update was all new. Yeah, nothing has changed since 3 p.m. So, just make sure that when you say new evacuation orders, like put the time. I don't see that anything's changed. So, looking back up there, thanks guys for being so cooperative. Please hit the like button on the video so it gets suggested to other people. We see marching flames right now still on the Heavenly Cam. And it looks like this is the hills just due east of where the airport is. The south tip of the runway of South Lake Tahoe Airport. So it's marching up the hill. As I was explaining yesterday, there's a lot of unburned pockets of fuels, and the moment that the wind changes, it'll find new fuels to burn. So it's burning towards the northeast. I mean, it's the wind is pushing it towards the northeast. So looking back at the Dixie fire, which is of great concern. Let's see. Yeah, Jeannie. Yep, ski resorts are making snow at full blast. Yep, that's what they've been doing. So, Laura Leitner says Autumn Hills fire burned Lower Kingsbury in 1995. The first fire I ever fought, started by 2 kids lighting lizards on fire. What? Oh my God. There's all kinds of things wrong with that. Hey, so Opus says, I think I'm headed west along 80 below the fire. I'll find some place near Placerville where I can camp and pan for gold. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I'll put you on a fuel and hold for right now.
Yeah, Edward Weiss.
Look at our transit time and the time now. We'll re-evac.
What time?
I'll put you on a fuel and done. How about that? Alrighty, sir. Thank you. Help stay and thanks for lining the guys out. When we transition, 509 will have probably your last bucket, but give us a call before you're outbound.
Once again, if you need evacuation information for the Dixie fire, please see the links in the description of my video, because it's called multi-zone evacuation map, multi-county evacuation map. So it's community.zonehaven.com, and all you do is you just go to the Dixie fire area in general, and you click on the counties, you'll see it pop up. Unfortunately, this doesn't apply to the Caldor because they decided that every single county wanted to have its own stupid evacuation map on the Caldor. So you have to look at El Dorado, have to look at Douglas County, have to look at other places, all on their own separate websites. And I've never even found an interactive Douglas County map. If any of you guys know of one, please let me know, and I'll put it in the links description of the video. But we'll continue to monitor the Dixie fire to see if it crests the. What we don't want to see is any sort of yellow and such on the ridges. Excuse me, on the ridges over there on the Dixie. So, looking back here, it was 3 p.m. Evacuation orders mandatory for the areas on the basically the grade west of 395. Which isn't any sort of surprise. As we can clearly see, the Dixie fire is a giant, huge monster making its way to the northeast. So the only thing that's a positive is that it is running in a straight line with pretty consistent winds pushing it to the northeast. People in Portola are on edge, of course, and other areas, but it's just going past in a straight line at this moment. It's not as, if it was erratic, that would be one nightmare today, but it's pretty consistent. So that's just the only plus is that the more predictable it is, better. But if you ever see hear from the Portola cams or anywhere else, anywhere in the Caldor or the Dixie fire, if the smoke blows towards you or towards the cams and that's where you are, you need to get out way before you're told. That's going to be your best course of action. That's what authorities want you to know. Get out if the smoke columns come towards you, because on red flag days like this, you can have extremely rapid spread. They will not be able to go door to door and tell you if the situation changes. You need to constantly monitor the cams, sign up for all your emergency alerts, get the Code Red app on your phone, and sign up from your county. If you have any questions about that, what I mean is that you have to go to your county's website and register your phone number. It's not enough to get the Code Red app on your phone, but you have to register your phone number. Please walk the elderly through this, or anybody else with special needs who may not understand how to do that. That's one of the best ways you can help people in that situation. So you can also go deep diving into the settings of your phone and turn on emergency alerts. For some reason, they randomly shut themselves off, like if your phone updates software. So yeah, where there's smoke, there's fire. Exactly. So yeah, and if you hit a warning, evacuation warning on a red flag day, i.e. today, then consider yourself mandatory is the best thing that I could say. Is get out way before you're told, before traffic jams, because you may not be able to monitor the situation. Once smoke blows your way, you might be like, oh, I'll go check the cams, and then you don't have internet, you don't have power, you look down at your phone and you don't have signal. So InstaWeb now has a multi-state, but it's 6 hours old, another kind of useless as an evacuation map. Oh great, Bob Fraser, how does that not surprise me? Oh, and Kara says that Sierra County has Everbridge. So there's not just Code Red, there's Everbridge and Nixle, and I wish there was just one, but those are your different kind of evacuation things. So I want to post a link, and if mods, you can keep doing this for the Caldor Fire especially. This is a one-stop shopping as best as they could come up with it. Linktree, this has the links where you can sign up.
Ladder below 4,000 if that works for you guys.
Okay, that's just so here's El Dorado County. That's the damage map, excuse me. Caldor Fire incident email sign up. That's good, but these are critically important down here. Evacuation map for El Dorado County, Douglas County specific Caldor information. Then they have also sign up for Code Red, Amador County and El Dorado County. This is a link in the description in the chat, and all these links are really wonderful for tracking the fire here on the Caldor. This is so awesome that they made this for the community. I wish this existed for other fires, but that's the link tree for Incident Management Team 6 over here, Cal Fire. Don't ask me why other counties don't have that sort of thing. So, looking back. Dig of the Dump says, don't forget that video. That view shows the high winds and downdrafts that can cause an uphill climb. Yeah, absolutely. Hit the like button on the video. It'll trend, and then more people will find the video, because this is the way it works. People can look for a video, look for Caldor or Dixie Fire info, and not see anything unless a video is, quote, trending. It's just a mathematical formula, and I hate to be talking about that.
863 and 865, two guard ships are on scene, and you guys' ground contact will be 77 Golf, underground secondary.
Hotel Tango at site. We're looking for the guard ship. What was the ground contact again, please?
Okay, so guard ships are National Guard heli-tankers, helicopter water droppers. So they're just funneling them around on the Caldor Fire right now. I'm going to wait to see this moves around. This is the Heavenly Cam on the left. And looking back over to here. Yeah, it's mandatory east of Lakeside at 395, Manzi says. Okay, there's only a warning for Herlong. Lakeside is more Milford. Okay, so let's look at refresh the evacuation map. I expect this to change pretty quickly as the Dixie really starts pushing over here. Yep, this just changed. Okay. So, but in my just opinion, guys, I wouldn't be anywhere here. Like, in general, just that general area that's downwind of a mega fire. And the long-range spotting potential is pretty intense. Now there are different kind of fuels. As if the fire does kind of get closer and closer and closer here, it can be raining embers on the other side. It's a different kind of fuel, but it runs rapidly. The sagey stuff runs quickly. It would be hard for them to chase after it with their engines to put out little spot fires and chase it out of neighborhoods if it came to that. So just leaving before you're told is always the best course of action. There's plenty of places to shelter in place if you can't get on roads, or if fire's sweeping across roads. You turn on the satellite, and there's all sorts of areas that are just like recently plowed fields and like open spaces where you can ride it out in your car if necessary. I don't think it would come to that, especially if people would evacuate. But don't drive through flames if they cross a road, or if you're stuck on a road. Pull over to the nearest place where there's nothing to burn in the area, especially on these flat areas. Like, just places that are dry, open, rocky, not too many bushes around you.
Come to your location. Please monitor air-to-ground tactics for Tango 6-1 copter.
Okay, there's a priority for structure protection. He was just listing it. But he didn't exactly say where. I think it was down by Kirkwood. So anyway, I'm still listening to... You're at Hurlong right now. Hurlong Junction is mandatory evacuation, so is Patton Village. And it's right up to Hurlong right here. So... don't ask me why. They're deciding that this is where they want to put the mandatory evacuation. But well, this is going to change very rapidly. The wind is picking up in Hurlong right now. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Mamsie. I'm going to put that as a scrolling thing. Thanks everybody for chat silence, except for the breaking news situations, questions, and the like. I know you guys want to show support and all that, but we can do that a little bit later. This helps me to not have the chat scroll by too fast for me to keep up with it. So I need to change evacuation information here as the scrolling thing. So let me do that real quick. Dixie info. This is as of 5 p.m. Let's see, copy and paste. Milford, Elford, and Hurlong area, east side of Highway 395. Highway 395 from Milford grade intersection south to the county road. A26 changing rapidly. EVAC info changing. EVAC info changing rapidly. See official map. Community.zonehaven.com. Zoom to Dixie fire area. Okay. Thank you so much for copying and pasting that. That helps me update this real quick. Thank you, everybody, being so patient in chat and helping me keep abreast of the situation. What I'm looking for is like, I'm a local, this is what I see out the window, or I have good information, or I can answer a question. Go ahead and feel free to put things in chat. Look at this cam, that's a good thing to help me out with. Or I just got an alert on my phone. All this stuff is very good. So that's what we're looking for right now. listening to Caldor still.
Understood, thank you.
Just a massive, massive plume. The Dixie has...
Copy, yeah, because they're going to be working up in the Echo Lake area, but Echo Lake is not approved.
Echo Lake area, hang on. Oh, keep talking.
And I hope MRV, I've been negative, that's in the wilderness.
Okay, he said something about fire being in the wilderness, Echo Lake wilderness area, but we already knew that. But I was hoping you wouldn't cut out there, the pilot, and would explain what's going on. But alas.
Hotel, South Elko.
Okay.
That contact that picked you up was, what was the name of that again?
Caldor Air Attack, Punchville, Helibase, Air Ground Command.
Last 3 hours, Dixie Fire headed towards Milford and Herlong.
Yeah, just a quick aircraft update from here. We've got 3 Type 1s and 3 Type 2s available for water.
3 Type 1s and 3 Type 2s,
That's a firm.
Okay, can you check and see if there's anything around lower Echo Lake that's been approved yet? If it's upper Echo Lake or something up in that area?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll look into it.
Fallen Leaf Lake is to the north of that. East of
Okay, we copy. We'll check it out.
Stay safe, Wicked. That's another reminder. Keep all of your phones charged and plugged in throughout the day. You never know when you're going to lose power. You can dim the screen a little bit. Turn off extra things like probably not Wi-Fi, but other things to see.
Then we're going to need a relief 1830.
Alpha 1830. Looking.
Let's look back at the FLIR cams. So there's Heavenly on the left is live.
Looking at the priority if you got structure frame position here to get that last 137
Oh, man.
Copy, yep. Yeah, it would be North Elko.
Okay. Looking at is the line that's on the option map, is that accurate? Does that go through hotel?
Yeah, correct. We discussed it this morning to go through and Julius, North Elko, Q.
If you're just tuning in, I'm barely able to get a word in, but we've got new mandatory evacuations for the roaring monster that the Dixie Fire is. Please hit the like button to help the channel trend so more people can see this. Do share the link with your friends and family if they need information. We see marching.
Also release over Silver Lake at 1830.
Dang it, this camera just panned down. Okay, we're looking at Caldor and listening to Caldor for those updates, and I'm looking at chat for updates on the Dixie, because the Dixie radio is so much more scratchy. It's really hard to keep up with it. Yeah, there's a Caldor meeting that has started. Okay, I guess we can watch that.
Yes.
I'm not sure that we want to. The Dixie Fire, Lassen County Sheriff's Office update evacuation orders for the areas on the east side of Highway 395. That's what I have as a scrolling chat right now. I hope it's large enough for people to read that. I'm going to enlarge it. But we're trying to figure out what's going on. They're talking about Echo Lake approving. I don't know what they meant by approving, maybe some backfiring, but there is backfiring going on the Caldor to try to keep it away from certain areas, and it's unusual during a red flag day, but it's like I said, microclimates create little pocket areas where they're able to do that, and sometimes it's desperate to try to keep the fire away from the crews and where they're manning their stations. So at Caples Lake, there's a lot of stuff going on with structure protection around Kirkwood. The fire on the Caldor was making a hard push east around Caples Lake. We don't want it to get past 88 there, because then it would run towards Markleeville. Now we have a huge situation.
Miles east, or excuse me, west of the Rock IP 9500.
The other major situation we're following is the Dixie fire. Now we see the flames marching up the mountain. This is south of the Heavenly Cam, but I think where this is the hills due east of, like, if you look at the SLT airport, the runway, this southern tip of the runway, just almost due east of it in the hills, which is going towards the northeast. That's the best that we can see. We keep looking at this to see what the wind is doing, and it did pick up pretty recently. Back to the Dixie fire over here. The Dixie fire is huge and charging straight for the Milford Hurlong area.
Come down to 88. I'll put that into effect.
Hang on.
Division Lima, or is that in Kilo?
Lima.
Okay, he said big concern.
And when I was briefed in, Lead 15 was going to be over there building a fence. Is that going to happen?
The Lead 15 said that the exit for that would be through the smoke. Negative availability for 16.
I'll grab a couple of Type 1s. I'll head that way.
Okay, Division Lima is a big area, and he said, I have big concerns that the fire would get past 88 at Division Lima. So Lima is here. There's Caples Lake and Kirkwood and such. So they're still trying to hold it around that area, but Tanker 911 is coming over to the Kirkwood area again. So they're trying to hold it with that.
Elko, come over here and take a look and see if we can bring some of the Type 1s in and put recharge around the corporation.
Let's hear what they're talking about. Oh, there's a Douglas County evac map finally.
One set of cabins to the west, that's just on the north side of the 88. Another set of small cabins kind of just... Okay, not sure how much work we're going to be able to do, but at least we can try and do something.
Okay, it doesn't look like there's anything new for today. Alright, thanks for the link, though.
You copy that traffic with Roosevelt?
Okay, the Roosevelt hotshots are down here.
We're going to have Elko's going to come over. We're going to probably send recharge to box.
Okay, so it's real scratchy and it's hard to make out exactly what's going on, but the Roosevelt hotshots are down here, and they've kind of retreated and gone advanced and retreated and advanced because they're trying to keep the fire from breaching 88 and running east in general. In two places.
Copy, 2 more Type 1s to Silver Lake, and Upper and Lower Echo Lake are approved for a dip site.
Cool. Okay,
Lower and Upper, yep. And those 2 Type 1s are going to be Helitanker 55 and Helitanker 47.
Good, good.
55 and 47.
So we'll see more action down there to help hold the Caldor Fire in check as best they can. With we've got a huge fleet
One air attack on South British
of airplanes all over the Caldor. So if they have approved dip at Echo Lake, that means that the helicopters can work over here to try to protect the area division, Kilo over here.
air attack on
It means that they
requesting 2 additional Type 1s. This is the area they're looking at, that big compound, and then there's some cabins that are south of Highway 88.
All right, Okay, so basically I'm going to mute that for a second. It's hard to get a word in, but in 2 different areas down here and here, they're trying to hold the line at 88 so that it doesn't go east and try to run for Hawkins Peak or Markleyville. We'll have to look at the Hawkins Peak Camelot, but that's really good news. If they can try to hold the fire in this kind of area, that would be good. Dipping out of Echo Lake here. Fingers crossed that that's a good thing that they can do. Now I'm going to go back to looking at the Dixie fire. I'm going to turn down that radio in my ear, and I'll turn it back up if there's something else to hear. So back up to, are we doing chat sites? Hey Isaiah, yeah, mostly, except for help me keep track of the fires. Tell me what you're seeing out of your window. Answer questions I have. Give us latest breaking information, that sort of thing. And questions, of course, what's the fire doing? So can I share a link to that grid map? Yeah, it's in the description of this video. If this is what you're talking about, it's description of my video. It's community.zonehaven.com. It's also in that blue scrolling text above. This is the multi-county evacuation map, and it works for the Dixie fire. So El Dorado County has its own thing. Douglas County doesn't even have a map that's interactive. You just have to go to Douglas County Sheriff's Office page for the Caldor Fire. And then Amador County has its own, which is just really frustrating. But at least for the Dixie Fire, you have one-stop shopping for all of the mandatory evacuations. So right now, the Dixie is making this hard push in this direction, kind of in different spots, going along with the prevailing winds. So don't assume that people know. Get on the phone with people. Make sure they know via text, via calls, that the evacuation information is changing extremely rapidly on the Dixie fire, especially on the east side of it. With today's winds and the massive plumes that have erupted, it could rain embers on the other side of the grade and start catching the sagey stuff on fire. If it does go, it can make runs on the flat ground very quickly. That kind of fire exhausts its own fuel where it is quickly, but it also runs fast, and the sagebrush and such can detach and be tumbleweeds of like bouncing balls of fire. So that can get up against structures. It's hard to go chase after. So you got to be really vigilant and understand that can spread rapidly. If that scenario should occur, if you're evacuating by car, take something like a mop handle, like one of those metal things, like a Swiffer, long-handled pole, and a wool blanket with you. If you have to shelter in place in a car or get stuck, like on a road, what you can do is get out of your car and push that flaming branches or bushes away with the pole. Get back in the car, and be safe. If there's a traffic jam, if you have to shelter in place in like a wide open field, those are perfectly safe places in general if there's a traffic jam. But flaming debris rolling up against your car, you'd have to push it away. Not having a pole, you can wrap a wool blanket around your foot and punt it into space and get back in your car. Just give it a kick. But you would want to use the wool blanket around your leg like an oven mitt, so to speak. So there's plenty of places to shelter. It's just that we're worried about fire spreading in that area. At least it's on the flat ground and it's easier to deal with. But like I said, the biggest issue is rapid response. Even though they can go quickly on the roads, it can run very fast, throughout the neighborhood. So going back, Roseville hotshots. I really thought they said Roosevelt, but if that's a correction, then that's good. Going back up to Cali Andy 2, and I'm still listening to Caldor. It's just they're not saying anything. Let's look at the Dixie fire. It's a huge monster right now. This is Dixie looking from on the left side of your screen, looking from the area east of a hill east of Susanville. We don't want to see yellow on the hills. That would be cresting the hills, but in reality, embers could be spotting over with the wind, and just we don't want to see spots on the hills as the fire gets closer and closer. It could be dropping embers on the other side. So that's why we keep looking at this FLIR image here. I don't think we even need to be watching the Cal Fire meeting in progress on the Caldor. I think that right now everything's changing so quickly. It might be better to watch this and go back to the meeting as 5 o'clock is the worst type of day to have the meeting, because that's when everything they're saying is outdated already, because it's still cooking. This is like midday, hottest part of the day. This is when the fire is active, and we see them get up and gesture at the map, and all they do is talk about fire is not here, and then we look at a camera, and yes, it is. So I want to kind of do a little bit of a delay on that, show that a little bit later. So Eliza says, okay, asked to list on scanners on Twitter. The Echo Lake stuff might be about chatter about starting to dip water from there. Yes, we were confirming that, and that's a good sign. So thank you for making sure I knew that. I think people are behaving pretty well in chat right now. Let's see. Can somebody be listening to the Dixie Fire channel and updating me? Helen says, fire really boiling still in Grizzly across from Kronberg on the slope cam and the North Portola cam. Yeah, we are seeing that. It's just and Babbitt Peak here tells the story really zoomed out. Here's the last 3 hours on the Dixie. Just totally nuts. I can't find a camera that's zoomed far out enough to get the entirety of Dixie in the shot. We're looking at cams. I mean, this is the last 3 hours, how it just exploded. That means it's finding huge amounts of fuels to burn when it puffs up like that. That's what's causing the heat to push the smoke column up like that. So it's trying to start multiple pyrocumulus clouds. I think they are started, but the wind is just blowing so hard that it's kind of flattening them out along the ground. Either that or they're starting and collapsing. I just can't exactly figure out what's going on in the smoke column. When there's fast enough wind, they kind of blow down flat like that. But that's what we're really concerned about, the Herlong and Milford area right now. I keep looking back at Douglas County, and help me monitor that. I just don't see any brand new evacuations for Douglas County, but we need to take a look at Amador as well, and of course El Dorado. So when I look at the El Dorado map, what really sucks about it is that it just doesn't show other counties, and people think, oh, there's no evacuation over there or warning. Yes, there are. So Alpine County especially, we can look at Alpine, El Dorado and such. This is a good link if you're in Alpine County. Bookmark this for yourselves. That gives you information on the Caldor. So there are two different maps here that you can see, the Alpine County Fire Evacuation Interactive Map and the El Dorado County one. So looking at El Dorado County real quick is, if it would load, please. Yeah. See how it cuts off right there along the county line? And that gives people a false sense of security of, oh, there's nothing going on in Douglas County, and oh, there's nothing going on in Alpine. So what I'm trying to tell you guys about is this is what you really need to be alert to. Make sure people you know are alert to this. That you have to click on different maps and it tells a completely different story. So here's the one for Alpine County, for example, and we're going to continue to watch this, because if it breaks out of Highway 88 over by the Kirkwood area and or Silver Lake area, it'll make somewhat of a hard push towards, well, mostly towards the northeast, but in the microclimate could get into canyons and almost go due east and start headed eventually towards Markleyville, which is right in here, which is really hard to see, which is, one of those, they just got to feeling secure after the tamarack. Now, worth noting, this red here is the tamarack fire scar. That's not fire. That's the tamarack fire scar. So this is a pretty good map with Alpine County. Shows open roads, closed ones. There's a color-coded key over here. Dark purple are closed roads. Green are still in existence. So please be aware about that, because if you look just at the El Dorado County one, you get the completely wrong impression. So I wish there was one-stop shopping for this, but there isn't. And we have to continuously look at the situation. So this is Babbitt Peak. That's looking at the Dixie. This is Hawkins Peak, which is not the Dixie. This is where we have to continuously monitor the smoke direction on the Caldor. If it comes towards Hawkins Peak, then that would push the Caldor Fire to the east. Right now, it's mostly Caldor and Dixie are spreading with the wind, the southwest wind pushing it to the northeast, and we have to constantly monitor the plume direction to figure out if that might change. So looking back here, there's a last 3-hour time lapse. I have no idea why it's complete silence. Okay, we disconnected. We disconnected somehow. I think Broadcastify either burped or something happened. I've just reconnected Caldor Fire Ops.
7, Tanker 5-5, and where are those guys going to work?
Not prioritized yet. We're still just setting up that structure protection cables. If you could help me prioritize who wants.
Okay, let's listen to that.
Back here, so.
We got some wind over here.
Let me get in over there and make contact with 77 Golf. And is there a dip that you're dipping the guard ship separate of silver?
And silver dip.
All your rotors are in silver dip. Got it. For a total of 5 right now?
Total of 4 that are checked in. 2 guard ships, 863, 865, and silver, working for 77 Golf. And I got 8 Charlie Hotel, 3 Charlie Hotel, MRB, Hope MRB, Roosevelt Hot Shots, and that compound.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so you heard them prioritize structure protection around Caples Lake, and that's for the helicopters. And for the tankers, they're dropping retardant to try to hold 88. So there's a whole flurry of aircraft on the southeast section of Caldor. I wanted to bring your attention to this. Look at the rocking camera. I believe that's wind sort of rocking it on the Heavenly ski resort area. In general, it looks almost due south to southwest. And so it kind of can look southeast on the left-hand corner of your screen. But when it does, there's a tree right in the way. So the fire is well established in the peaks southeast of the cam. This is about as southeast as it can go before it starts looking at trees. So everywhere that on the mountainside there, that is where the fire has marched around yesterday, and every once in a while the wind picks those up. That is hot ground over there. But marching up the hill when it pans over, every so often, just look at the vegetation kind of being swaying in the wind. Every once in a while we see big marching flames going up the hill, but that I wanted to remind people that that's east of the southern tip of parallel with the Tahoe Airport, the southern part of the runway. That's best as we can tell, and that's away, running away from Myers to the northeast. If that helps you guys orient yourself. So this is it, just finding new fuel as the wind picks up.
Best intel and the site picture for the burn show there. I'd like his local experience on this, if we can grab him.
Okay. And that isn't Roseville Hot Shots, it's Roosevelt. If anybody was trying to correct me, they...
Yes, 7 Hotel Sierra, I believe it's Matt Lynn.
Okay, they're trying to contact somebody, Firewatch 76. I don't know what that is.
Sierra out of Placerville.
The Bravo Sierra would be the Helco platform. I'd like to work in Foxtrot.
I got you, 7 Bravo Sierra. We'll get them going.
Take care, Jack.
Okay, this is back at the Dixie. We're looking at the camera that's mounted east of Susanville, the FLIR one here. I know there's 2 different ones. There's one for Caldor and there's one for Dixie, and it's pretty hard to tell the difference because I wish they would just have a title up there. But I'll just continuously let you guys know which one we're looking at. With trees right in the way, you know that we're looking at the Caldor Fire. The right view is something around Placerville, which is not calibrated. Just completely disregard that in general. It's showing trees bright white, which normally is what flame. The left side is much more calibrated because you can see the cool of the sky looking much more purple. So here's marching flames going up the hill. This is away from structures and such. What we are mostly looking at is this is the best way to get an idea of what the winds are doing on the South Lake Tahoe Basin area, south of the Heavenly Canal. So let's go back to looking at the Dixie. That's Babbitt Peak right now. We have to continuously switch between different cameras to kind of see what's going on. So this is what the human eye sees with the Heavenly ski area. It doesn't see the flames behind it that are, off in the distance like this. This is what's so dangerous, and this is why you have to evacuate early. This is what the human eye sees, and in reality, if you look back at the FLIR here, you can see through the smoke, and you can see hot spots where fire is all along the South Lake Tahoe Basin area. So usually up in the hills, like these bright white spots and the bright yellow spots are where the fire was marching up the slope yesterday. It's already well beyond the view of the camera, to the left side. It just doesn't pan that far. What we're seeing is where the trail of the fire was yesterday. It's still hot ground, hot ash, and whenever the wind picks up, you can see the flames, find new fuel. All of this stuff around here is what didn't burn, everything that's cool, and where the yellow is not on the ground is areas that didn't burn, which can, as the wind changes, the wind can pick up. Like these areas did not burn. You can see it kind of roar to life in the foreground and the background of the camera. So as it finds new fuels being pushed by the wind, that's what will happen.
Placerville en route back to D2 Division Mike.
Okay, sorry, that was a helicopter checking in. Come back and see us, Isaiah.
Contact Helco.
Okay, they're still just...
Black route, contact Highway 88, and we on south frequency, correct?
Your contact South Helco, frequency change approved.
Sorry, appreciate it. See you later.
All right.
Let me know if once we launch this North Helco, there won't be a South Helco relief available for that 1830.
I thought we had Copter 76 that was planning on coming out for sort of.
Yeah.
Is that no longer on the docket?
Remember to take medications and important papers with you. Because if you do evacuate an area, it could be 24 hours from now, it could be 2 days from now that you're let back into an evacuation zone. It could be more than a week. So we just plan for that. The toiletries, the papers, important papers and documents, medications especially that you need, and
with you,
that's one thing.
headed up to Silver Dip and Division Mike.
Sir 2978, you cleared in 9,000 and below, air tax 10-5. Proceed on the black route, Highway 88, contact South Helco for further frequency change approved.
Thank you, copy.
Okay, so yeah, it's looking much more quiet than it could be over there. in the South Lake Tahoe Basin, but we continue to look at the vegetation. Fingers crossed for that area. It's more hairy down by Caples Lake and Kirkwood. They're doing pretty well. They were saying north of 50 in some spots. They have this nice opportunity to hit the area with aircraft. So the what we were explaining is that the fire took the path of least resistance. Least destruction. It threaded the needle. It was like a miracle yesterday that it just kind of went this way and with that path. And if the winds are not going to change too much, then it won't spread too much around. We just fingers crossed. We know that there's the spot fires that come down from this area. Hang on.
I mean, I like what I see coming from the Sentinel, from the east down through the first bowl and over. Really, the crux piece is over here on the far west end above Highway 88. Would you agree? It is.
1,500.
That's him talking right here.
Oh, is that a Hallowell, or do you know?
Don't know. First time here.
Me too. Give me a few minutes, I'll work on it.
You're still trying very hard to keep the Caldor here from...
Cleared in 9,500, cover level 6, Master.
From breaching 88.
Just showed up yesterday.
Affirmative. Tanks, Colson, 55 and 47.
And how about we send them to Hope MRB? They're going to be working out further in that direction as the sun goes down. What about that?
Total of 4 in the Hope MRB. We have both Charlie hotels in there now.
They're already dropping retardant in the box, you're saying?
Affirmative. I was just trying to decide whether we wanted to go 4 in the MRB or split the one and have 3 MRB and 3 dropping for Mike November out of Silver. Just trying to figure out priority for those 2 inbound.
3 and 3.
All right, I can take them.
So grab 47. He's the first one out, and we'll put 55 in with the guard ships at Cable, or I'm sorry, Silver.
3, and then just to reconcile, 863 good through 1800, 865 good through 1815. Have not ordered replacement.
And you're managing those guys, right? I'll go ahead and reach out to the helitanker in the rear and have him plan on Silver, and I'll advise 47 he'll be Hope MRB.
Mark, weren't those evacuations issued yesterday at 4 p.m. though? Because I looked and it said 8:31. It's now the 1st of September. Wanted to make sure about that. Hang on, phone call.
Hotel, I got you out to drop there. It's a good start with both you guys. We'll just go for a double up on that towards the west, and then we're also going to have heli tanker 47 joining you guys in the circuit. We have a low-level look at those cabins. I'm seeing them surrounded by a lot of rocks, but if we need to identify one or those cabins, give a little... We'll take a look there once we get established.
Sorry about that. Okay, guys, I thought that the evacuation notices for Douglas County were yesterday. I just want a confirmation on that, because when we say new evacuations, please say date and time. You know.
Air attack. Rotor south.
Hi, Terry.
Head for Helitanker 55.
You'll be dipping out of Silver Lake. You'll be working with guard 863 and 865 in Division Mike in November. Same targets as earlier, I believe.
Thank you for the update, Braden.
Helitanker 55.
Thank you, Braden. Reporting South Lake Tahoe Airport as mild winds, thank goodness. That it's gusts of 17 miles per hour and 7 mile per hour sustained. That's good. That's good. So yeah, thank you, Amber, for being here. And if you need a break, that's wonderful. Just go ahead and take it. Absolutely. Great job you were doing for us. So the Mac says no new heat in the neighborhoods in Myers or Christmas Valley. except only minor spread anywhere on the east side of the fire, showing at 2:40 p.m. today. Some spread to the northeast of Khyber's. South side of the fire fairly quiet. Well, yeah, the south side meaning Omo Ranch, yes. So it's really, really stressful. It's really bad over at they struggling to hold 88. In some spots it's good. Some spots it's a struggle. So they have a lot of aircraft over there that are coming to help. And when they asked for the 2 extra helo tankers, I think they just got them, which is really good news. So going back up to situation at Dixie, we want to monitor Milford and Herlong areas are, of course, now preparing to evacuate. Mandatory evacuations keep changing rapidly as the fire is approaching that kind of a monstrous, kind of a unstoppable steam train kind of effect with the Dixie fire. They've had a lot of time to prep this entire area for weeks to prevent the fire from, like, as a moving wall from going past it, but today's windiness. The issue is that it can spot over and rain embers. It'll catch the sage and other places on fire, and it would run fast. They'd have to be chasing it through the neighborhoods to catch up with it, and that's mainly the issue. It's flatter. It's easier to deal with if it gets over here. But these communities are things at risk, and we have to continuously watch out for that. So that's a reminder in the link in the description of the video. It's called Multi-County Evacuation Map for the Dixie. But for the Caldor Fire, there's just multiple maps. Each county, you have to look at each one. That's different. And we still don't have a Douglas County map. We just have, like, announcements for Douglas County, which just blows my mind.
Delta Romeo.
Okay.
And Air Attack 7 Bravo Sierra GFR. Elko North, Air Attack. Air Attack, yep, 7 Bravo Sierra coming up for Elko North out of Placerville.
Oh, no worries, Mark.
978, Air Attack 10,500, southeast side, cables, Kirkwood. You clear 50 route, telegraph check. Is that work to get in there to Division Foxtrot? What do you need? 7 and below? 5 if we get up to India. Foxtrot area is 6,000. Let's call it 6,000 for now. Go to Fox, get a feel for how that's going, and then they'll have to go direct with lead 15 to get up into India and right. 978, 6,000, lead 15 if we need to get up that way. And Copter 76, I know they were going to be coming up at 1830 for a show me. I was understanding relief needed on South Helco at 1830, so FYI on that. Not sure how that's all working, if this is an independent flight they're doing, or if they were going to Helco at the same time. So I'll figure it out. I'll run rotors over here if needed. Good.
Yeah, reality, what's it looking at? From your viewpoint, can you see ashes or anything like that raining over by the Herlong or Milford area? Because I was getting reports of that earlier. So the so far so good. Knock on wood. Over what we're hearing about is pretty mild weather. We keep checking on it in the South Lake Tahoe Basin area. It's a different story on some parts of 50 and some parts of 88 over by Silver Lake and Kirkwood. They're trying to keep the Roosevelt hotshots safe. The airplanes and helicopters are looking after them. They're doing structure protection around Peoples Lake right now, and they really are using the retardant drops in around Highway 88 to try to keep it from breaching. That's the big trouble spot on the Caldor right now, and if it did breach 88 and get pushed by the wind, especially if the wind changed, if the wind stopped blowing it towards the northeast and did blow towards the east, then it would be trying to merge with the Tamarack Scar eventually.
77 Gulf.
Okay, they're mostly just chattering about ferrying around the new helicopters and getting them into a safe airspace. The good news is on that they have visibility in order to hit the area with aircraft. That'll be the best way to keep it confined to 88. And so far, so good, knock on wood. So Reality Bites is over there in the Milford area. This is the view of the Dixie from Susanville. This is the view from Susanville. I just want to show that. Dyer is over here. We keep checking on the Dixie this way. What we don't want to see is yellow spots from embers and ashes spotting over and being dumped on the landscape from the other side of the hills. Now there's a massive smoke plume here that you can't see on the Dyer very well. On the FLIR very well, because you would just see a discoloration in general in the sky. Because the whole point is to see through the smoke, not to see the smoke, see through it and detect heat. So please don't be too alarmed about this. Isn't calibrated perfectly. This is just hot heat of the desert, sun beating down on it. It's a red flag day, a hot day. If they calibrated this a little bit better, it would work better. That's supposed to be more of an orange. And usually fire is supposed to be the bright yellow. But in this case, it's hot rocks absorbing the heat of the sun and pavement and such like that. So what you're going to see when there's fire is you're going to see kind of a waviness of the hot gases too. Things like smoke and that sort of thing kind of showing up. Now, here's a good example of this is all smoke right here. This is smoke right here. See a different color than the sky. Excuse me, right here it changes as I try to draw. This is the smoke. See how it's a different color than here. See how it's a little bit more of a deeper purple. So deepest purple is the coldest temperature, and the brightest yellow is the hottest temperature.
I'm right with what you're seeing this last period, shift.
It does, especially if there's no Helco relief, then you'll just close it out with 5-5 with silver, or move him total of 4 in the MRB, and we only got 3 drops left out of 3 Charlie because of the long paddle out here.
Copy that. Since we haven't been to Hope MRB quite yet, what's the distance between dip and draw?
Looks like 9 miles. 800 en route cable.
Max, the day isn't over.
Probably tanker 47 Helco has you in sight. Let me know when you pick up the Cobra Helco. We're just on the ridge line now. If you're about.
Got eyes on you up there?
Come on over. We'll show you the ropes.
Sounds great. Thank you. I'll take a photo.
863, 865, you got Hello Taker 55, you got your bolt in sight, we're coming into the dip, we'll follow you to the drop site once we get some water.
That's traffic for guard copter 865 on rotor bridge.
3865, Hello Taker 55, coming into the dip, we have you bolt in sight, we'll be following number 2.
Copy.
Okay, 5 o'clock-ish is one of the most active, hottest
We'll be coming in the dip, checking for water.
parts of the day. That's why I didn't even tune into that stupid meeting.
We're going to make a left-hand turn, pick up the lake.
Talking authoritatively about what happened today around 5 and 6 p.m. is completely not a good thing, because this is when the fires are most active. So they should have these meetings at the 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock, and we can talk about what happened during the day.
Compound is the request.
Hang on a second.
All right. Lots of information there. We're staying on the east side. Looking for the aircraft.
Okay, I'm going to mute that because they're not really exactly talking. It's mostly about herding the aircraft over towards the trouble spots on the dual trouble spots on 88, kind of by Silver Lake and by Caples Lake right now. So that really has to hold today. That has to hold. It's vital. So the Dixie is an exploding, huge, gigantic monster, and it is right now approaching with new evacuation warnings, like coming in almost minutely, on these fires. So we are fingers crossing right now, but we can't breathe any sigh of relief until like 11 p.m. tonight when the day is done. So, yeah, thank you, Big Daddy. Hugs. John Umar, wind gusts in the 88 Canyon were 40 miles per hour. No attacking anybody though in chat. No attacking anybody in chat. We're very civil. We're very civil. Just the digital mapping shows you the situation much clearer. FLIR maps don't help. Guess what? The digital maps only come out a couple of times a day, so we'll analyze them at the end of the day when they're like accurate. This is changing by the minute. The wind is blowing hard. We're waiting for the GO 17 satellite to come around. This is going to show red in a lot of spots once it comes back around.
Like a DOT compound. When you come back over the ridge, you'll pick up the red stuff. We'll meet you there.
Okay, they're talking about Kirkwood down there. That's the best air. That's the best chatter we can hear. So, Diane C. warning for Doyle now. Really? For Doyle? For the Dixie fire?
Hotel caution 47 is inbound to the MRB.
Okay, Wrights Lake hot spots along the US 50 corridor. East of it, that's the Caldor Fire. Large trees fell on the road. They're working to mitigate the hazards. Again, the fire has turned around and continues to move towards Wrights Lake. Okay.
Like you said, there's just a lot of rock around it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm in the target now. I'll take another look. I appreciate that.
We have a huge amount of aircraft on the Caldor and Dixie right now.
South Helco air to ground command, air to ground tactical.
Oh, he's talking to hot shots here.
Yes, looks like 4 drops in with the Charlie Hotels. We'll have a total of 3 Type 1s in here now. Trying to make sense of it and picking out cabins. Can you help us with the next priority on drops?
Oh. You may be talking about cables, I'm not sure.
Hello, Alpha. South Helco is with you. Air to ground tactical. Turns around the drop area. We've got a line to that compound. I haven't picked up any priority structures. Just making sure we're making
it's broken. Okay. Dang it. His transmission got broken up. He's talking about the structures, I think on cables that they're trying to defend. But it's all around this area. There's...
Okay, we've got 8 Charlie Hotel, 3 Charlie Hotel, and heli tanker 47. All Chinook 47 is tanked.
The National Guard choppers
Lead 15 on TFR.
have come out to help protect the structures. The big airplanes are helping to drop retardant to hold 88, but then there's individual structure protection all around the Kirkwood area, Caples Lake and Silver Lake. So
anything that looks like that could get out while the crews are trying to make their way towards your last draw. Thank you.
what could get out?
Door attack.
The broken radio is just driving me insane. But it has...
I'll go with that. Stand by, I'll get back to you.
It has to hold here.
Caldor attack, Forest down 2.
Which...
we've previously held the VLAT, I don't know which one, 911 or 914. I believe it's 911 at McFarland. We'd like to order him back out to the Caldor.
Calling in the big planes. That's a DC-10. This has to hold. It is vital.
Attack. Coming up after 1745.
Sir, if you could get back to me when you confirm that order and have a ETA, I appreciate it. Air attack.
6-5, RTB, black route, let me know positive comms with, I believe, Hellbase on your way out.
Hey, copy black route, will get us to you, Westover.
Elon is our last load, and then I got 2 more coming to them. So you'll release those guys as they come in and drop, and just get back to me with their return times. Okay, we'll come.
It's way off in the distance here. We don't have a direct cam on the situation. They're talking about by cables.
Traffic on Rotor South.
Our last drop, Dr. Jackson.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the work this afternoon. Call me off your last drop. Continue the route back and say your destination is at Jackson for fuel and then Mather or direct Mather.
Completed Jackson and then
Does 88 black route work in reverse to Jackson?
Negative, so that puts us a little bit north towards Plaza.
Goodbye. 88 approved, Jackson, thank you. And call me when you're out off your last drop and call me landing assured, Jackson.
5 copies all. 88 took off outbound.
You got one more drop as well, 865.
Wow.
5 is outbound, 863 has 1 more.
Poor Doyle was almost, well, it was impacted heavily by the Beckworth fire. So the predictions about the Dixie merging, going over towards the Beckworth burn scar, may be coming to fruition.
Information, the guard ships 865 and 863 on their last drop will be returning to Jackson. 100 feet. 865 and 863 returning to Jackson. Would you like a replacement for one of them?
Doyle is...
I think we've got what we need for the moment. I'll advise on another 15 if conditions change. Thank you.
So the evacuation...
Thank you.
The evacuation map is showing this whole section. They must be expecting... They must be expecting the wind to shift.
Just you remaining silver to target with 77 Gulf. We'll be in the area. Let me know if you have any needs. How much time on station do you have?
Hour and 40.
Hour and 40 on station.
Yes, they're expecting the wind to shift. That's why Doyle is starting to twitch. As evacuation warnings are continuing, what looks like what they're worried about. Looking at the time, by 11 a.m. tomorrow. By 11 a.m. tomorrow, there will be a push. The fire could be pushed down on the ridgeline that way. I don't know that they have. I don't know that they have defenses over there, but I would have assumed they might have because of the Beckworth fire. That almost, I mean, it devastated Doyle. It was really bad. The Beckworth Lightning Complex. Why isn't the Beckworth scar showing up?
Alpha is our contact, thank you.
Okay, we might have to look at an ArcGIS map. That's unreal.
Caldor Air Tech, South is inquiring We have a need for a type 1 that needs to drop before it expands.
We might be able to take it. Let me go direct with the lead. Stand by.
Okay. So how is it? Hey Terry, you have to go back to bed. It's Thursday night. Okay, check back in with us. Thank you for your support, Terry. Okay, yeah, the Hawkins is a better angle. It really is. So going back up, what does it look like now in the area on the Dixie? This is the Susanville.
South office that needs to drop. I guess they got canceled.
Oh.
Copy, break. 96, engine 21.
There's a monument update at 6 p.m. Okay. How was Hayfork?
Once you're done with that, third tank of water, you can return to drop point 60.
Could use them for a divert.
No fuel to burn in Doyle. There's homes to burn in Doyle, though, with the embers raining down on the town. That would be the issue. You know, the homes that survived.
There's a type 1 tanker in South office that's got canceled and needs to drop. So yeah, it would be a type 1 fixed-wing retardant ship. Rock IP 9,500. Sorry, is that Rock IP 8,500?
Nope, 9,500. You have PA for that.
Information yet, it was just an inquiry. I'll get back to you. Caldor air attack, Forest on 2.
Caldor air attack, go ahead.
We'll take the type 1 tanker from South Ops. Any ideas on where and how far away and times?
Camaro copies, we'll get it right now.
Thanks.
Why was the tanker pulled off? Yeah, I want to set up later, guys, the Google Earth KML. The KML importing, so we can look at with the 3D map and add the fire stuff to it. But what it was doing was making me violently ill to move around Google Earth because, well, I'm pretty nauseous. So at a time that I feel better, I can definitely show you the 3D maps and this and that.
RV winch tank is still available. Acquire.
They're just really trying to get more aircraft over here to help do structure protection in the Kirkwood area, Caples Lake, and Silver Lake area. So we can't tell, what they're doing, but they said they were trying to protect cabins as the flames approached them. And I believe it was around the Caples Lake area, but it seemed like they were including the Silver Lake.
21.
So far, people are saying that over by Hurlong that you can't see any fire cresting the ridge or anything like that. Fingers crossed, but that could be changing. So going back to the chat, what's the latest here? Yeah, the North Portola 3-hour time lapse is crazy. Is totally crazy. So let's get a look at that. It looked like an atomic bomb earlier. And that's just one portion of the fire. The Dixie, this is the tail end of the Dixie. The head of it is charging towards the Milford Grade and Hurlong area. So we're just hoping that the winds will die down by the time it meets that grade. And that'll give them the best opportunity in the evening. After 8, the winds might really start to die down, just hopefully. But this is a red flag day, Let's go back to a longer time lapse when it looked completely insane. Earlier today, it just looked like an erupting volcano. So let's do the 6-hour. I think it was maybe the other cam. This is too close to get a good idea about what was happening. Yeah, that's a 6-hour time lapse. still listening to Caldor. We're watching the Dixie. This new evacuation warnings and orders keep coming out on it for the...
5-5 working over there direct. Is that going good? Are you happy with what you're getting right now? Yeah, sorry, we're just not pulling out though.
This is 3 hours ago, guys. This is just insane.
I'm not sure where you are in relation to where we're dropping now.
So just for orientation, this is looking at the Dixie from the south, and it's so huge and wide in this section.
Crew progress in relation to the drops from the heavies right now?
That is basically an inferno. Here's Milford and Herlong, the communities most at risk, and down here is Doyle. So they're worried that it looks like, as Wendy is forecasting,
I'll go direct from ground first.
that once it gets...
Is he on air to ground tactical? I'm not monitoring that. And is he in touch with Tanker 5-5?
Okay, so trying to get my word in here. At some point in time, it might run the ridges and go down south this way, because we are going to have some shifting winds later tonight and tomorrow as well. So that's what I was looking at. Windy here. I'm going to mute the stuff going on with the stuff. Hang on, I'm listening to the video.
And just checking to see.
Okay, this is our current wind conditions, and you can see how it's just blowing towards the northeast. The southwest wind is kind of doing this. And I'm still listening to Caldor. Sorry if there's a little bit of delay. I keep cocking my head listening, but it's mostly just talking about random pilot chatter. Trying to get over by 88. So what we have right now is the winds in general that direction. 11 miles per hour sustained. 30 gusts right now. So as the night wears on, we still have significant wind gusting through the night, but around somewhere between 8 and 11 p.m., which can't come soon enough, the sustained winds are going to die down to around 7 to 4 miles an hour, which is sigh of relief sort of a thing. We'll also have the temperature drop down to 59 degrees as a high over here. Hang on.
They give you a better ETA when they get closer.
Okay, the numbers are right. Thanks for that. Rock IP 9500, Tanker 160. Thanks. Get back to me when you can with an ETA. Air attack.
Okay, sorry. I thought that was a report on where the fire was, but they're just talking about getting rushing aircraft over there. So at 8 p.m., 7 mile per hour wind gust, but 7 miles per hour sustained, but still the 30 mile an hour wind gust. We have a slight shift. We have a slight shift in wind direction. This in general. Hang on. Sorry, that was extremely loud in my ear. I had to turn the volume down. So this is going to happen around 11 p.m. This is going to be the wind direction. And the winds will start dying down. That will be 4 miles per hour sustained. Big S. But the wind gusts are still around 11 p.m., 24 miles per hour gusts, right? So when they started saying evacuations, warnings, and such for Doyle, I was like, huh? Okay. So in general, this is the way the fire is going to be pushed for the foreseeable future, except tomorrow at 11 a.m. So tomorrow at 11 a.m., winds will pick right back up. But we have a prevailing wind direction of this at 11 a.m. North winds apparently pushing the fire to the south and pushing. See, at 11 a.m. we have 4 mile per hour as sustained. And then the gusts, are 11 a.m. I'm so sorry, I keep screwing that up. 16 mile per hour gusts. So, yeah. And then what happens tomorrow? As the afternoon wears on, we're going to shift again, and it's going to take aim and perhaps run ridge lines and such down that direction. I don't know what they have as far as fire breaks down here, what they've ever been able to prep, but at, let's see, 5 p.m. tomorrow, the wind speed is 5 mile/hour sustained, but those gusts are going to be 21 miles per hour. So a lot of times they'll put these communities on notice, because when you have a community that's downwind and it's below where embers can be raining down on it from above. So that is the issue that I think they're just starting to give people notices and warnings. This is just a general overview about what I think might be happening here. You have the microclimates. Wherever you plant the little flag, everything kind of changes. The further south down here, the wind gusts are cooking a lot hotter. So, yeah, that's the idea with the microclimates. Certain areas are much more vulnerable than others. Even if, like, you look at the general forecast and you go, I don't get that. So we'll have to continue to look at the weather. Hang on.
Get me. I know you probably heard that, but that was retardant yesterday, so hopefully you guys have an opportunity to take a bite.
We have somewhat gentle winds.
State mark area 9,500, the heading of 025 as we get to the traffic site. 6 is maybe 5 o'clock, coming down to 8,000.
Okay, they're just talking about, here we have marching flames, actually. Gentler than forecast. This is south of the heavenly cam, looking slightly toward the southwest, but that's well beyond the area of buildings. This is, like I said, just finding new fuels as it keeps going around there. We can't see to the southeast, unfortunately, which would tell us what's, the fires will establish southeast of that cam. It just can't pivot because there's a bunch of trees in the way. If it could, then we would know more about the threat over towards the Kingsbury area, but we just don't know. This can't pan over there. We don't have good cams. So I want to check on Kirkwood area. We're constantly monitoring the new evacuations that keep coming down the pipe for Dixie.
You have line right now, thanks.
Oh, hang on. The rotors are containing the slop over that you have right now. Yay. That's good news over here, down here at 88. You're just not specifying where the slop over is. So we will just continue to monitor that. Just fingers crossed that all the aircraft here can...
Trinity, air attack aircraft information, when able, air tactics.
They have tankers coming on order.
Yes, was that traffic for South Elko?
How's it looking over here? People who are in this area? Lots of red by Lake Davis.
Open and operational, so let me know, and we'll let them know you're inbound for that mission. Drops remaining retardant before you're going to want to head that way.
Just to clarify, sir, it would just be what you bring.
I'm just trying to get a time frame to keep the rinse tank staffed at Pleasant.
Okay, rearranging my cams, bear with me.
Per time on station remaining, sir.
And air attack, Charlie Hotel, we have approximately 15 minutes remaining on station.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get another cam to look at. Let's look at Portola again.
Air attack, ground.
Okay, so, we're still listening. Still listening to Caldor.
Yeah, be advised, helitanker 15 minutes, same mission. Just want to make sure that that rinse or that MRB is staffed.
Yes, sir. The word we got from the elevation manager is that it is staffed and operational.
Sure, okay.
Okay.
On CFR, repeat.
So that could be some of the new red that we're seeing.
Thanks for everything you're doing.
This could be the new red we're seeing is finding new fuels over here. I just want to make sure the Lake Davis area, we have an eye on it.
We're in the southbound direction, just probably beam your base.
We'll have a fixed-wing operation there, Division India, which is north of the highway corridor. I'll keep it flicked out. What would you need for a ceiling to make that transit?
Wow. 3-hour time lapse. Slope Mountain 3-hour time lapse of the Dixie here. This is, it can't really look, but what we're seeing is the Lake Davis area beyond. It's the tail end of this marching area of the Dixie right here.
How do we got you to play last time?
A crazy amount of activity in the last 3 hours. There's the East Quincy cam. India Ridge has a pole in the way as usual. We continue to monitor that situation. Let me look back at the chat. I'll look at the FLIR. Here's Susanville on the left, just panning around the area. So that's good to know that Helen says Herlong Junction is mostly large cultivated fields west of 395, providing Herlong with some protection from shorter range spotting. Yeah, but did they irrigate this year? Did they have enough water? Some of that dry, because on the satellite maps we see a lot of green, but oh yeah, the donation box. Okay, sorry friends, let's put that up. This is the Dixie and Caldor official donation sites. Please, they'll need our help. Please give generously. I know the pole right in the way there. And so, does anybody know if those fields are cultivated and green by Herlong right now? That those who are there. So I didn't eat yet today. I have to go eat. Not go eat, but go get something and sit back down with it. We're continuing to monitor the FLIR and see if any hotspots will get established. I completely and utterly disagree with. Hang on.
I'm not sure how to route them back to Placerville from there. I run out of checks and routes on my air ops now.
That will cut you off.
Hang on. Okay, they're just talking about rerouting a couple of. There's so many helicopters and planes on the Caldor that they were trying to figure out how can a helicopter get back to Placerville helibase without mid-air collision with something else. So that's one heck of a problem. So what we don't want to see is spots and stuff anywhere on this left cam on the FLIR. I completely disagree with people saying, oh, just look at 3D maps and look at MODIS and VIIRS and that'll be the best way to say what's going on. No, this is a movie camera. This isn't like updating once a minute. This is a movie camera. And you would be able to see marching flames and stuff coming over a ridge. You'd be able to see spots erupting and then a little bit of the smoke and stuff. This is one of the best ways, period, to monitor a fire. And this is what a lot of firefighters are checking in with every once in a while. So I'm listening to Caldor Ops, so fingers crossed. What we're hoping for is that the winds die down prematurely. They're scheduled to do so, after 8, and then that will dramatically reduce the chances of fire spotting over the hills and threatening stuff like Milford and Herlong. The silver lining about this is the later part of the day, when the winds start dying down in the night, that's the best time for fire to approach a community because it gives them the time to respond really quickly, because during the day, like during the afternoon, if a fire roars toward a community, there's nothing to do. There's not much they can do to get in front of it or to respond. But if the winds die down early, like we had the miracle yesterday that helped protect South Lake Tahoe Basin, then fingers crossed it would buy them time to strengthen lines, finish up evacuations, and chase after spot fires when they're less active, with less wind, less heat, and more humidity in the evenings.
Silver Dip, join up with helitanker 55, 9,000 and below.
Okay.
And copy all non-test below 2978, tracking for Silver Dip 5, and we'll switch to South Dorado when we get close to Silver.
Have Australia.
You'll be working for me. Be advised, 3 Charlie Hotel outbound from the Pleasant MRB Rents Tank back to Placerville.
So further down the hill.
Will that affect the poison, the portion near Lake Davis? Will what? Sorry, trying to go back up here. New Jersey tornadoes? Oh my gosh, I feel so sad for
Air attack, gonna meet you on TFR.
Camping Mom Life. I don't believe that there's any evacuation order or watch for Genoa. However, today's crucial, the 48-hour crucial period of yesterday and today, will help determine that. Fire might crest the ridges by tonight. Some people on the ground were saying at the Nevada County line. Stupid noise. At the Nevada County line, southeast of the Heavenly camp that we can't see. But that will remain to be seen. It's much milder winds in general right now, which is buying Douglas County time to react. So, but the crucial 48 hours is not over yet. Tonight at 11, we're going to figure out that. So,
the Southwest requesting to operate within the TFR.
78, 13.5 approved.
If we have to go up to 13.5, we're going to remain clear of the TFR in that case.
5 approved, air taxi 11.5.
12.5, cleared in 12.5, and we will contact you before we depart.
Okay, that's awesome. Nick Billings is saying Lassen Fire, which is in Marin County. Don't ask me why they called it that. Is reduced from mandatory to warnings. Whoa, look at the marching flames there. So speaking of the Heavenly Cam, the flames continue to go up the hillside, almost due south of the cam, slightly to the southwest. I don't know what kind of zoom angle that is, but from the best that I could reckon is that it is, if you look at the southernmost part, hang on.
Keep the black and head over for the south side. Silver Dip, if that shortens up your leg, we can do that.
Sorry, that's just more, I can't tell when they're going to talk about, hey, helicopter go this way.
Mobile retardant base, we do have rotors dipping out of that, painting a structure over by the Kirkwood Ski Resort. Are you familiar?
Look at the left side of the screen. It'll go back to it.
Yeah, go direct with Helco or South Helco before you get to Hope MRB.
15, tanker 9011 showing 12 miles to the IV.
Okay, come on, go back to it. That's the Heavenly camera on the left. Flames are marching up the ridge. So the whole question mark about Kingsbury, hopefully the winds will die down again to give them time to react and strengthen any lines or protections they have over there. But it's a big question mark. Everything remains to be seen on how Douglas County would be affected. Just hopefully, hopefully the winds stay pretty mild over there.
Tango Hotel, it'll be just the two of you, Silver Dip, working for your ground contact. That was Growlersburg 4, right?
We generally have 2 more hours in the day, this red flag day, where things could really rapidly change with the wind gusts, sustained winds and wind gusts not really scheduled to diminish until around 8. So it's 7:16 p.m. and the clock is going. So looking back at it, yeah, Dusty says, a fire's been going a long time when it moves out of range of your favorite mountaintop cams. We don't have good looks over there. In fact, we can check the Kirkwood cam. Yeah, it'll show the marching flames in a second. But the fire in the Nevada line is that way. It's looking south. And it already crested the ridge yesterday, like in the afternoon. We watched that just run fast. But it kind of stopped up there as it ran out of steam with early winds dying down early, which really helped the South Lake Tahoe Basin. Just fingers crossed that we have the same kind of thing tonight. Winds are not looking as bad tomorrow in the forecast, but we'll have to, of course, continuously look at that. So
0. ETA 1830 to the rock IP.
Okay, a tanker is just coming. Tanker 160. Okay, it's going over to Highway 88. So I'm going to go back and try and look at the situation. I don't know that I'll be able to eat in the next kind of 20 minutes. I'm starving, but this is a lot to keep track of. So here's the Hawkins Peak cam, and you can see it's flaring up right now. This is where they're struggling to control 88. Caldor needs to not go east of 88, and they're trying to get as many tankers and helicopters there as they can to kind of control that situation. But you can see that the huge active activity. This is just hang on. Tanker 911 is holding, I think, at McClellan. Let's listen.
You're clear. Telephone check 50 route back to Placerville. Lose altitude as you depart there on the 50 route and call landing assure Placerville.
I'm hoping it'll come. Yeah, Robert, we'll look at the wind forecast for the next 5 days in a little bit. Right now, we're just trying to gauge the situation. I just kind of went over the next 2 days. I don't pay too much attention to what weather is doing more than 2 days ahead of anything, because that could change so much. I mean, the Dixie fire wasn't supposed to be in a red flag warning yesterday or today, but, well, look at the explosion that happened. They drew down a lot of people off the Dixie and took them over to the Caldor because weather forecasts were incorrect. And as they got closer and closer to red flag day, it changed the day before, and they didn't have enough time to put people back on the Dixie. That's part of the problem we're seeing here. They did not expect, and this has surprised me a little bit too, the Dixie to be exploding today. And that's just goes to show how the weather changes everything. You can't accurately predict these mega fires because you can't accurately predict the weather. So that's why it's so important that we just look at what can mega fires do, what's the potential. I keep going after that, and then you make your plans for the worst and hope for the best. But when you plan for the worst, you can relax because you're totally prepared as best you can be for the worst. That's when you relax. But if you're not prepared, or if you're prepared for the best case scenario or prepared for a middle ground scenario, and you get a surprise like this, that's when panic sets in. So what we do is try to tell people the worst case scenario, the middle ground, the best case scenario. Always prepare for the worst one. You'll just often get a pleasant surprise, but if the worst case scenario happens, you are prepared, which is wonderful. The best way to prepare is to leave the area downwind of a mega fire when you see forecasts that are kind of bad and dire to get out of the way of the fire before you're told to, because they move so rapidly on these red flag days. It's just, this has been explosive. The growth has been explosive on the Dixie, and they're having a lot luckier time with the weather on the Caldor, which is complete opposite of what they thought. They thought they would struggle with the Caldor and have more of an easier time on the Dixie, and look how the tables turned. So It's true. Part of the Caldor taking priority is that there's a much larger threat to property, life, and safety here, and people evacuated, and having it explode into areas where there's been no prep. At least the Dixie has had a lot of prep because, well, it's been going since what, the 14th of July. But over here, they've never had time to prep this area. It's just they haven't had enough manpower before. Oh, Tanker 911. Let's listen. Let's look at refresh evacuations. Exactly, Mike. Mike 8528. There's not enough resources to cover both fires, and so both of them will be worse because of this. Every fire in California is worse than it should be because there's not enough people, not enough engines, not enough air tankers, because there's too much going on at once. Okay. Yeah, Dusty, I think that's remember the margin of error with the 17 satellite? We don't think that it's crested the ridge. We haven't seen that on the FLIR yet. Remember, sometimes there's false detections, and this is a huge margin of error, more than 250 square acres, right? It could be that only 4 square acres are on fire, or thereabouts, or 10, or a flare-up, right? Sometimes it's the hot smoke column that drifts. If the smoke column drifts and it's super hot, especially on the fiercely windy days like that, that could be a heat detection of the smoke column. It's really hard. It's really hard to just use one source. You got to listen to the radio, hear about are they having situational problems over there? Look at the cams, look at the FLIR, look at what people are saying in chat. I'm listening to Caldor. They're still just talking about moving around helicopters. You have to look at official releases, for evacuation orders. The media, try to rope it all together to get a better idea of what's going on. So, left side here is a Susanville cam looking around. It kind of like at a sweep at the area, and you can kind of see the smoke. It's that lightish purple. This is all smoke. This is the regular sky above. The idea is it sees through smoke, so it's harder to get an idea of what's going on there. Looking back up at the chat. Yeah, prayers sent for those affected, of course. The National Guard has been out for a very long time. So they're actually calling out the Army now because they're, hang on.
For us, we'll go ahead and depart unless you have anything else for us.
Thanks for your help. Call me when you're landing. Sure, fly any way home you wish.
Copy. Thanks, Todd.
Nice to see you. Nice to talk to you, Mark.
Okay.
Yeah, Todd.
So one of the scout planes over on the east side of Caldor is going home. We have Tanker 911 going over here to the Echo area. Wow. Okay. Hopefully they can help hold Wrights Lake area. This is looking positive. For 2 days straight in a row, we have tankers and helicopters working in the Desolation Wilderness area. That has been unheard of before because of the crazy smoke. But it's not so positive for places like Nevada and the East Zone because what's happening is the wind is pushing so hard through the 50 corridor and towards the northeast that way that when the wind's fiercely blowing, you have clear skies on either side of it. But that means it can make hard pushes and break out of lines. Let's look at the heat signature.
Additionally, Elko 509 is outbound to Placerville.
For us, you'll close out with air attack. Thanks for your work.
Sounds good. We'll close out with air attack. Thanks so much.
Charlie or 6-1, fuel and hold or fuel and return.
All right, looking back to You just go with the best info you have at the time. Absolutely. So it changes from moment to moment. Cindy Pieces was trying to send you a video of what it looks like from Gardnerville, but it won't let me upload. Trying. Cool. Yeah, thank you guys. Let's look back here. The Dixie and the Caldor alone, over 1 million acres burned. What a national tragedy. Yeah. Okay, going back up to the chat. Let's look for more information. Let's look at some of these FLIR images. We're just hoping, left side here on Heavenly, that South Lake Tahoe has. They were registering at the airport. Wow, is that an eagle that flew by in Placerville? There's eagles and vultures in front of the Placerville cam every day. I think there's a couple of nests and such. Anyway, to the left is South Lake Tahoe's the Heavenly cam. Yeah, well, there's another bird. So the fires are marching up the hill. The wind is much milder in South Lake Tahoe Basin than it was forecast. But you do see flare-ups like that as it's finding new fuel. So that is the active marching flame, looking south and slightly east. Right there with the South Lake Tahoe Basin. The fire keeps trying to go towards Kingsbury, but it's kind of aiming towards the northeast with the wind. It just, we have to keep monitoring that situation. Now going back here to, the vulture reemerged in the Buena Vista cam in Alador County. Yeah, that vulture's pretty amazing. Going back up here to Google Maps of a 2 p.m. Zieglander, right? But 2 p.m. was a long time ago. So situations changed since then. Get a burrito? Yeah. I wish I could eat burritos. They have onions in them, and I can't do it. Let's see. I'm going back. What's the latest updates? Do we have any new? Does anybody have a good image of the Beckworth fire where we could see the outlines and try to see, especially their briefing maps, what kind of protection might be for the Doyle area? Because tomorrow that might look bad, depending on what's going on. Yeah, there's both species. It seems to be golden eagles and turkey vultures flying in front of the cam on the right. It was definitely an eagle that was sitting in the tree that one day. Now here we go back to the flames on the Heavenly cam as it's going up the mountain here. Caldor Fire, additional evacuation warnings issued to MAC 50. Is that now? Like what time? Put the time stamps on there. Because that's news to me. Okay. The following evacuation orders in the areas of North Camino and Pollock Pines described below have been downgraded to evacuation warning. That's a downgrade. I don't see anything new. Guys, when you say the word new, that means like last half hour. If it's yesterday, okay, there's the flames south of the Heavenly cam. When you say new, okay, new to me is like, oh, I've got to update everything. I have to type right now. I have to get a scrolling notice because it's...
Orientation flight, all the pilots.
Hang on.
West approved 2978. You're clear 9,500 air tax, 10,500.
Okay, sorry.
Supporting the 88 to 88 slot.
Copy, any Helco?
So, 509 outbound to Placerville. That is Tanker 61, Hell Tanker 61, and 8 Charlie Hotel.
So, right behind us.
Okay, thank you, Cindy P.
And 3 Tango Hotel, remaining Type 1, working Silver Dip.
Okay, So what I wanted to make clear was when I look at the chat, if there are new evacuation warnings that should have been like within the last hour, half hour, something like that, when we keep saying stuff like that, people look at it, and if it's not new, guess what's going to happen? They're going to start ignoring what we're saying. Because if we can't be really clear on what exactly is new, then people are going to be like, well, they're saying that all the time. They're saying that all the time. So please put the date, time, and fire and what evacuations are what. That would really be helpful. If anybody, I am asking for help keeping track of that. If you get something on your phone, put the fire and the time. You know, an example would be the poo-poo fire or the boo-boo fire, 5 p.m., you know, new warning for County Bob on the boo-boo fire, you know. But we need to keep chat like really accurate as best as we can to help people. So looking back here, a good wind shift is seen, Mike Gruber says, a Schaefer Mountain cam and the 6-hour time lapse. Okay. Did the cam change though? Did the cam change position? We keep seeing marching flames, which are south of the Heavenly Cam at Tahoe. We keep looking at them because we're trying to see if the South Lake Tahoe Basin has wind gusts. They've been lucky so far with 17-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported at the airport of South Lake Tahoe, when in reality we could see 35s today. You know, 25s and 35s. That's been really lucky, fingers crossed. But looking at the vegetation swaying, looks like there's a little bit of a lull. That's just good. Nevertheless, fires can march up the hillside because, well, they like to go up hillsides. But this gives us a good idea of current wind conditions on the fly with a moving a movie image, right?
No worries, man. Tanker 160 was the south opposite divert to you. Was the 1830? Is that who you just dropped? That was 911. Yeah, Tanker 160 should be here anytime.
Purple is cool, yellow is heat. It's a FLIR cam, it's infrared. It doesn't, this isn't an image like a normal camera. This is detecting hot and cold. It's just two colors.
Desolation wilderness granite we were talking about.
Hang on.
Kern 911, say ETA to McFarland.
15 minutes.
Sir.
This is not calibrated. So unfortunately, the one at Placerville.
Tanker 911 released, returning empty, McClellan, 15 minutes. And I just want to confirm that all other tankers, all the maps, that would be maps 4, 6, 3, and 9, have all got the word and they are not returning to the Caldor.
9,500. Covers all 6 full load, 025 from the IP for 160.
Okay.
No, they're all released. And we're still waiting to hear from Tanker 160 from South Ops, and that'll be the last tanker of the night.
That's marching fire right there.
Copies will make it happen, and yeah, he's right over Arnold right now, and the Stanislaus should be hitting him in a minute.
Sorry, Tyler, I didn't get aircraft information from the lead, so I didn't have any to give you there. My apologies.
Yeah, no worries. My word.
Okay.
Aircraft on TFR, repeat.
On the left side of the screen, it's calibrated. The cool of the sky and the cool of the mountains and such is in purple. We see a little bit of smoke here. It's really hard to see smoke. Whoops. On the cams. But since it is calibrated on the left side, that's the South Lake Tahoe Basin. From the Heavenly Ski Resort looking almost due south, and kind of pans around to slightly southwest to almost due south. It's pivoting. So looking right now, this is like the Christmas Valley-ish echo as far as I can tell. almost, no, the Echo's this way, sorry, this is south of Echo. It moves around so fast, it's really hard to get a bearing on where you are. So now it's almost looking due south. It can't go any further east. So that's almost due south of the ski area. And now it's going to pan a little bit to the west. Remember, we're looking south. So it's panning to the west. This is fire from yesterday. White spots all over. Fire on the ground. This is where the fire marched towards Nevada. Nevada is that way. The Nevada County line. Excuse me, Nevada state line. This is the marching flames currently, right now, going that direction. See how it just continuously looks around. So this right here, that image of where the flames are, best that I could tell, is here. This is the camera looking down that direction in general. It could be around here, just east of Myers, or here. It's hard to tell. Probably this one. The beam is kind of a wide angle, right? And so we don't know the zoom. So the flames could be marching uphill that way, or marching uphill that way, or marching uphill that way towards the Nevada County line. And that's what's going on. When it zooms around, sometimes you can see stuff back here. A little bit off of Echo Summit. A lot of that is mostly what you're seeing with, as far as I can tell, the spots and stuff. Hang on.
Release McFarland. Additionally, last visual of Tanker 160 was over the town of Arnold. That's south of here on the Stanislaus National Forest, not that far away.
Well, the tankers are leaving the Caldor. They sound forlorn. Yeah, Kingsbury could have been wiped out. Like, could have been just really hit hard. We got lucky yesterday. We're continuing to get lucky with lighter winds and forecast, but fingers crossed that can change, you know. So, yeah, as Mark was saying, there's no new evacuation warnings or orders in Douglas County as of yesterday at 4 p.m. They'll reassess that tonight, and hopefully it'll be a quiet night. They can get ahead of it, make a bunch of protections, prep structures, make a strategy. Hopefully they'll share it with us, but we don't know. So looking back up here. Yeah, Upper and Lower Kingsbury have been evacuated, and nothing changed since 4 p.m. yesterday. How many miles does that south-facing cam at Heavenly capture? It's a huge wide beam. I can show you guys. This is something you can follow along yourselves, of course. You don't have to watch my channel. I'm just watching free links.
Yeah, I know you're working in direct with Rallersburg 4. Do me a favor and below by those guys, drop a higher up towards those two large rock monoliths. Call those the Sentinels. I'd like to check anything in there that could be really retarded tonight. There's no firefighters up that far east.
Now, the marching flames seem to be like this. The furthest east I've ever seen it be is that, and that's when the trees in the way. Aha, we do have it. If this is accurate right here, that's what we're looking at. Let's look down. There. Right? That looks like that. So, just on the east flank of Trimmer Peak, it is climbing around Trimmer Peak, and it has gone past it. There are hot spots.
Tanker 61 has positive combos with heli base.
We know that it's gone beyond. Okay, it's gone beyond. It's gone beyond Trimmer Peak down the other side.
With Kelly Base, Placerville. You too as well.
You just gotta keep watching it.
You're going to get this steady. 180 on that drop. Coverage level 6, full load. And I'll be up at night here straight out.
The view of a FLIR goes way further than the view of any other camera. That beam it basically just goes until it hits mountains. It can look at Echo Summit, it can look at Echo Lakes area, it can look well past Myers to it scans most of the basin. If you are standing with your eyes and it was a clear day, it can see as far as your eyes can see. What it can't see is stuff beyond the mountains. And it can zoom. That's the disorienting part, is it can zoom. And so you have no idea where exactly it's looking. Unless you're a local, you can kind of get an idea. So we're looking back now at the Dixie fire on the left cam. There's the sun. We're hoping we don't see spots of yellow take off. We're hoping we don't see the fire spot over the ridge towards the Milford-Hurlong area. That's what we keep monitoring the Dixie fire on. So looking back to the chat. Eliza, I said that sounds like one heck of a myth to me. Unless there's some sort of a link to what firefighters are asking people to do. Sprinklers are a huge hot button issue. They just keep your lawn green. You could come back to a house burned to the ground with a green lawn. That's typically what happens. Unless you have sprinklers on the top of your roof, that's really not going to help the structures much. If you're on city water, for God's sake, don't put sprinklers on because they need all the water pressure they can get to defend structures. You'll just make it so they have no water pressure anywhere. They had some of those issues at Paradise. I don't know if it was because of sprinklers, but they had major issues with hooking up to a hydrant and having nothing there in order to save structures at Paradise. So, not saying that that's what occurred, but they'll need all the water pressure they can get. Now, if you're on a well water and you don't have an automatic shutoff, you may not be able to get back to your house for 2 weeks. What if you're evacuated for 2 weeks? You're just going to run your well dry. They show up at your house and they want to use your well water to refill their tanks, and what can they do? You know. So unless there's some actual thing you can link me to, I highly doubt that firefighters are asking people to put on sprinklers. If I'm wrong, just please give me a link and let me know. But that's been one of the things what we keep trying again and again to tell people. Sprinklers don't save your home. Sprinklers save your lawn. You know, they need all the water they can get. So going back to chat, population of Milford is 206 people and 6,000 cows.
Rent. My apologies. If you haven't done that, you can rent on your way back to the west.
All right, we're looking at Dixie for the moment. I just saw clouds. This is one of the plumes of the Dixie. Same thing with the FLIR here.
I got a little dyslexic there. My apologies. Call me when you come over to the Sentinel to be on the Kirkwood Ski Resort, that big nice bowl, and we'll follow you home. You'll have 2 heli-tankers working in Silver Dip, heli-tanker 4-5, and heli-tanker 3 Tango Hotel.
5-5, copter 7-6.
It's just as difficult to orient ourselves with the Dixie.
Site, got the night crew on board, just doing orientation, Helco or 9,000 feet. Tango Hotel, same traffic.
Now these cameras will constantly look down, making sure that there's no fire at the base of them, because they want to protect these, of course. If embers show up at the base of these cams. You know, they could lose the tower, and so part of the rotation that seems automatic is looking down at their base. Now that's a huge plume here on the Dixie.
Over that ridge, you'll pick up fixed wing retardant line. Anywhere in there where you see flame will be target.
This is the Sentinels. That's the Sentinels. He's talking about night crew orientation. They may have nighttime helitanker drops here. I'm not sure.
Tactics. Over Tanker 160. Give me a destination and time returning to base. Fresno, 25 minutes, sir. Yes, sir. Have a good evening. Listen.
Okay, so what they...
Down 2.
You know.
Caldor air attack.
Request information. Tanker 160 returning to Fresno empty. 25 minutes ETE.
Caldor attack, no copies. 1846.
Yeah, leave your lights on for firefighters is one of the things. Take the password off of your Wi-Fi if you know how to do it. And if you don't know how to do it, then just put the Wi-Fi password taped to your front door.
Good tag into that granite. We hope doesn't burn back there to the east. But it should all go into the code rocks, hopefully. Yeah, that's great news. I'll go direct to Camino. Tell them you're returning to McFarland in 15 minutes. Thanks for the help.
Where's Goat Rocks?
Down.
Is Goat Rocks?
406 546 6810. 546 6810. Send you my email address.
I thought he said Goat Rocks by Cable's Lake. That it was looking good. That a tanker drop will help hold the line.
Lead 1 fine on to TFR. Okay, copy. You're out of here. So 7 Delta Romeo, 5 Papa Tango, and 4 Yankee inbound. Is that what you got? Hey, firm. That's correct.
Anybody from Kirkwood?
Back up. We're at 65, climbing to 75. 85. So clear the FTA. Anybody on the ground up there?
Oh, Nick says they were asking people to turn off their sprinklers. Yeah, that would sound much more likely. Nick Billings, where is this information? I'd like to just show it to people rather than have conflicting chat info. You know. Keith Freeman, thank you for spending your time here and giving the info. I would say my pleasure, but yeah. Okay, we know 2 Sentinels is right here. They said it's looking good. It's looking good at the 2 Sentinels. And the instructions for the other helicopters were to, if you see open flame anywhere else, go and splash it. Because they're trying to hold 88 desperately. If it holds tonight, this is the day 2 of the 48-hour make and break period for the Caldor. If there's milder weather coming down the pipe as forecast, and if they can hold stuff today, then this is going to be good. So fingers crossed. A lot of it's going somewhat well. We know that their structures are in danger. They said cabins burning somewhere by Cable's Lake, and that they were doing structure protection. We don't know if that meant that they were fully engulfed or if the fire is just approaching them. So their orders right now are, if you see open flame, go tag it anywhere on the south or east side of 88.
Grab them. No joy on your end.
No.
Negative. Copy.
That's no joy on trying to reach somebody on the radio, I believe. So they just lost all their tankers on the Caldor. I believe that helicopters will continue working the area. Unknown if it's going to be the nighttime drops from the National Guard, but there's...
Taker 160, Caldor air attack, guard. Caldor air attack, go for Taker 160 on guard. Sir, per Northops, request for you to recover to Spokane, Washington.
What?
Let us chat about that, but I think we've got our mechanic on the ground at Fresno that we're going to pick up and then hang out for the rest of the duty and then go up there. You're going to recover, grab your mechanic, and then RTB Spokane tonight or tomorrow. RTB Spokane tonight, that was the plan. We can give, yeah, that's the plan. Problem, I'll relay. Thank you. Thank you.
Here's the view from Lake Springs.
Caldor air attack.
Caldor air attack, ma'am.
Message delivered to Tanker 160. They're going to return to Fresno, pick up their mechanic, and then recover to Spokane tonight. So Fresno first, and then Fresno, Spokane, days in. For your drop there, Ian?
Spokane. Copy.
Okay, so that puff of smoke over there is where we're looking at by the Caples Lake area.
5-5, we got you there. We're all good.
They were talking about doing fire ops, and that's what a lot of the retardant splash was for tonight. I expect to see a lot of activity here tonight. A lot of that will be them using the time, the cool of the night to fire areas around 88 to protect, to strengthen 88 as a good solid line to try to keep it from going towards Markleyville and Nevada. That has to hold, and fingers crossed it seems like it is, although they're losing aircraft and losing a helicopter. I don't know what picking up the mechanic is about. It might have been the one that had the bucket malfunctions constantly the last couple of days. I don't know why, or if there's some situation in Spokane that they need to address.
Fire I saw that was active up high. That looks pretty good now. Anything else that concerns you at your 6, or you want to go back to that original work area with Growlersburg 4?
I think we'd probably be best to use up on the line through there, and that was 4-7 that just dropped a little.
Apologies, break 4-7, air attack.
4-7, go.
Hey, we're going to work over here to Hope MRB, and then we got to go to the north side of the fire. So you guys work it out, your discretion. If you were a fireman, anything you would want to address before you had to leave for the night.
Okay, there's probably a few spots, there's quite a few spots that are coming down from those monoliths that could be hit. Unfortunately, we are inbound for our crew change.
My apologies, I got confused there. Thanks for dropping that wrench drop, and you're clear direct. 88 route, black route. Crew change, thank you. Call me Landon here, Placerville.
Mercer, thanks for your help. We'll call you Warner Shirt Placerville.
Okay. Does anybody who's a local at the Kirkwood area know what Goat Rocks and Monolith is? Because it's just not showing up as a thing on the map here. But they're saying that 2 Sentinels looked good, but anywhere else between Silver Lake and Caples, where they saw fire over the line, they were to splash it and protect structures. So the good news is they got a lot of retardant on the ground, striping the area by 88. From what I can tell, and then that allows them to fire it in between the highway later when the winds aren't so bad. So I expect there to be a lot of activity tonight. Some of it on purpose. So let's go back to the FLIRs. What's that? Hoping that's nothing.
November 539.
It's Dixie here. Left is a Susanville area cam. It's not calibrated very well. Too much of the white is just hot rocks of the day. There is the huge, huge smoke column like a steam train. And now that's clearly visible here. That's where the fire is, and it might be cresting the ridge. That's starting to look a little yellow. Anybody over there by Milford? Can anybody see that? Does anybody have eyes on it? We're seeing the yellow spots. I can't tell if that's miscalibration or if that's the fire cresting.
Hotel, North Elko.
Hopefully there will be another pass of the satellite here. It happens about every 20 minutes, but if I had to guess, that might be fire cresting the ridge east of Black Mountain on whatever this is.
North Elko.
The Otis Spring area. I was hoping that had a peak name. Either way, they're having a lot of new heat detections there.
Just came back in, first time since this morning, a week.
How does one get questions to answer? So you type them in and we try to answer?
With all this.
Yeah, go ahead. It's okay for questions. What we don't want is a lot of the, you know, like, oh, do you guys not believe global warming now? Or some random chatter like that, or politics, or what I called for chat silence for was we know people want to express condolences and support, but it helps me to understand the situation. I'm depending on updates from people who are there. People in chat are giving me the latest Twitter news, the latest evacuation news. A lot of my mods and people in the chat are listening to different radio frequencies than I am. And so just no extraneous, talk that's not related to the vital information we need to know. So, okay, guys, you're going to be banned if you screw around like that.
Cold black, north side of the 50. Get off the 50 up above that multiple target. We're looking at you into the back. Yeah, I think that's valid. There is crews working in there if you're ready for ground contact to talk to. Third four, there's ground tactical contact. The main contact on command is 77 Golf. That's Division Mike.
Hang on.
If you want to come over and look at Division India, I've got Elko North over there. We still have 3 rotors working in there. I think Dana might be up there. I don't know which Eldo dozer he is, but they're trying to reinforce that direct with dozer line. They've had a few breaches. That could also be a viable target. I don't know what the closest MRB is, so I guess then it would be we still got Pleasant over there. Sit over there if I can get around the column. We'll check over there and I'll let you know. And we'll hold on to 10-5. We're going to go direct east of Black over to the north side, Division India. So we got that rotor Victor, that north rotor Victor. Okay, for a moment. So let's go over there. Able to come back or then push down. I mean, I'm sure they know it's a little rocky in there, but if you're able to piece your way around, then hopefully this will hold it for you.
It's going to be confusing that India is here. That's India.
Check out the end of the retarded show. Trying to pick up some of the changes over there. Additionally, is your rotor? You want to meet on that? Meet you on that, and the highest copters up here is 8,000. Come over 10,500. We'll just continue here. Break. 7-6 looks like they're getting shut down. They're trying to get in the valley. So right now they're looking for alternate projects. One project would be the 88 slot.
I think that's camera lens reflection. Yeah. Shelly, which fire?
I mean, if they're able to use the dip site wind retardant, this might be a good project. They're going to be pushing dozers in about halfway up, trying to make it to the north, and they got a gulf coming from the road and trying to tie that in through the retardant that was done. They can either use water. Either way, a lot of it's close, and the crews are right here. That would be probably pretty good just to back it up.
Wow, the Fort Sage cam. Let's see if the smoke's coming to it. Thanks for the heads up. I know you guys tried to alert me to that earlier, but we are listening to what's going on with the Caldor.
Elko TFR. This is kind of shallow. All of the heli tankers have used it, but then Ice House is not too far either, and that's a big wait, just for planning purposes. That's Steve Price. He grew up here. He was an Eldo guy, so he's pretty familiar.
Yeah, the West Zone community meeting for the Dixie, is that just started? Okay, let's try to go to it. As we need to know what's going on. The East Zone, though, is where the action is at. Let's see. Let's tune in.
Your analyst, Chief Don Watt.
Good evening. So you heard from the weather that we are starting to see a little bit of change. The wind did have an effect today on the fire, and the other big issue we still have is the dry vegetation. We've had very dry vegetation due to the drought that we've seen this year, so it is still burning on the interior of the fire in multiple places. So on the very northern portion of the fire, we saw a lot of those interior green islands, basically the unburned vegetation, started to burn actively today. We saw it yesterday also. So those are burning out, so that's also a good thing for us. As they burn out, it means that we will see less potential for long-range spotting over the course of the fire. That's also helping it so it burns to our control lines, and that's giving an advantage to the firefighters. So as we move down around, the big concern that we've been kind of watching today is down on that Highway 395 corridor. It is a very windy location, and it tends to stay windy longer than what we see on the northern part. So that fire is making a pretty good progression today. It's traveled several miles this afternoon, and it continues to burn actively. So that's what we are currently watching and keeping an eye on throughout tonight. There is some terrain that will enhance some of those winds overnight potentially, and we're going to keep a close eye and make sure that we can do the best we can to inform the operations on where the fire is going throughout the night. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Watt. The next speaker we have for you tonight is the West Zone Operations Section Chief, Tony Brownell.
Good evening. I'm going to give you a quick little update on how the fire's doing. I'm going to go around the horn. So in branch 9 on this side of the fire, it's the west side of the fire, it's the Highway 32, 36, and 89 intersections. We're looking real good. The black on the map indicates that we're getting control of that section of the line. We're doing what we call patrol and mop up. We're going there and putting out all the hot spots we can, going in and getting the deeper hot spots, so there's no chance of that fire getting back out. Moving up into branch 13, that's the stuff that's into the last of Volcanic National Park. It's in what we call an old burn scar. So they had a fire there several years ago, a lot of dead, standing trees that create hazard for firefighters. So we're using a lot of caution going there and putting that line out, but we will go in there and either go right outside the park or go directly on that and put that out directly, so it doesn't have a chance to go towards Old Station, that area up above it. Moving into branch 16 is kind of the northeast side of the fire. So that's where it's been giving us a little bit of a problem with this last wind event we had. In Division Romeo, Quebec, that's where the wind was pushing against it, trying to push it out. So we are having some spotting issues today, and this little section right here comes out, we call the Hall Road. It is spotting over the top. That means the embers are flying out and going across our control lines and causing new fires. With our, we'll call probability ignition, it's almost 100%. So it means 100% of our light fuels, such as like pine needles and such, will get up in the air and will land outside the fire and start new fires. So we're getting lots of fires out there between that and Highway 44, but we're holding all that right now. The wind is subsiding a little bit. Moving down towards the Westwood area, it's holding very well, no movement on the fire. We're continuing to control and mop up that area as we discussed. around Westwood, Almanor, and all that area in there. It's all contained in there. Nothing's coming out right now. We're getting what we call for services. So right now, a lot of the pine needles and the pine trees that got heated up, a lot of the pine needles are falling out and finding hot spots, which is causing little tiny fires. Not a huge threat to the public, but we are in there monitoring and keeping track of that. Moving into the Westwood sector around that area, same thing. We're trying to secure the line around Highway 36, all that area in there, so we get the road open back up around the structures, making it safe for folks to go back in. Down in the Janesville area, pretty active below it in this area down here in the east sector, but we mopped up around all the structures in there. We're containing that. We're making it nice and tight so we get repopulation in that back area as soon as we can. To repopulate, we got to make sure it's safe for the public to go back in. There's no stump holes. There's no trees that are going to fall on anybody. We got to make sure that there's no power lines issues. So it takes a little bit of time to go in there and do that, but we're working as fast as we can. Down in the east sector today, we had the fire made a run. So it came in alignment with the winds and the fuels and the topography, and it started making a run towards 395 on an escarpment. Where it shows it right here, it's actually a little bit farther. It's almost to the escarpment now. We moved a lot of engines around and personnel. We're down there on 395, concentrating on structure protection, so when it does come off that hill, we're going to be there to catch it and keep it out of the structures as best we can. You get a further update from the East Zone shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Brownell, for that great information. As Chief Brownell said, we will now take you to the East Zone, where we have a video from Chief Billy Bryant, the Operations Chief for the East Zone.
Rolling. Good afternoon. My name is Bill Bryant. Rolling. Good afternoon. My name is Bill Bryant, Planning Ops for Great Basin Team 1. This is the afternoon briefing of September 1st, 2021. So I'll start over on the very western edge of the fire, and we'll kind of go clockwise around that fire, kind of give an overall update and what's going on today. So we'll start over in the Bucks Lake area. As most of you already know, most of this area is pretty well holding. There's black line all around here. What we're doing now is mopping up over there, retrieving all the hose, all the pumps, and there's many, many miles of that. No issues whatsoever as far as fire issues in that area. If we come back around, we're going to come into Taylorville and Genesee. Taylorville continues to have structure protection throughout the community at Taylorville. The fire has not made a push into Taylorville in the last 3 or 4 days. I'm not saying it is totally out of the woods, but we do have resources in there, mainly structure protection at this point in time, as well as Genesee. Genesee, a couple nights ago, we had a fairly significant push down into the town. It pushed right behind the houses, which probably was a good thing. Our engines were able and crews were able to catch that with very minimal, if any, loss in that area. So the fire is basically right around the structures. The crews are mopping up around there and making good progress. So we're pretty comfortable in that community right now. We'll go up on the upper end up here around Indian Valley, past Indian Valley. This area, as we come out of Almanor, we are working with our counterparts up in the West Zone. This area right here that you have been seeing that is still uncontrolled or uncontained, this is a real boggy area. It's more like a peat moss and no threat to anything. The lake is really not a true lake. There's a grass component up here, but that is given just smoke issues, no threat to private property or structures, but we are taking action on this as needed. As we come around, everything looks good up all through this area, and this is all basically a mop-up, holding operation, and retrieving equipment that we have out on the line. This particular red line right here shows fire edge, and it burned into the Walker fire, and it's been holding there for at least 7 days, and there's no big movement in there. This is almost like a dirt landscape in here, and we're real comfortable with that currently in that area. We'll go back over into the Taylorville and this area right here. This is called the Punch Bowl area. And what's happening in here, this little fire piece right here, and it looks little, but it is rather large. The crews have constructed dozer line. This is all plumbed in here, what we call plumbed. That means hose lays, pump lays, along this dozer line, as well as down on these dozer lines. In the future, we're probably going to have to take some more aggressive action in here. We do not trust this dozer line by itself, so we'll have to do some tactical ignition in here. That will probably occur during the evening when the burning conditions are much more favorable than the daytime. We do not want that fire to come down this direction into the Quincy area or the Greenhorn area. This is our primary objective still, is to keep the fire out of the 70 corridor right here. That's where all of our main structures are located. And so we do need to accomplish this. This will probably be in the next 2 or 3 days. We'll come down Grizzly Ridge. As we come down Grizzly Ridge, at the present time, this is all holding, mopping up. Hopefully this can turn black in a couple days, or in other words, a contained line. The crews continue to work this entire Grizzly Ridge down into the Davis Lake area. We have crews about right to here right now. We did have a small slop over or a spot fire that got outside of our containment lines. The crews have went around that spot fire, and by the end of shift, we'll tie it into Davis Lake. So we think this is going to hold this evening. We're pretty comfortable. We have night crews in there this evening holding that. As we go around the upper end, the upper end of Davis Lake, this piece continues to spread slightly to the south. We have numerous aircraft. We have the scoopers, which come down into the lake, scoop the water out, and take that water and put it on the line. Helicopters are working in there. We do not have any that I'm aware of fixed ring retardant working in there at the present time. As we come out of the Davis Lake area, this fire is pushing a little bit south. We have about 40-mile-an-hour winds right there, right now, pushing the fire, and in the last hour or hour and a half, major wind pushed this fire up at the head. It has crossed over the 177. This is the 177 more or less road. It has a real narrow head because it is a wind-driven fire. Talking to the operations section chief that's actually out in the field, he said it was a large flaming front that was burning out there. Nothing could stop it. We do have fixed wing scoopers working that line, but mainly trying to just keep this in check so it does not come around on us out of the Clover Valley area. We do have structures within Clover Valley. We have structure protection in place in Clover Valley, so we should have no issues in there. This is more of a meadow type fuel component. So as we come up here, so this fire is basically spreading towards Black Mountain Comm Site and the Highway 395 corridor. We're not real comfortable in putting resources at the head of this, and so it's basically doing its thing for this operational period. We're working with the West Zone, coordinate the effort that what's going to be needed if in fact it does cross over the escarpment right here and impact the community of Milford and Highway 395. I'm not saying it's going to do that this evening, but if the winds continue like they are, it has a high probability probably of continuing to spread that direction unless we get some kind of fire behavior wind change component. Other than that, our priorities still are Quincy, Greenhorn, Kromberg, all down in the Portola area, this Lake Davis area community. We have structure protection throughout that entire corridor, and we're comfortable right with the fire edge right now and holding that, and that's still our main priority. That's the end of the briefing.
The Lassen National Forest, Bumpus.
Good afternoon, everybody. Deb Bumpus, Forest Supervisor on the Lassen. Also want to let you all know that I've also spent some time in my career on the Beckworth Ranger District, so I'm very familiar right now with where that fire is going. And I know they're doing everything they can to get a handle on that, but if you are from that area, you also know the history of the fires in that area and the role that the escarpment plays. So just know that folks are doing the best they can out there, being very aggressive. And these are folks from all agencies. We are working hard together in this incident and sharing resources as much as we can. I wanted to just touch on a couple of things that I've seen in the chat over the last few days. One is just in mentioning some of the other communities that were really active in the very beginning of this fire, and that would be the Shingletown area, Mineral, Hat Creek. And so just know that those areas seem pretty comfortable, safe right now. There's a lot of firefighters on that side providing protection. You've got a wind that's going back to the east, and so it looks like you're in good shape. So you will continue to hear some good news from those areas, I feel. So a couple of other things that we have been doing, we've been spending time with our tribal partners in looking at their sites, the cultural sites, and also the tribal sites. Spent some time in meeting with them this week and also in the field and looking at ways that we can protect those areas for them. One of the other things that is a little bit different, and folks here in Susanville could have seen this last year, if you remember the sheep fire, after the sheep fire, we had black bears roaming the streets out in well away from the mountains. We had gray squirrels in town that I haven't seen here in town in a long time, and just a lot of movement of wildlife. And you think about all the habitat that they've lost. You will see a lot of those wildlife coming into town this winter looking for food, so be extremely careful. Try not to feed them scraps, table scraps. They'll find food. That's why they're out searching. But also know that they'll spend a lot of time on the roads. You know, they do get the salts off the roads in the wintertime, so be very careful. They'll start doing that here pretty soon. So just wanted to touch on a few of those things. Thank you for joining in again tonight, and I'll finish my comments there. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our next speaker from the Lassen County Sheriff's Office, we have Sheriff Dean Groudon.
All right, good evening, everyone. I want to start off by some changes in warnings and orders. We did issue some orders today, primarily in they're in the South Janesville, Milford, Hurlong area. So on the west side of Highway 395 from Raker Place, which is south of like Thunder Mountain Road. So again, on the west side of Highway 395 from Raker all the way down to Hurlong Access Road A26. On the east side of Highway 395, all the way from Milford Grade to A26, and again that's the east side or lake side of Highway 395. Those were all placed under evacuation orders. So deputies and other mutual aid officers were going door to door. We sent out alerts, working to get people out of that area. The additional areas are the area, all the residences accessed off of A25 and A26 up to, Sierra Army Depot, and the federal exclusive jurisdiction out there that houses the military base and the federal prison. So everything up to that is under a mandatory evacuation order also. And then we did do warnings in the northern part of Doyle. Really, that area has some protection from the Beckworth fire, but just out of abundance of caution, we wanted to put that area into an order. On the positive side today, we were able to drop the warnings for the Westwood, Pinetown, Clear Creek area, and we dropped the orders along Highway 36 from Susanville all the way to the Lassen Plumas County line west of Westwood to a warning. From some of we've had some people calling into our dispatch center about, the plume visible from Westwood and that Caribou Wilderness area. Obviously, the fire is still active in that area. We'll see that plume, but it hasn't, the activity up there doesn't change, the status of Westwood, Pinetown, and Clear Creek. There is no warning for those areas currently. We are, the areas I mentioned earlier that are under mandatory evacuation orders, we take our responsibility to protect your property. When we ask you to leave, we take that responsibility very seriously. So the Sheriff's Office, our partners with CR, CHP, Cal Fire, Prevention, Peace Officers, Forest Service Law Enforcement, and even our local probation will have people out there 24/7 watching your property. I just want to ask everybody to, please comply with evacuation orders. And when warnings are issued, please follow the instructions and those releases and be prepared to leave the area. Right now, particularly in the area where we issued all those new orders today, 395 really is the only route in or out of those areas. And if you don't comply or you delay in complying, your options, for evacuation routes could be very limited. So I recommend that people take advantage of the time they have now to get out of that area. Again, I want to thank all the firefighters here and all over the state working to protect our communities. Thank the public for their ongoing patience and support. God bless and be safe.
Thank you, Sheriff Crowden. For our next speaker, we're going to return to the East Zone, where via video we have for you the supervisor for the Plumas National Forest, Chris Carlton.
This fire continues to challenge and push us. It continues to threaten our community. Good evening. I'm Chris Carlton, Forest Supervisor here on the Plumas National Forest, with a quick update coming to you from over here on the East Zone. This fire continues to challenge and push us. It continues to threaten our communities, and it continues to create impacts. We see that today, especially those of you in Lassen County looking at the communities of Milford down there, recognize that these remain tough times. And while the fire continues to threaten our communities, we're not going to let it threaten our sense of community. And I continue to see across all of the 800 and whatever thousand acre.
Commander for Cal Fire Incident Management Team 1, Chief Nick Truax.
All right, good evening, and thanks for joining us tonight. As a few of the speakers have already said, we're at 847,308 acres as of this evening. This is day 51 of the fire. So a lot of work has been done, a lot of work to continue to be done. We've had 3 incident management team state crew rotations and 4 federal IMTs on the East Zone. So a lot of personnel have been on this incident. They've went home for a little break and came back in a lot of cases. Currently, 3,997 firefighters on the ground, 342 fire engines, 59 crews, 138 dozers, and 19 helicopters are assigned. We're up to 3,875 personnel evacuated. That's up 1,351 for today with the activity down on Highway 395. Statewide, there are over a dozen large fires currently burning, over 15,000 personnel assigned to those fires, over 1,300 fire engines, 390 hand crews, 351 bulldozers, 368 water tenders, and 110 helicopters. So we are spread very thin in California. Folks are, the firefighters are out there. They're very tired. We're trying to get them rotated home for a few days and then back off to the other fire. But we're still here. We will remain here with the communities. We keep getting shrunk down, the areas of where we're fighting fire, but there's still a few areas to take care of, and there's several weeks worth of work once we get this fire contained. So again, as other speakers have said, and we do it a lot, we like to thank the firefighters, the law enforcement, and everybody out working the lines. But one set of folks that I would like to acknowledge tonight, and most of you here in the Susanville area know that we recently had to move our incident base from the fairgrounds to a new site, and that's a heavy lift. We're supporting close to 2,500 people out of just this one camp, and there's a lot of stuff that goes along with that. So I really want to acknowledge the logistical folks that helped with that move, and that includes a lot of our private vendors, the folks that have the trailers, the tents, the sinks, that help with the kitchen, those kind of things. That was a heavy lift. They got this camp moved in basically overnight to where we ate dinner at one camp and we ate breakfast at the next camp, and got this thing set up, and really didn't affect the actual operations on the ground. Some of us had to do a few different things for a day or two, but it didn't affect the ground operations. And I'd just like to thank all those folks, because that was a lot of work after being out for about 50 days. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you, Chief Truax. We actually have one additional speaker, a little change to our program. We're fortunate to have with us tonight the superintendent for the Lassen Volcanic National Park, the superintendent via Zoom, Jim Richardson.
Good evening. I'm Jim Richardson, Superintendent of Lassen Volcanic National Park. At Lassen Park, we saw the Dixie fire coming early and were able to make preparations a step ahead of just reactive fire operations. I have delegated fire operations to the Unified Incident Command Team, and we have been in close communications with both leadership and ground operations many times daily, with the goal of putting the fire out and stopping the spread. The way to control the fire spread is to locate and make whole natural and man-made barriers to the fire that can be defended. The park has suggested to the team multiple opportunities for these fire lines in the park, and are almost wholly the same lines that the fire team has also selected. I've agreed to every suggested tactic by the team, including dozer lines at 5 locations, masticator use. At one point we had 13 masticators working in the park, mechanical harvesters, chainsaw use in wilderness, retardant at strategic locations, hand lines for a direct attack, helo and fixed wing water drops, and strategic firing of lines. The fire has burned through over 60% of the park land area, and there have been losses of several structures. Although a few places have received high intensity fire, the majority so far are moderate or low intensity. Previous natural fires, prescribed fires, Natural barriers, manual and mechanical removal of fuels have greatly moderated the fire behavior and given firefighters a chance for their tactics to be successful. In particular, multiple areas around facilities that receive fuel reduction treatments have been spared because of these treatments. While fuel treatment alone will not always result in structures not being burned, we've already seen this success at multiple locations. I want you to know that we stand with the communities that have endured losses and continue to focus on those communities that remain at risk. There's no estimate for when the park will reopen, but we can already see that many of your favorite places in the park will continue to look good when you're able to return and take a look for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Most of the questions tonight were answered during the presentation of our speakers. We'd now like to move to the period of answering a few of those outstanding questions and welcome back to the podium the Operations Section Chief, Chief Tony Brownell.
We received several questions on some areas that specific wanted answers on, so I'll cover most of them. So one of them was the Mill Creek Plateau, which is pretty close to Mineral. Right now the fire is not spreading at this point. We're continuing to mop up. It's looking very good in there. I'm pretty confident that area that's going to be done in there pretty soon. The Silver Lake area, which is right in here where this big black mark is, the fire has gone around the lake, and today it did jump the Silver Lake Road, but we were able to hold it with the aircraft and crew, so we're making good progress around the Silver Lake area. The Hurlong area in Janesville, which is over here. So the Janesville slopover, it's about a 3,000 acre slopover. It is very challenging because of the terrain, but we do have line all the way around it, and we're in the final stages of mop up around Janesville and all the little communities around there, down to Milford. So the concern is when the fire is spreading out in the Division Papa down here on the right side that made the run today, that's going to get back into the Hurlong area and into the Doyle area and into the Milford area. So as we know, Doyle's down here, Milford's here, Hurlong's right across the river from it, or right across the road from it. The fire is going to make a run down there. It's done it year after year. It's a very challenging place to fight fire. Once that fire comes off that escarpment, that cool air gets pushed down to the valley as the hot air in the desert. It comes down with a fierce movement into it. It's very dangerous for firefighters, but we're making everything we can to save the structures in there. But we do not trade lives for property. But I guarantee you, those firefighters will do everything they can tonight to save those structures when it does come down. The Warner Valley area, we got several questions on it. It sits right here above Chester in that Lake Almanor area. So the day the fire burned through the Warner Valley area, it jumped Highway 36 and it ran towards Chester, and it also made a push up 36 up over the Stover Mountain towards the Warner Valley. That day, that fire made a 12-mile run past 36 up into the park, right below the park. That was a phenomenal. It was almost a 100,000 acre spread that day. We tried to put resources in for that area to save the structures because we know there's cabins that's been in the families forever. We knew there's a lot of property up there, but it was very unsafe for a while for us to get in there. One of the questions is why did it take 2 days for the air tankers, the aircraft to get in there? One, when the fire was moving so fast, there was so much smoke, the tankers and the copters could not get in there safely. You gotta remember, they're limited by visibility. They're flying low to the ground. Terrain's changing quite a bit in there because it's mountainous. If they go too low, they're gonna meet a mountain, and we don't want to trade life for that. We tried to get them in there as soon as we could. It took a couple days, but once we finally got them in there, we did some work in there. But it was a very dangerous place to fight fire that day. And for everybody that lost property on this entire fire, believe me, after the 34 years I've been doing this, every structure burns down, I feel personal about it, because we know that is your property, it's your life, it's everything you have in there, and we do everything we can to save those structures. The area of Grizzly Peak and King Salmon Mine. That's down here above Quincy, above or a little south of Taylorsville area, Genesee Valley. The fire is past that already. It's gone down Grizzly Ridge, and it followed the ridge down towards Lake Davis, so that area is all consumed by fire at this point. I hope that answers your question. Janesville. Covered that a little bit more. It is not moving anywhere. Every structure in there that we could save has been saved. All we're doing right now is making sure it's safe for people to go back in there, because there is some damaged power infrastructure. There's some stump holes and things like that, so we're making it safe. And it's the same thing with the rest of the fire. We cannot just, as soon as the fire goes through, we just can't let people back in, because it has to be made safe for you to go back in. We don't want you guys to survive the fire to go back in and get hurt by a tree or a stump hole, which is burning in the ground, or any other kind of hazard. We have to make it safe before we allow it to come back in. It takes time. I wish you guys would be patient and let us get in there and get it done, because believe me, we want to get you back in there as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We'd also like to welcome back up to the podium Sheriff Dean Grodon.
All right, I got 3 questions here. So one of them is about Warner Valley, and that's in Plumas County. But I will tell, so the question was, when will Warner Valley open? And I just wanted to answer this broadly. So, you know, Lassen, Plumas, Tehama, Shasta, all the counties impacted by this fire, we meet with operations and incident command staff each day and talk about all those areas. And we really, you know, we seek that input from the team, and we're all working together on making those decisions when areas can be opened. And I just wanted to say that, you know, that Warner Valley has been discussed multiple times and is constantly being evaluated by Plumas County Sheriff's Office as well as the team. And as soon as it's safe to repopulate or, you know, reduce that area and let people back in, they'll do so. The other questions are related to traffic. First one is Highway 36. Will it open tomorrow? And what I've been told is that 36 will open at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Piloted traffic. The road construction is going to resume, and they will be piloting people through Highway 36 between Westwood and Susanville, just like they had been prior to that closure brought on by the fire. The next one is 395 open. So 395 is open currently. I just came from Milford, that Milford-Herlong area. There is a lot of fire equipment, a lot of emergency personnel between law enforcement, fire, equipment, dozers, and equipment, you know, just along the highway or traveling that highway. So really, right now, you shouldn't be traveling 395 unless you have to. And if you are traveling that route, whether day or night, you should be traveling with your headlights on. You should be reducing your speed, yielding to fire equipment, emergency vehicles, and so on. Everyone really has to be careful right now. There's a lot of activity going on, and we want to keep those highways open, but we also want to keep people safe. But CHP and Caltrans is staged in the area, and they are ready to close down 395 if it becomes necessary for public safety. But right now, I think the emphasis really needs to be on, you know, don't travel that route unless you have to, and if you do, really take those extra precautions. Slow down, keep your headlights on, and yield for fire equipment and emergency vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Groudon and Chief Brownell, for answering those outstanding questions. We'd like to thank all the presenters for their information. If you would like to find the evacuation maps for Plumas, Lassen, and Butte counties, you may find those listed on their respective websites. Incident updates will be provided at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. We will continue to provide the Facebook and YouTube Dixie incident every other evening. Our next meeting will be Friday, September 3rd. Once again, Friday, September 3rd, we'll be back with you. The live stream may be found on Caldor Fire Lassen Modoc Facebook page and the Plumas National Facebook page, or the Lassen National Forest Facebook page. In the meantime, you may go to InciWeb and search under the Dixie incident for the latest information. You may also go to the Cal Fire homepage at www.fire.ca.gov. Please continue to follow social media platforms for the Lassen National Forest, Plumas National Forest, and Cal Fire LMU. Finally, at the end of this presentation, we will have for you on screen QR codes which will link you to our live presentations and email updates. We sincerely appreciate your time this evening. Thank you for joining us. Please be safe.
November 21. Sim 324 topping off the pumpkin, so it's full for tomorrow's start. Confirm. We'll be heading down in the next 5. The 12-hour cleared probably an hour ago. One copy.
Duck 17 is wheels down, go.
Hey, think I've got this thing working again. All right, sorry about that. I just had a call and a appointment that I had. They suddenly had an opening for a cancellation, and I snagged it. So, sorry. I do have to occasionally have medical appointments and the things like that. I spend almost every single waking hour of every day here since July 14th covering these fires, and so well, unfortunately during the day is when appointments can be made. So thank you so much, mods, for holding down the fort, and thanks guys for being patient. This of course happened in the middle of the meeting that we were trying to figure out what's going on with the Dixie, so it is always at the worst time. Could it be 10 o'clock this morning when nothing was too bad? No, of course not. It has to be at the end of the day during meetings. So you can hear me good? Okay. So what has just happened? I see we lost about 800 viewers while I was gone. Great. I saw that sound on. I was playing the sound. Have you guys heard the radio for a bit? Because it's going. But there's nothing from El Dorado County Wildfire Operations. I clicked on over to Dixie as well. Was there a sound issue? Get me up to speed. There wasn't. Nope. What? Was there sound or was there not sound? You guys were hearing the radio? Okay, because right now the radio's on. I see kind of bouncing stuff, but nobody like talking. And this happens at the end of the day when the shift change happens, which is around 8 o'clock, 7 to 8 o'clock. Nighttime shift goes off the fires and daytime shift comes on. So generally you can have like 25 minutes of silence at the time. Now, was the, man, the Fort Sage cam looks crazy. Was that meeting useful for the Dixie? Because once again, somebody, I couldn't, no sound where? No sound where? Can you hear me talking? Because on OBS Studio, I have a bouncing meter with my voice. No radio. Okay, thanks. Because I had to reconnect my headset in order to be heard on there. Okay, great. Yeah, tactical channels are blowing up. Can you tell us about that, Nick? You're listening to Kilo. You're listening to the tactical channels on the Caldor, right? Can you tell us what's going on? Dixie's relatively quiet on the radio. Okay, thanks, Dan. Going back up to the situation. Going up. Anyone with links to the evacuation maps, that's in the links in the description of my video. You have to say which map you want. Unfortunately, the Dixie Fire has one map, but the Caldor Fire has an El Dorado, Amador County, and a Douglas County, and an Alpine County map. So you have to have different links to different ones. Douglas County doesn't seem to have a map. They just have announcements on Douglas County Sheriff's Office. So what is going on right now with Kilo, with the tactical channels? Jesse says, heavy cloud and smoke coming over from Mott's Canyon, Heavenly area now, no flame front visible. Winds are gusty up to 20 miles an hour against a foothill. So that's on the Nevada side, right? Yep, Heavenly ski area has just gone infrared, so will the rest of these. Let's look at Hawkins Peak. We'll be able to see clearly a lot of the fires that are invisible during the day, except on FLIR. Any moment now. Yeah, one by one they're switching to nighttime infrared. Yeah, thanks, Bob. Yeah, there's community.zonehaven. This is the one for the Dixie. Community.zonehaven.com. That says multi-county evacuation map. And unfortunately, with the Caldor, you don't have that. But you just kind of zoom into Plumas, and that's how you see it. All right. Now, what did you think of the Dixie meeting? Of course, when he's out there explaining everything, that's when the phone rings, and I had to take that call for a medical appointment. But did that satisfy you? Did you feel like you got the information you needed about the Dixie? Did it fall short? Is there anything we can check on? There is dead silence on Caldor East operations right now. Going to... Wow. So is it over the ridge line? Have we been seeing that on the FLIR? That's the thing I switched to when the meeting was over. I'd imagine we could possibly see that on the Dixie FLIR. One on the left is Susanville. No flame front visible yet on the Nevada side of the Caldor by the Heavenly. Okay. Yeah, thank you guys so much for holding down the fort for me and helping people. We're listening to El Dorado County Wildfire Ops. That was the same channel that had such a flurry of activity with the aircraft. It's almost like a dead feed. Let's switch to Caldor Fire Ops. That doesn't seem to have anything going either. But then again, that's normal this time of night. Alright, there's the plume. One of the plumes. On the left side of the Dixie. Going back up there. Okay, I'm sorry, Patrick, then. I owe you an apology, then. I thought you were cracking jokes, like the other person was cracking joke about texting the wildlife to warn them of the fire coming, and I thought that was a pretty in poor taste thing when considering the wildlife suffering right now and all the animals with severe burns coming out on the things. If you were talking about warning animals of retardant drops from some other fire sometime, that didn't come across. It was odd timing when you were responding at the same time as the guy saying they'll text message the animals. That was just like, that kind of infuriated me. But if you were meaning that as some sort of a factual thing, then you have my sincerest apology, of course. Man. And I don't think that's happening anytime on the Dixie or the Caldor. That I've heard of nothing like that. I've never heard of that in my life, actually. If you can link me to something like that, that just seemed completely outlandish. There is no warning for wildlife. I mean, even if you like scared them with an air cannon, like they'd probably run toward the fire. Can't see how that would be good to freak out wildlife. They are wild. So an air cannon would just sound like them being shot at. Jesse says Nick confirmed with me that his brother is on a hot shot crew in front of Kilo on the Caldor, and that they cut line on the power line road to stop the front. Oh, if they have that ability, that would be amazing. What's the wind like at the what's the wind speed like now at South Lake Tahoe Airport? I see the flames have calmed down on the mountainside. Let's make sure that's 720p. Okay. You can kind of see from Placerville looking to the southeast, you see a bit of the plume that's around the 50 corridor. But seeing this calm down about 8, just right on schedule, maybe that'll give them that reaction time that they need. You only had radio silence for a few minutes. Oh, hey, Bugs. Going back up to... The radio's just not saying anything right now. It's on. Helen says almost all the ghost detection dials towards Honey Lake just got hot red. Okay. So that's what we were looking at here. Oh, it's out of calibration, guys. The FLIR on the Dixie is now out of calibration. All of this is supposed to be much darker so that you could tell fire from the hot rocks on the ground that absorb the sun's rays from the day. But you can't. Wow. I don't understand what the problem is, that they can't just constantly tinker with it. Sometimes it seems unmanned and automated to me. James Kramer, when did the fire inspectors come and check out Caldor Fire and see what was the cause? They've already been all over there. It started by Grizzly Flats. They've already... the fire's kind of moved on from that community most of the time. They've been through there. But here's the problem. When they're investigating the causes of these fires, sometimes it goes on for more than a year and you don't hear anything. Last year's Bobcat fire, what was the cause? They said within a week or two, and it looked like Sun Edison or whatever, or SoCal Edison's power equipment failure. And then what? We haven't heard anything since. When does the investigation conclude? What about the glass fire? What was the cause? That's been a year. So we have no idea when they'll come out with that info. That's the big problem. Okay, a question for me was, does anyone know what website I can use to find my cabin is fine or gone during the Caldor? Okay, first, yeah, there is a website. So if you look at this link tree, as I was trying to show my mods that you guys could constantly, anybody asks anything about the Caldor, that one link right there normally is the master link to everything else you want to know. So as I was trying to show you guys earlier, El Dorado County online structure damage map. That's the link to it. Each county will have a structure damage map. You can just Google that and probably come right to those. And so the way that works is you click on the map and view the online structure damage map. There's one for the Dixie too. And you gotta agree to some terms and conditions. And it's updated usually every morning at 9, at least it was on the Dixie. And so the color code here is structures that are black. Let's see, where is the color code? Excuse me. Well, the one on the Dixie had the color code. Now look away if you don't want me to use this. I'm just going to pick a random example. Look away right now. I'll tell you when to look back if you don't want to see burned structures. There's going to be a photograph. So what you do is see that in red. Red is destroyed, more than half destroyed, meaning it's going to be a tear down. You click on the structure. It shows the attachment. Here is the picture of the destroyed structure. Yeah, thank you, Witchy. That's what we should be showing everybody. Yeah, black's okay, red is gone, green is partially damaged. Yeah, thank you, Jeff. I continuously forget about that. So this is what's so traumatizing. Please don't look back yet because I'm clicking around the Caldor Fire. Yellows, I can't remember the yellow color code, but here it'll also say single family residence, damage minor in yellow, 10 to 25%. So this is a single family residence, single story. Don't look yet. Here's that particular residence. And here's the image. So there's a huge delay because they have a sheer amount of number of structures to go and assess. The county people go out and look at it, then they report back to somebody who's doing the website. I mean, on the surface, this doesn't look too bad, but you don't know about the rest of the property, the backside. You can see there's soot and stuff here, but decent defensible space here with the gravel in front of it. That probably helped a lot. So the type of structure is there. Don't look yet if you guys don't want me to click through damage. Then there's a different status for inaccessible, which is that light gray, but it'll say single family residence, single story, and there won't be a picture. And it might be inaccessible because, well, a bridge washed out, a culvert washed out, a bunch of trees fell across the road. But the reds, you'll have to tear down the building in general with the red. Maybe the chimney is still there to use as a hearth, the foundations, whatever, but I still don't look yet. I'm just going to randomly pick. Orange is major damage and usually is a tear down as well. So there's been a massive path of destruction. So the thing is these assessors have a backlog, and they also will not enter an area that's still dangerous. So still don't look at this is a major structure. This is infrastructure, essential services, so it could be a post office or something. In this case, it's a bathroom, I think. This might be a bathroom, but you can see the devastation around it. Yeah, here I am warning people, don't look, you might see a bathroom. Whoops. So, type of structure, here's destroyed more than half, single family residence multi-story, with the photo, burned up car, burned up trees, down to the foundations, nothing really to salvage here. And still don't look, guys, if you don't want to see. But that's the way that it works. Each county has it. There can be many, many, many days of delay. So, and it's per fire or per county. See, if we zoom out a lot, it's not going to be showing us Dixie Fire or whatnot. So, if you need help finding these links, you know, we're here to help you with. But for the most part, everything with the Caldor, this is the master link page. Okay, you can look back now. If you guys, yeah, if you guys were closing your eyes, you can look back now. It's over. So I try to be as sensitive as possible with that, of course. So the link to the Dixie Fire, I think that's in the description of this video. But go here to this link again for the master list of resources for the Caldor. Now I want to see, now we got active flames here on the Heavenly Ski area, infrared cam, not just the FLIR, but that's showing a lot of smoke here. That's a good sign that the flames won't be as bad tonight. South Lake Tahoe Basin may have dodged a bullet. Again, not that I've been here for the last hour. Hawkins Peak is still in color mode because it's showing the sunset. Lake Springs is also still in color mode. Gonna check the Dixie on the FLIR. We haven't heard anything from the radio. Okay. I think I may have solved that technical problem. I'm now hearing a bit of a hum. Okay. Good. Okay. So Caldor Fire operations is still online. We just heard a... We'll continue to listen. So Helen says, when looking at the damage map regularly, you've been updating quickly. Yeah, for wherever the fires roared past an area, they go in and do their best quickly. They had a huge backlog on the Dixie before, of course. But they will delay and make sure it's perfectly safe for their crews to get in and do the damage assessment. That's Trimmer Peak. That's a good sign. Hey, Nick. Yeah. what's the latest on Division Kilo on which is South Lake Tahoe Basin on the tactical channels? We can't hear them, but Nick can. Yeah, it is alive. Yeah, Gail says thank you, heartbreaking but necessary. Yeah. I'm hoping and praying for each one of you. You know. Kara says it could be our storage unit we have on or near our fire department that looks similar. Okay. Yeah, thank you, G area. Green is 1 to 9% damage. Yellow is 10 to 25% damage. Orange is 25 to 50. Gray is inaccessible, and red is just 50% or more. Yeah, thank you for that. Jesse Saratea, awesome update on the Caldor Fire location and the Kilo. Smoke is clearing quickly. I can see stars from the base of the mountain on the other side of the fire front. Okay, what about the Nevada side? Is that looking good on the Nevada side? Wine County stacking. The glass fire was an electric fence powered by solar. Actual electricity was already all cut off. That was the supposition, Wine County. Did they come out with a report? Can you link me to it? Because that's what we heard very quickly coming from the glass fire when I was covering that live. But then there was a dual, it was almost like a dual start. Right almost at the same time across on the south side of where that was. Because if I remember right, it's so hard for me to remember from last year. Hang on.
Division Kilo Trinity, Caldor Communications, go ahead.
Alright, looking at Caldor.
I have an engine out here with a flat tire. I'm ready to copy the tire size.
Oh, looks like a fire engine with a flat tire. Okay.
Go ahead.
Chippewa, CHICCWA. Front right, 2225. Route 44 is the contact.
Okay, yeah, Lake Davis, let's check it. This is ominous right here. So it was good and informative, that meeting. Okay. Did they say they'd fire anything in the night? Did they say they would fire anything over here? Because I was keenly looking forward to listen when I had to take that appointment cancellation, and I snagged it.
Division Kilo Trainee, can you repeat the traffic? You were badly broken.
The engine location is 1545 Chippewa. With the front tire, LG 22.5. Brush 44 is the contact.
Wow. Now you can see the heat on the Dixie south from this vantage point near Susanville, east of Susanville. Look at this. Watch. Wait. Hang on. Time lapse is struggling. Hang on. Wow.
Keep the whole tire size.
The amount of heat in that cloud, the smoke cloud, is just insane. So that's the latest we have from the Schaefer Mountain Cam. Like I said, you can see when it goes into infrared, when it goes to nighttime, you can finally get an idea about seeing through the smoke. Now, mind you, most of this white is heat. It'll be indistinguishable from the fire. All the heat from behind the ridge.
Code 33.
Out. Nuts. That's just nuts. So, there's Babbitt Peak. The Dixie is just huge right now. Let's look at Constantia. It's closer, but not that useful of an image. Chillicoot.
Copy, 1022. All units resume normal traffic.
Wow. Indian Ridge shows it from a distance with that pole in the way. Let's go look at Beckworth Peak, Portola, Sloat. Okay, let's go to Portola. It's moving away from Portola. Let's do the last hour at Portola. But this is almost ideal, as weird as that sounds. Same thing for yesterday, the day before. When the fire goes to a community, you want it to arrive as night is falling, because then its activity is much less during the night because it's cooler, the wind is quieter, there's more humidity. And if the wind kind of dies down a bit, then you can get the thick blanket of smoke that will put a lid on that fire, like a lid on a frying pan. And then that helps, once that settles, helps it stay settled down. It would take massive wind gusts to stir it back up. And that's a,
Branch 15, Trinity hot shots on command.
It's a bit of, not a complete sigh of relief, but you can wipe the sweat off your forehead. At night, it's a lot easier to save structures.
We're assigned to Lima,
At night, after red flag day, is way different ballgame, where they can chase after the fire where it's spotted over.
Yeah.
6, confirming you want a 1022 the call, or are you still checking the area?
Hang on, police are butting in. If there's no choice, if the fire is going to affect your community and come near it, then you want to choose night, not during the red flag days.
East on Highway 88, you'll come to drop point 38, which is the intersection of Highway 88 and Highway 89. Turn left on 89, and it's the only way you can go. And stay on that, you'll come to the town of Myers, in about 12 miles from that turn. There's a large group of vehicles, you'll find it there.
Okay, they're just talking about how to...
I copy. We'll be there in a bit.
Fire crews are meeting up at Myers. Okay. Now I see the red here. You guys were asking me to check the Lake Davies thing. It's far to the right of it, I think.
6, that is unknown. We only know north where they are in the beat.
Oh, that's the police again. They're so much louder. We don't have really good cams, but maybe locals can understand what we're looking at. There's Portola in the foreground, and looking over to the right, I think that would be... What do you think we're exactly looking at? Locals with the red here on the cam. It could be, in my estimation, right here. The ridge by Lake Davies, the red here. To the right of it. Right here. Is that a fair assessment? Looking back at the chat. No wind gusts in Reno, very still. Oh gosh, hopefully this gives them a window of opportunity to go direct and push it back along lines. We're just waiting to see what's going on here. TLM on the radio, it talked about wind reduction, but warned of low relative humidity recovery, so warned of active burning throughout the night. Yeah. As long as it's not wind driven, they have got a lot of opportunity to respond quicker. And it'll still run up hills potentially and do activity like that, flank and back and such. But if the winds died down, you will see it. You'll see the train go to low gear, so to speak. It's going to get down to 50 degrees tonight. That's good too. We want low temperatures, higher humidities, which we're not going to get, but low temperatures, low wind speeds, low wind gusts. The lack of wind will make the smoke settle in like a blanket and put that lid on top. And then it won't burn as actively, and then it won't be as active, right? It'll produce a lot of smoke that'll just continue to smoke itself in. We've seen that night after night here, almost like a miracle. Just hopefully it's getting better. Hey, Wicked, how's the situation from your vantage point? Your phone is charged and you evacuated your house, okay? We're trying to get a handle on what's going on with the Dixie right now. What did you see before you evacuated? Where did you end up going? We're fingers crossed, hoping for the area by Milford and Hurlong. This is the Caldor. It's finally got to infrared. Going back, it's a good choice to have evacuated. We might have a quiet night, but what if we don't? You know. You went to Janesville? Kara says it looks like it's by Crocker Mountain area. Okay, let's take a look. Because we have active... Yeah, we don't have a heat detection where it's drawing. It could be... Could it have been this, where the red's starting to peek out over this ridge? Are we seeing that way at that red? Is that what the red glow is about? Because it could be the reddish glow of the clouds, if not on a ridge line. So we don't have a heat detection by Lake Davis. Or could it be that we're seeing here, this part of the lake, or here? Relative humidity at South Lake Tahoe is 26%. It's not great, it's not terrible. Single digits are horrific. You don't want to have below 38% in general, but it's not 9 at least. So that cam doesn't really matter. Okay, that's the Caldor. Let's go back to our Dixie. Because we're trying to figure out what we're seeing with the red here from Beckworth Peak. Because that could be it was the last hour time lapse. Now it's going to be unclear. It's just going to look like heat. But is this the lake? Is that Lake Davis? I have never really been over this area or seen this perspective. If that's the lake, then the red over here is in a vastly different area. This is our Portola, right? Hey JB, yeah. Well, I just had an appointment and I'm reorienting. Okay, I'm familiarizing myself again with the situation. The sky is bright orange right over the Milford area. Yeah. The questions, I guess, would have been, that's Portola right there. Okay. What did they do? Are there any preps from the Beckworth that would help protect Doyle and such when the wind changes again? Because it looks like there's going to be a wind change. Around, let's see, let's make sure this is accurate. I'm perplexed about the evacuation warnings for the Doyle area, but at 2 p.m. tomorrow, at least briefly, the wind will be, around here, around the Milford area, Hurlong, pointed to the southeast. The northeast wind will point to the southeast. It's part of a wind change, and then the wind goes almost due east. The west wind goes almost due east here, on this east side of the grade. So what I was perplexed about is, do they have much of a way to catch it? Will it run? Let me just zoom in. Does it have the potential to run down the ridge? Off the ridge line like so? Do they have a good series of breaks? Because putting Doyle on a warning, is that where they think it's vulnerable? Or do they think that it will be from Lake Davis over to Doyle? Like that. When the wind shift blows east. What is the threat to Doyle? That's my biggest head scratcher at the moment. Because the heat detections are clear over here, and Doyle is right around there, right? Is it a ridge running thing? Or is it that's the question mark. All of Hurlong is now evacuated. That's good. And we're getting a little bit fortunate with it reaching the ridge in the evening time instead of being there in the middle of the day during red flag. So, I mean, if fire is going to come towards your community, you want it to happen at night when it's calmer. It'll be active throughout the night. I do concur with that, but not insane and like it can be on a red flag day. That's North Portola cam. Where the glow's kind of marching past. Schaefer Mountain is this is nuts. The Schaefer Mountain view, that's nuts. They talked about it in that meeting that I missed? Okay. They definitely expect fire in the valley tonight and mentioned Doyle in the valley. As in getting over the ridge? Like Hurlong? The Heavenly 2 camera looks bad. Most of that's heat, remember. Are you talking about FLIR or infrared? Because we can check infrared for a second. Frank Presley, they suggest that Doyle would be on an eastern flank. But from running the ridge, running the escarpment, or coming all the way from the Lake Davis. Going back up. That's Lake Davis, that's Portola, okay. Chillicoot was impressive before infrared kicked in, yeah. So I'm going to look at the Heavenly cam. This is what's... I'm trying to figure out what was looking bad to you guys. John's JB says most of the Doyle area has black burned area around it. Okay. Seems like a bitter kind of a plus. They talked about it? Okay. I may have to go back and rewind just to know what the heck I'm talking about now. That, yeah, the Schaefer Mountain cam, the Schaefer Mountain cam is showing that heat. I see almost a dead calm on the trees here in South Lake Tahoe Basin, with occasional wind gusts, of course. But that looks like they may have dodged a bullet again. There's a little bit of active fire and a plume here visible from Placerville cam. But that cam is so screwed up with its calibration, it's almost worthless. 14 Bep says, hi Kay, I stepped away for a while. I'm looking at the Heavenly cam. It shows like fire in the cam shot that was not there earlier. What do you mean it wasn't there earlier? Which one, infrared or FLIR? This is infrared? Heavenly? This is FLIR on the left. It was there all the time. It was there yesterday. But infrared makes you see through the smoke. FLIR was the one that makes you see through the smoke. This has already been there since yesterday morning, when it made that run towards the Nevada border and towards Kingsbury. See, this is the way fire can creep up on people. I keep bringing this message home. Oh, I'll be able to see it coming. I'll be able to get in my car. No, it was there all the time. Infrared sees through smoke. Look how close the fire was to this cam that you couldn't see it in the smoke. So, as I was pointing out here too, fire likes to run around on race up hills. It likes to go uphill. And a lot of this is light and heat. Not very little of it is flames. Remember that. So on FLIR, if you do a comparison, FLIR was here the whole day showing the entire area. This is all where fire was. Marched around yesterday. And see all the unburned fuel around it? In black, I'm going to show you unburned fuel. Everything that's dark purple, everything that's that lighter orange, this is unburned. Now here where I circle, that's hot spots. That's where fire has been. And that's looking over by Christmas Valley, if I understand that right, past Christmas Valley to the ridge lines. But during the night, as wind kind of shifts around, you'll see whooshes and flare-ups as there's wind gusts. It'll find new areas of fuel. That's why we continue to watch the cams. Are those spot fires in front of the flame? Oh yeah, the fire's been all through here. In fact, it went here, different color pen. It raced up the mountain. This is zoomed in a lot and looking at a downward angle. The massive flames of today were up, higher than the camera can see. This is just the one that's closest to the camera. This camera is looking down. The FLIR is mounted on the same tower. See,
Caldor communication. Kilo trainee.
all that bright yellow is where the fire roared past. It's already up higher than to the left than the camera can see. But it already left this place. This is like the Back to the Future car.
So the tire is a DF, Goodrich?
Remember, the fire already went past here. Leggett's. It reached over here like yesterday, like at 3 in the afternoon. This is where it has been. It's hot on the ground. Everywhere you see the bright yellow, this is all where fire has been. And as the wind picks it up, it'll fan it up. And it'll be...
Communications, copying, we'll get in touch with ground support.
They're just talking about changing a BF Goodwrench tire on an engine by Myers. But this has been here the whole day. Now if you go back to the same camera here, remember the time lapse? Oops. You just couldn't see through the smoke. Three hours ago, same spot. I hope that's clear. Going back up. Yeah, it could be spotted over, or it could have been that the fire just went up the hillside as a flank. So when the head of the fire is at the arrow, the flanks are the sides. And it's a lot slower. It's not wind-driven, but it'll climb a slope and climb a slope. You have slopes on either side. This is like a bowl that we're seeing. So at this point in time, this is the last 3 hours, the wind, you could see the shifting winds. You could see the wind gusts picking up. It'll be pushing it. It's a flanking fire. It's a flanking action in general. So just because there's a slope that way, it'll go up that way. Just because there's a slope that way, it'll go that way. And just because there's a slope that way, it'll go that way. Although usually the wind helps drive it that way too. Remember, we're looking south, so that's northeast. That way means northeast. Northeast. Right? So The fire line jumped the containment line at Milford. That's news to me. That's what I was hoping you guys would tell me about. Is that what it did? Is that what it did, Wicked? Nick says crews have done an amazing job today on Division Kilo. Awesome. Trimmer Peak is still burning, which we were looking at, but is backing down the slope. Don't think it has reached Heavenly yet. Oh, no, it hasn't. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing like a little flanky spot thing by the Heavenly camp. Thank you so much for the, yeah, wow, we can wipe sweat off our forehead. It's not out of the woods yet, but South Lake Tahoe's looking better than we've seen it in a long time. Yeah, the inversion layer, meaning the smoke lid, should help conditions tonight, fingers crossed. We've got to monitor at least until midnight to know what's going on. But we have better weather ahead of us. Nick is listening to tactical channels. He's close enough and knows people there. So, wait, Smitty something happening? Smitty, what's happening? Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, your mom passed away a year ago yesterday? My condolences. Hang on. I got a phone call. Be right back.
Ground support, there's my contact. Operations, Mike on 10.
Mike, are you in contact with branch 10? Correction, with branch.
I'm in contact with the branch 20 training.
Yeah, I'm unable to make contact with him. Could you reach him and have him call my cell?
Affirmative. Give me a couple minutes to get around the hill. So I can contact him.
You're broken. Can you go again?
I'll have 20 trainee call you in about 10. Night op, branch 20 trainee, I copied the traffic direct. Night op, branch 20 trainee.
Last unit, your traffic is broken. Go ahead.
Branch 20 actual just called me as well, and I briefed him on the night flying operation that we have planned for Kirkwood. He'll fill you in with the rest of the details. Thanks.
Copy that.
Okay, I'm back, friends. So sorry about that. But you know what? When fire experts call me on the phone, I answer it. You know, I'm going to switch over to Dixie Communications because this is one heck of a thing right now. Lassen County Fire Special. Hopefully they'll talk about what's going on. So we are continuously looking at this ominous, massive heat, hot cloud. Basically, I am not concerned at all for Heavenly right now, by the way. Whatever you guys are seeing here, this is mostly light from the same spot fire that was there yesterday. It's looking really good over at Kilo. South Lake Tahoe probably dodged a bullet. Now, looking back at the crisis at hand, you know, that's potentially building up over here on the Dixie, we're seeing some of the craziest images I've ever seen. That could be a lenticular cloud, that could be light reflecting off a smoke layer, but this seems to be coming up over the ridge here by the Hurlong Junction. And this is just horrifically mesmerizing to watch. If we do a 3-hour time lapse, it's just like, wow. I've been sitting here the whole time. It's kind of hard to talk on the phone, switch different cams, and then type people's stuff. So, but this is a no whining zone, by the way. If you guys want to whine, like I'm going somewhere else to find fire info, then you're not going to be welcome back.
Branch 16, Night Operations Command.
Okay, let's listen. This is Dixie.
Night Operations, Branch 16, go ahead. Yeah, Branch 16, Night Ops, just looking for an update.
We're all
everything's currently holding on the Westwood logging road. Only had a few spots over on the east side of Westwood logging road, and we're picking those up. It has burned to the 10 road and the Westwood logging road above DP 46. It's consumed all the way into that pocket in the corner. So I'm meeting with all the divisions right now, and we're trying to come up with a plan to hold the 10 road and start working to the west.
Okay, there you go.
Clarification is drop point 146. Affirmative. The north end of Westwood Logging Road above DP 146. Night out, copy, thanks.
Westwood. Is that over by, well, Westwood? I was hoping they'd be talking about this Hurlong Junction area, because I believe that if this is what I'm looking at.
333, Charlotte, Quebec, Command 89.
No, winningly, we had audio the whole time. They just weren't talking. I muted myself to take a phone and talk to a fire expert about this rapidly escalating situation. So when I say stuff like I'll be right back, I'm on the phone, that's basically what I mean. So I can't make them talk on the radio, you know. So audio has been here the whole time. So looking back here, sorry guys, you know, I do this every waking hour, but I can't be here every single minute at the computer because I've done this for more than 14 hours a day every day since July 14th. I have put off so many appointments and so many things in my life. When I had a cancellation of an appointment today at 7, I had to take it. So that was the meeting about the Dixie Fire ESO. Haven't been able to watch it. I was about to put it on and watch it when people are saying, look, the fire might be coming over the ridge. So then I asked for help, and I got called by a fire expert, and I just got off the phone. So this expert worked here back in the Eagle Fire, and giving me 2 cents about some reassurances and some kind of grave information all at the same time. So this is the flashy fuel stuff, the sagey stuff that can go up really fast. It can really run distances over flat ground over there. Ultimately, though, we have a network of roads here and grids. It's flat ground, so fire engines can chase after spots a lot better, but that there's still a high risk and high fire danger with this thing's like a train, and it doesn't seem to really, it's slowing down, it ain't stopping. You know, the runaway train effect is still here. So we're listening to Lassen County Fire Special, which I just changed to. And I'm going to change the description. Listening to Lassen County Fire Special, Dixie, a runaway train. That's the best way I could describe the way that the Dixie has behaved today. It's been absolutely insane with atomic-looking clouds. Now here we've got mostly heat. Reminding people, these are significantly tall, but not.
Teams to drop point 146. Out of the 3 water tenders, leave 1 for the LNU strike team. Bring 2 water tenders with you to drop point 146.
Yeah. This is all heat.
Charlie copies.
But the flames may show up here on the ridge. We're going to look at the FLIR cam too.
But Charlie, Quebec, also same traffic for 9252 Golf. Report to drop point 146.
They're talking about Westwood Logging Road trying to hold it, so at drop point 146, that they're trying to make a plan. Now, I don't know where Westwood Logging Road is. That sounds like the other part of the Dixie. Is this... let's take a look. Now, we will continue to look back at the FLIR. Caldor's over here. I don't know what people are talking about, saying that things look bad on Heavenly. I think they must have rewound the video on accident to yesterday or earlier today. Things are looking pretty dang calm. So you could see the column even from the Dyer cam on the right. Susanville's on the left, the Susanville cam. Let's find out where Westwood Logging Road is.
Where can I tie in?
Okay.
If you could tell me what's going on over there.
2 different crisis points. On the Dixie. There's that's a really long drive, guys. Whoever's on the west zone, whoever's on the east zone, if they call for help from each other, that's quite a drive. But we'll see how it goes. Dixie Fire's gigantic. You know, people forget just how gigantic it is. It might take a couple hours for them to get to each other, depending on.
So the latest word I've got on the ground exclusion area is that it's highly unlikely that there's anything dangerous, but they can't absolutely be sure. So err on the side of caution. We should probably stay out of it.
I think they're talking about the north. I think they're talking about this.
Good evening. All Davis Gay resources are off the line and back in camp.
Oh, look at this still.
Resources are off the line and back at camp. East communications clear 2127. Have a good night.
I'm not interested in wildfires at all, actually, but my friend dies to one, and then the next year my brother's a missing person in the Paradise Fire. So my family knew a whole lot about protecting defensible spaces and living in wildfire country, and I decided that I would want to have a documentary film career in a variety of subjects, mostly history and looking at disasters to try to prevent new ones. And this is history in the making, and I'm trying to help people pass on the knowledge that a lot of the firefighters want you to know. So it started last year. It's a really long story, but I hate fire. I don't want to do this at all. So Herlong is closer to Susanville. Yes, 40 miles than Eaststone Base, which is over 100 miles. Yeah. So it's just trying to help people and save lives, do whatever I can from my armchair here. I can't be a first responder due to my physical frailty, but I knew about tracking fires and how to do it, and decided to share the knowledge. So yeah, you were in Chico, Nick, during that, the campfire, man. Yeah, but that's it in a nutshell. I was hoping to make boring history videos, and I was supposed to be in this whole area documenting Plumas County history in late May, and I delayed my trip, and well, here we are. I just can't believe that they continue to happen this year after year. But here we are. So mostly this is heat, but this is still quite concerning, seeing these extremely hot smoke clouds here. It seems to be looking pretty much at the Herlong Junction area, where the fire might be coming over the ridge. I'm inspiring. No, thank you guys. I can't do it without you guys. I really can't. I can't keep up with all the info, so I've called for people to help me in chat to keep up with the info.
40, Milford Group.
Oh, Milford Group. Let's listen. No, I love you guys for being here, because I can't keep up with this myself.
I'm making my way up there.
Yeah, C-Probe says it looks like a lenticular cloud. Very common with wind blowing across the ridge. The scalloped pattern on top looks like a mountain wave. What it means, though, in a nutshell, there's crazy winds. Winds going up over mountains do weird things. And so the feedback I was getting from the fire experts, and I had consulted with a couple today, was that this area is known for extremely erratic fire behavior that surprises people, moves fast, and winds can pick up and die down in a moment's notice without any sort of predictability, making this a very dangerous particular spot in the United States for fires. The Eagle Fire, if you want to look it up, I'm not going to show it because it'll freak people out. The Eagle Fire of '89 was fought here in the same almost exact identical section, and a fire whirl, a moving devil. I don't think that it had F1 tornado wind speed, which would have to be 75 miles an hour plus, but it rolled over a fire crew here on the 395 and severely burned like 4 different firefighters. And that was caught on camera, and it's absolutely insane to watch. But the idea here is to inform and educate and not freak people out with shocking stuff. We want people to be here calmed, reassured, supported, aware completely of the dangers so that they can prepare for them. But we want this to be a good, calm environment where there's just facts that are shared here. If people lose their cool and get snappy, we're supposed to just
Milford group.
Be adults and kind of just take a deep breath and move on. But this is a whining free zone. If I'm not delivering enough information for you, then there's the door.
Travel down the Boulder Road. Tie in with 23 Charlie.
Okay, I'm hoping they'll say more about what's going on.
With that road coming out of 602 to the east.
602 road?
Okay. So from DP 602, you're going to head a little southeast and get on to the McFarland Canyon Road, and then take your first left onto the Boulder Road. And when you get close to the fire, call 23.
Was it DP 602? I missed a little bit of that. Couldn't write it
You're
down.
only going to be on McFarland Canyon for, I don't know, quarter mile, half
mile. Okay, so that's where crews are converging with the Milford group. That's over by Wildcat Ridge, isn't it?
In with
No.
23 Charlie.
It's over here.
Is there, stand by. $13.09 there. All right, 1390.
So that's where they're traveling to here, or the Milford groups, working on the sides.
Water tender 1390. Milford group.
I'm glad that Hurlong's evacuated. Sounds like that went through pretty well. Going back up here. The 821 North Big Saber Alpha. Yeah. So that's two different areas where they're having major problems on the Dixie. And throughout the night, low humidity but very cold night. Thing about cold nights is cold air is more oxygen rich. I don't know if being more oxygen rich matters, but in windy, cold nights, some of the worst structure fires in history have occurred because of the oxygen rich nature of cold air. But then again, it's higher altitude where there's less oxygen, and there's so many factors that are in play here that it comes down to the basics: wind, humidity, the fuels, topography. We have most of these against us.
Communications, go ahead.
Yeah, it is frightening. It's terrifying. They've done an insanely good job.
You know, all Quebec resources are back in camp.
Yep, just like...
All Quebec resources are back at camp. Have a good night. East Communications clear 2135.
So while we generally... I love her accent. While we generally love the whole, it's cooling down at night because the fire triangle is, heat, fuel, and oxygen. But you got to remember that cold air is a bit more oxygen rich. So this may not be too much of a factor, but I don't know too much on the chemistry, chemistry physics side of it. I know more about behavior. And then history side of it, because looking at the history of fires in the area can really help you understand what they're capable of. And just getting off the phone with experts today, these fuels are flashy, which means flash in the pan. Like they're big, they're done, right? However, it can race. It can race quickly, and they would be playing catch up, running around on all of those roads trying to react and help a situation. When you have fire racing on a flat land, you can have it race across roads and trap people in cars and such. And so my best My best piece of advice, which I keep telling people, is near you, like almost walking distance. Do you see on satellites an area where you could shelter in your car away from your home? Your home's not safe. You know, being in your car with in the middle of a wide open cloud, rocky area, wide open field, recently plowed, construction zone, green grass. That is nothing. That is way safer than being in a structure or trying to drive through flames. Never, never do that. You don't have to drive like a bat out of hell. You just calmly make your way to the nearest parking lot, really, where there's nothing big, like no big vegetation to fall on you. And you can find that by looking at the satellite view, and there's all kinds of that we were identifying the first time that Hurlong and Milford was threatened. If you go to satellite view, that's a way better idea, and you may have to write it out for a long time, but there's plenty of places that just look like good shelters because there's rockier areas or there's nothing around particularly to burn. Big box store parking lots are just one of the perfect things in a city. But this looks pretty dang good. I tell people have a pole or a broom or something like that. And you have to make sure that you can drive to these places. You know, before the fire hits, you have to verify, drive your neighborhoods, make sure that, you know, a field hasn't been developed or that there's no gates, you can't access it. You know, golf courses and places are the kind of areas where firefighters stage to react to something in a safe spot. You know, something like this looks completely safe. You got to worry about the tumbling tumbleweeds on fire, you know, like coming towards your vehicle. So have a pole. It could even just be a broom. You know, something metal would be best, like a Swiffer pole or something. Wool blanket. If you're there sheltering in place in your car, like here, it's a way better idea than trying to outrun a fire, which you can't. You'll just run into something. And remember, you can only see 5 feet past your headlights in this thick smoke, right? Just drive calmly, headlights on, nice and easy, right? But if this whole neighborhood had, like, if lightning struck here and it was running towards the neighborhood, stopping here might be better, as the fire would try to go this way or something. That's just a hypothetical. You know, in vehicles, but I can't tell you what's safe. You have to go verify it. I can tell you how to find out what's safe, but you have to do this long before the fire hits. So the very best thing is evacuate way before you're told and obey evacuation orders. But if the fire is upon you and you just find a situation like that, like from a car accident, telephone lines down, or if it's coming way faster towards a community than you expected, then you should always have a plan D option. Shelter in place. It's usually getting in a vehicle, wide open area. Get out and push away with the pole. If something rolls up against your vehicle, like a trash can on fire, get back in and just ride it out. That's very good advice. That firefighters don't run through flames. Firefighters don't drive through flames unless there's extreme weird situations, right? Firefighters will never enter an area that they don't have a nice shelter area in or very quick escape routes. So you have to decide, what's my own personal vulnerability? If you look at the satellite and within walking distance, you never know if your car is going to start, right? Do you have a shelter option within walking distance? If you don't, then you're extra vulnerable. And you should go way before you're told. And what I tell people is, when you're downwind of a megafire, get away from it. There is no safe place downwind of a megafire, and that's what these are. So we give people early evacuation warnings, much earlier than usually the officials do, because they have a sort of a delay with their bureaucratic red tape process. They have a delay with getting information.
Antelope Group,
we listen.
Go ahead, Antelope Group.
Okay, let's listen.
Progression on the lower motorway. They started to the northwest corner of section 27 as far as they progress. They're advising they're approximately 1 mile out from completing the line into section 21.
Good news, you have them. And then once they complete that, they can work it back to where it says low flat on the map, and they'll start pushing up toward 23 over the top of the escarpment.
Lowell Flat?
Hi, copy. I made contact with the operators. They're advising difficult terrain, unable to provide if they're going to start that progression line tonight, and confirming that's going to be tying into the fire site.
That's affirmed into the old cheap fire scars, that other push through section 23 into 14, and that'll tie into a logging job that Fire Council did.
Sheep?
I copy. When I get cell range, I'll send a text.
Janesville branch.
Okay. So that's action that's happening up here. Did you guys hear what it said? Was that Lowell Flat? Because when they say section 23, that could be, it depends on which area they're talking about. Hey, Wicked, you gotta go. Crazy Sleepy. How are things? I hope you're doing okay. Just try to relax. Just try to relax. Let's see. A woman in Hurlong was asking about EVAC and fire location 8 times, asked mods to post a link to the Fort Sage cam on the time lapse, which at the time, ding ding ding, would show her what was heading her way. Completely ignored. Incredible. Okay. What did I tell you about a whining free zone? If you have something to say, make it constructive. Bring it to mods' attentions instead of being a whiny, pouting kind of a person. You know, you can talk to the mods and say, hey, did you see this person's request? And besides, looking at cams is not the thing you should be doing when you have a mandatory evacuation. You should be saying where the mandatory evacuation is and looking at the map for the poor lady. You know, you could be very helpful here, or you could be harmful. It's going to be your choice. You know, you can man up, shape up, or not. You know, for the most part, people here are wonderful. But I can't talk on the phone to a fire expert to try to see what the situation here is and the risk. You know, sorry.
With your full strength. Yeah, golf copies additionally is a 10-road drivable out to it.
Yeah, good luck, Wicked.
Safe for your crews to come down about 45 minutes to an hour ago. 33 Charlie's making its way down there now. We just confirmed with him. I'll raise him on text.
Okay. Let me look at Heavenly too. This is mostly.
I'll try to get hold of him. If not, we'll be going around out to the P line and then around back down.
I mean, why would you? You could just type to the lady, go to alertwildfire.org and click on the cam that you want and tell her the region, and Control F on the page. You can help out in chat yourself. So here's your regions here on the left side. Click the region. Tell her to go to alertwildfire.org. The region here is, what was it? Shasta, Modoc, I believe it was. Like Schaefer Mountain and such here. This is in Shasta, Modoc, and then you just zoom around to what cam you need. Control F is search, and then you go to what camera did you need. So if it was Schaefer Mountain, see SH. enter, it highlights, click on it. That's how you can tell people what to do. But I don't think somebody should stop and look at a cam when they're under mandatory evacuations. I think basically what people should do is get out of the way. Tell them about where to get the evacuation map, which I have in the link of this video description. It's right here. Just refresh it. It's called multi-county evacuation map. And so if you're on it, then you can tell people where to go. I also have that scrolling, up there. Just tell them about the links in the description of the video. And if somebody did get overlooked, that's really sad. But I'm trying to do the best we can here. So, is that person still with us? We'd like to take care of them. But if they went door to door in Hurlong, as far as I know, and they maybe still be completing that, because this is kind of insane seeing the different things going on here. Going back up to the chat. Going back to the bottom. Yeah, wasting precious time by looking at a cam feed when your mandatory evacuation is upon you is kind of not a good thing. I mean, sometimes it can help. When people are refusing to leave, you can show them the cams. And they'll be like, oh my God. Because, like I said, what people see in the smoke, I keep going back to this time lapse. Here's the last 3 hours. The fire was behind the Heavenly 2 cam the whole time. As I keep showing this as an example. But as soon as it goes into infrared at night, you're suddenly going to see it. You can't see fire through the smoke. Boom. People wondered if that was a spot fire that just started. Nope, that's been there for more than 24 hours. Everywhere that's kind of glowing here on the ground is where flames have been. And if the wind picks up, you're going to see it gust up, and it's just like a campfire with ashes that are cool and look cool, but they're not. The wind picks up, and then the flames pop out of the campfire. So there should be more novels written about wildfires. I'm sure a lot of people write about them, but this subject is one of those that's so dark it's hard for me to even constantly look at it. It's hard on the mind, to study this. To make my documentaries, I was studying the world's deadliest structure fires, and oh man, it's a dark topic. I wanted to show people what we're looking at from Schaefer Mountain. We're eyeing this pretty tensely right now, because the runaway Dixie fire train is still chewing along here. Just remember, guys, we're looking at light, reflections, heat, very little flames, if any. The flames might be here. Might. Remember, like city lights, cars, all of that is on infrared spectrum. So, God, I need s'mores tonight at Comfort Foods. Thanks for the pats on the heads, because this is stressful enough, and then getting chewed out makes it more stressful, but I need to calm myself down to not react so much. Like Bob and such was saying, sorry, never saw a request. My mods here have been volunteering like every day, almost as much as I have been, and when I've been sleeping. And they're angel volunteers. They're not there to serve you. They're unpaid volunteers, and we're here to help. But you can do that from chat too. So. I don't see anything scrolling up the sort when I was... Jennifer sent me a picture of the Westwood logging road. Okay, thanks. So... Yeah, thank you, Nick Billings. Due to the Dixie fire, we're going to continue to watch this craziness. We're watching this on pins and needles. This is around the Hurlong Junction. I continue to look back at the Caldor, and South Lake Tahoe has had very little wind, right, Nick? It's fingers crossed. It's basically dodging bullets left and right. But the Dixie fire, they might not be able to dodge more bullets. We have two problems on it: Westwood Logging Road and 821, far away from the other crisis point at the Hurlong Junction area. So, Barbara says, I think the compelling Dixie stories are about people like David or the family using farm equipment to fill tankers and even the dozer defense in Genesee. Yeah, that's what I would love to interview people about. They have like one of the world's most elaborate structure defense systems in Genesee and Taylorsville I've ever seen, with elaborate, like hundreds of miles of hoses going to every single building, ready to water it down if an ember lands on the roof. That's just amazing. So Taylorsville and such was looking much better than other places. Remember, small communities are easier to defend from fires than sprawling neighborhoods, suburbias, or bigger communities. That's why we were so worried for South Lake Tahoe, Myers, and Janesville here, Milford. If they can quickly dash up and down the 4 main streets of your community, they can respond real quick, right? Flames that, and it's looking great here on Heavenly. I'm just gonna click away from that. If they can respond really quickly when an ember lands, you've got about 5 minutes in general before it becomes really, really too big to handle by a single engine. 1 to 5 minutes, depending. So if it takes them 3 minutes to respond, it might be a no factor. It might just be the size of a bonfire in your backyard inching towards your house or coming that way. If they respond in 3 minutes, they put that out, they go to the next thing, right? However, what if it's a sprawling neighborhood? They can't even see it. Sometime 10 minutes later, somebody goes, hey, there's a glow on Street D. And then they go, okay, we'll go look. And then, 10 minutes later, they find a fully engulfed house instead of a backyard fire. The difference between 3 minutes and 10-minute response time is insanely big. So we're in the FLIR version. This is left side is the camera angle that would be most helpful to try to figure out what's going on at the Hurlong Junction. The fire establishing itself on the ridge, and even well in front of it, if it still has these big clouds, the heat that's forming these big clouds and the huge amounts of light that we're seeing is the heat. The big danger is dumping the flaming embers all over the sagebrush type fuels on the other side of the ridge and having it rush, flash and run throughout the sage. Now there's good ways to defend Hurlong, and I heard a positive about that. There's flat ground for one. There's city streets for another. You can do a lot of good dozer work, but time is of the essence. They need time. So there's potential for some issues. That's why they got the people out. The warning down to Doyle is, there's open flames on the right side of the camera. That is Steyr Mountain. That was looking over where they were talking about saying that the sheep fire scar, that a fire is making a push towards it. They do have some people over there, and that's kind of surprising to me to hear that because we didn't have a heat detection. That's why we listened to the radio, which is still on, Lassen County Fire Special. When they radio in something like that, okay, this is also Dyer Mountain looking almost due east from Dyer Mountain, a little spot there that's alive. When we hear on the radio what's happening, we know before they put it on social media.
1433, equipment boss Cooper on Dixie, command 89.
Hang on a second. Okay, going back down. Thank you. Appreciate your time. I keep wanting to say my pleasure. This is not right. Barbara Combe, I would help you with that documentary. That would be awesome, Barbara. Yeah, I got your email. I do. I am enthusiastic. But, I am behind on the emails like insanely. Mamsie says, it's mind-blowing to know that I'm in the middle of these fires here, yet had a sunny, clear day. That kind of question, that kind of chat's okay. that kind of chat's okay. Yeah, it is sad that the east is getting dumped on with water and we're burning up in the west. That's yeah, I think orange juice. Yeah, we don't have that big of an audience right now. It's just 435 people. I think it's okay for more of an open chat. Just keep it pretty fire related in the most part. And I'm open to feedback, like what do you guys want to look at? What do we want to see? Which channels do we want to hear? It's a windy night and low humidity recovering. I was hoping we would see something on the ridge because this is what's really concerning. This is the Hurlong Junction. Thanks, Tracy and Doug. The more of the strict chat silence rules is when we have like 1,000 people in here. 445, probably 100 of them are just people asleep. So, but thank you guys. You did an amazing job. Overall mods today. I am so grateful and happy for your work. It was another, when we get these red flag days, we have incredible amounts of new people trampling in and chaos, and you guys did a good job. We try to serve everybody asking questions, but it can fly by that chat and we can miss them. So, yeah, I'm hoping my documentaries will be okay. I was wanting to hire narrators because I don't have a good voice for them. I have a decent storytelling reading voice, but I was thinking more of the serious. Robert Stack. This is where the fire erupted. Because it's a serious topic. I don't know that soothing voice is that appropriate for some of them. But thanks for the feedback. We're continuing to watch this as one of the craziest images I've seen. And we've seen a whole lot of crazy images. The smoke's a bit not visible, but what you have is a dark, dark smoke plume like this, covering the landscape. Now here it is impregnated with heat. That's what the light is. And so we're looking south. Remember that the wind is pushing it to the east-northeast in general. That's east.
Night ops, Janesville branch, come in. Janesville branch, night ops, go ahead. Are you cell service? Affirmative.
Hang on.
Are you with the drone up top or are you down below?
Okay.
The Valero, the Mark, right down 395. Copy, it sounds like it potentially is going to come over. Are you seeing the same? The Janesville branch, you broke. Repeat. Night ops, Janesville branch. Yeah, just intel work, and it looks like it has potential to come over down that way towards the motorcycle track. Don't know when. It just looks like it's out ahead of our resources, so we're trying to lock down from the lookout back, and then looking at a contingency line to push from the lookout down to 395 down that ridge they utilized during the Clark fire. Jack, copy. Yeah, so we're guessing it's either going to come down south or the Otis. It looks closest to Otis right now, but we'll see where she's supposed to head out.
Okay.
Janesville branch, copy.
And that's why we're listening. Okay, so I missed one part of that. It said the contingency line, they're looking at making one down to 395, down the ridge from the lookout to meet with the something fire. What was the other fire? And they said it's going to be at the motorcycle track. It looks like it's closest to Otis right now. So you locals, can you orient me? Because that was the Milford branch. That's 10 minutes from here. It's the dirt bike track. Are you safe and okay, Mamsie? Yep. The Heavenly 2 cam. Okay, we got a little bit of wind. Do you mean FLIR or IR? IR is black and white. But which Heavenly? I mean, we want to check on the Caldor too. But that's mostly dodged a bullet for today. The Heavenly, yeah, this is dead. This is laid down. We would see marching flames if there were wind gusts right now. So the other Heavenly cam is here. This one. Yeah, wind gusts fanning it. But thing is, we don't know how zoomed in that is, how close that is. The fire will make its way towards Heavenly slowly, like by going up and down hills. But this has a couple of ridge lines to cross before it got near the can. Remember, a lot of that is light. Most of that's light. Throughout the night, the wind gusts will whoosh it up and die it down. Whoosh it up and die it down. That's the nature of wind gusts in the night. So please help me orient back here at the Dixie. The motorcycle track. Oh, you meant west of Heavenly? Oh, you are safe already? Okay, hopefully. Nick says it had a ridge to run up and now it's backing down towards the fire line. Okay. Remember, guys, remember to tell which fire you're talking about, because people walking in aren't quite as aware. John M. says, I'm just flabbergasted that after yesterday's big push in SLT that the fire didn't move further today. That's because we had a miracle. That's a microclimate, the SLT basin there in the South Lake Tahoe. There can be a whole lot of different factors. I wish Susie was still here to explain it. But the prevailing winds were making the canyons like a wind tunnel. And I don't know why we didn't have as many gusts in there, but somebody like Susie, a meteorologist, could explain. But that's the thing about microclimates is, I wish we could just zoom out and look at the wind and say that's where the fire would go. It would be so easy. But winds shift directions as they get funneled through different canyons. And so, like, just talking out of my head here, if you had some of the winds just go through this way, the majority of the wind goes this way, you could have a calm down in here. Because the wind's found an escape route, right? People are talking about it being real fierce over here on the Reno side. Well, that's because the wind's found an escape route through those other canyons. We can't know what happens, but a tiny shift in them might have done this and obliterated South Lake Tahoe. It is so much up to luck and chance. That's what makes these fires so scary. We could have seen over the last 48 hours the destruction of much of South Lake Tahoe, the obliteration of Myers. We could have had Christmas Valley mostly erased, and we didn't. Wow. The potential was there. We got so lucky with the weather, and so lucky we have such amazing crews putting themselves in harm's way day after day, and some of them taking injury because they don't know this either. They don't know if it's safe for them. They don't know if it looks calm one moment and they'll go save some structures. They don't know if it'll just whoosh back up and completely trap them. They do their best guesses, and they just generally won't enter an area if there is a potential for entrapment, especially on a red flag day. But we got so lucky that the fires approached those communities right as the winds died down at night. That gave them extra confidence. to go in and go direct and protect each individual structure, and it was just wow. That's why the stream is called Can We Keep Dodging Bullets? We did not expect the Dixie to have a big problem. We thought the Dixie would have a minor problem due to the forecast of the past week. We thought that it was just mainly going to be a Caldor red flag day, and that all changed like the day before. Unfortunately, they took a lot of people off the Dixie to put it in the Caldor to help defend South Lake Tahoe and such, thinking it was going to be so much worse. And then the tables were turned. Dixie being worse was one heck of a surprise for everyone. We just don't know enough about the weather to forecast it accurately. We are just human beings. Yep, it's about time for the Midnight Miracle. If we could please have one. I ordered it for the Dixie. I was hoping it would be delivered. Rush delivery. That could be what saves the area again. Or it could burn actively throughout the night and keep pushing. I'm pretty, I'm on high alert right now. Because this unstoppable train thing is pretty nuts. Now please help me orient to, I keep forgetting about this. I look down at my paper. Where is the dirt track and what is Otis? What is the lookout that they were talking about? I know there's several fire lookouts. They were talking about that here. Hopefully, Daisy May. Hopefully. Yeah, Nick explains it pretty well. Tahoe evaporates millions of gallons of water per day. And with the desert being just on the other side of it, it makes for some unique wind. Yeah. It's also 6,300 feet. So the whole microclimate thing is real. The same thing here with this is what makes it the Sierras, the Cascades, some of the world's worst firefighting terrain in the entire world. This is some of the most difficult places to fight fires, because you can't, if you wanted to make a north-south road, you can't. You'd be drilling tunnels through solid rock. The narrow little highways are just clinging to the cliff edges that are sometimes frightening to drive. They only put roads through the mountain passes. There's very little you can do north and south. Almost all of them are like this. So when you have like two little narrow canyons like this, firefighters can be right here, and the fire can jump the canyon to over here, and they would take hours for them to drive around to go back in circles. You have some of the steepest terrain that's rugged. If you take the non-main roads that look like a shortcut, they are not. Like, you might be doing a switchback for 1 hour and barely goes a mile as the crow flies. It's extremely challenging. The boots on the ground have done the most insanely good job. We should have lost by rights so many more towns and structures. But these fires have been approaching a lot of the towns at night. When the winds died down, that gives them confidence to be right in front of it and try to save places. They wouldn't have that during the day. The towns that get unluckiest is the fire approaching them during the day when it roars to life. And that's when they just retreat, and they can't stand in front of it. They can't do anything. But fires approaching towns right about now, 10 to 11 at night, that's what we're calling the Midnight Miracle. They just approach and then they die down. The firefighters retreat away from the charging head of a fire, but when it dies down, they'll get around it and carefully get in front of it. So, Big Dog says the Heavenly parking lot is now a base camp for firefighters. Cool. Yeah, they have a lot of good defenses on the ski slopes. The snow machines, the wide open strips of no vegetation, the motocross track. Oh, thank you, Saber Alpha. You have a. When you're talking to me, try to flag me if you can. Didn't see that. It highlights my name in yellow. Let's put in those coordinates. Okay. So they said it's going to come down at the motocross track. Perhaps. They said we want a contingency line down the 395 ridge from the lookout lookout tower, which I'm not sure which lookout tower is closest here, to the something fire scar. I don't know which fire scar they were talking about. If we turn on fire history, unfortunately the Beckworth isn't even really being shown. I guess history is too recent. So that's blank on my map. I downloaded a Beckworth map, sort of. But I wasn't able to make out that entire transmission if anybody else was. Let's see here. Raoul Duke, has anybody curious about logging the areas that have burned in both the fires? The fire behavior seems similar to non-logged areas. Nope, it's been completely different. Zeke Linder is expert on explaining how that works. There's been places where forests were thinned that fared a heck of a lot better. Tahoe's having extreme problems. You talk about the firefighters, they say heavy, dead and downed. Dead and downed fuels are the dead trees and the fallen trees, which of course are dead. They burn for 1,000 hours. Sometimes more. So what you don't want to have is an area on fire for 1,000 hours, especially with a lot of those falling over on each other and dead next to each other and dry as a bone because they've had years to get dry. When you have that, then you have them all, the whole area just has 300-foot tall flames, and it's just insane. And it keeps burning day after day after day after day. So what happens? You have mild winds and it's still burning. What happens on the red flag day? Then it spreads like crazy because the burning material will drift with the wind like crazy. It goes this tall. People don't understand that here's the ridge. The burning material can fly up this high in the fire walls and then dump down and rain down on communities from on high, all over the place, like a blizzard. Every snowflake being a burning ember. And so what you would want is the area to burn just for a little bit and then cool off. Say 6 days later, you have a red flag high wind event, right? Well, nothing's going to happen if it's really cool. If it was light fuels, not that dense tree forest, you don't want to clear cut in general, unless if you want to make an artificial meadow or something. But if you just selectively thinned out the area and removed the down dead material, and especially standing dead trees, then it would cool off like only burn for, say, 2 or 3 days. 6 days later, there's the wind event, right? Well, if it's kind of cold already, you're not going to have much happening. But if it was still actively burning like crazy, that wind event 6 days later fans it back up, and you have the blizzards of embers raining all over the landscape. It's worse when it's at higher elevations. So here's the thing. You have to salvage log after a wildfire. The public doesn't know that. The public needs to know that. That is the worst thing you can have happen. Is first a wildfire. The first one looks bad, but it's the easy one.
Communications, East, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm going to give you guys a picture or two to look at.
Alpha, you were very low. Could you please repeat your traffic?
3 Alpha will be doing UAS missions at 860. We will let you know when we're complete. Thank you.
Around 860, and will let me know when complete. Communications
So just wrapping that up as a whole, you can kind of nutshell this. I'm trying. So people think the first wildfire is the worst one. It is not. Like if you have living trees, here's Plumas County, 2008. You have living trees, right? Well, the fire rips through the area, and then you have this left over. But do you see that the trunks don't burn? The trunks don't burn. Why? Because there is thousands of gallons of water in the trunk of every living tree. What burns off is the sticks, the leaves, the branches, and the stuff on the ground, right? Now you have a race against time. Get as much of this off the landscape as you can. A standing dead tree called a snag is the worst fire hazard for spreading it, making it worse, and killing fire crews on the ground. Because when it's different. When a dead tree burns, what it does is burn to the inside. It blazes up fiercely. It throws burning pieces of itself all over the landscape. It reaches a point of weakness, and then it will explode and crack and fall to the ground with many thousand chunks of the tree, thousands of pounds, slamming the ground. And when it falls down, it is shooting burning bits of itself all over the landscape, down the hill, crushing fire crews, killing people if they're underneath it, crushing the cars, fire engines. It's a nightmare. It's one of the number one ways that fire crews die, and it's one of the number one ways that fires spread. So what are all these? These are dead trees. This is the Moonlight Fire here in Plumas County. Now when I was there, this is 2008. This is 1 year later. The fire had roared through the area, continuing to monitor that. I think I could summarize this real quick. I saw them salvage logging this steep terrain with helicopters. You want to get them off the peaks, you know. Now what happens 1 year later? All of these dead trunks no longer have the thousands of gallons of water in them, and it's drying out. It's seasoned firewood. What's the difference? Instead of the fire moving quickly as it did the first time, 2 years later you have sticks, and you have brush. You have all the wildflower blooms. You have the new trees growing back. You have tons and tons of bushes, tons and tons of bushes growing all over the landscape. These are bushes, bushes, bushes. Second year and the third year is even worse. Really, really dense. Really, really 8-foot tall bushes, 8-foot tall brush. Okay, what has that done? You have stacked kindling at the base of your bonfire. You know, 1 year later, the ground is bare, just like this. Perfect example. There's only a bush, little bits of vegetation. 2 years later, there's bushes this tall. 3 years later, there's bushes this tall. And then, what happens when the second fire comes by? It's way, way worse. All of these on fire as snags, just blazing, blazing crazy. Now, this Moonlight Fire scar made the Dixie fire worse because they never got all those trees out. It was just either too difficult or too expensive. When I say too expensive, they really can't make use of that wood. After 2 years, wood is unusable. It's rotted. You can't do anything with it. It's a waste. So it's expensive. It's not profitable. It's a drain on logging companies and with the state budget. They may have run out of money. I don't know why.
Go back on command.
I don't know why they didn't log it all, but that was still there, drying out every single year since 2008. So this is why some of the Dixie has exploded, especially threatening Genesee and Taylorsville, because it was up there, above it is where the Moonlight Fire was.
48 Charlie, Quebec, command 89.
So what we have to do is, it's a race against time. The problem with 51% of Plumas National Forest burning now is there is no possible way. It would take more than 8 years to log most of that stuff off the landscape to make it any semblance of fire safe. I am so sorry to tell people, but in the next 2 to 3 years, like Paradise and such, they've been trying to salvage log as much as they can. Like even the Paradise fire, the campfire, they're not done with it. Now there's way too much to do. This whole landscape is going to have a couple of years from now worse fires if any of them erupt. That's why it's so important to have extremely fast, swift response to put out these fires, any of them, when they're still small, when they're like 10 acres in size. Otherwise you get these giganto monsters. As bad as this is, it could be worse 3 years from now. And once the brush builds up. I have no idea. Even if you spent like $10 billion, I have no idea how they could possibly make the landscape safe. These fires were too big. These fires were too big. No. Wait a second. None of the logs are good after 2 years. They're rotted. They're waste. It's just a money drain. Yeah, exactly, Steve Mapes. So people think it's a conspiracy that loggers want a fire. Hell no, they don't. Hell no, they don't. That's their livelihood gone. There's so many logging towns that became ghost towns because a fire ripped through. They salvaged logs for 2 years, and then in the past, and then it was not profitable. They stopped, and the entire town never recovered, and everybody abandoned it. Same thing with the Tillamook burn. There's like 16 different ghost towns that never came back west of Portland after the 1933 Tillamook burn, even though there were standing dead trees in the landscape until the 60s. For 30 years, there were no logging jobs in the entire area. They don't want this. Almost every single logger is a volunteer firefighter. It's a nightmare for them. It takes 30 years to 40 for the trees to grow back, for them to have a job, for the company to make any money. This is what ends logging companies. This is what destroys them. Yeah, exactly, Big Dog. The Dixie Fire is almost 900,000 acres. There's no way they can log all this. Not even in a decade. Okay. That's good, Tracy. I'm still worried for this. We're still trying to figure out what's going on. This doesn't look like it's dying down at all. The Dixie over here. So the places where the Dixie has been less fierce, part of that was the areas where they had some thinning. Like north of Westwood, there was thinner forests that were thinned until recently. We would have probably lost Westwood and such. What they had was a great thing going here. They had a biomass plant. They generated electricity not by nuclear or burning coal or anything. They just picked up the sticks off the forest floor, thinned the forest instead of clear cutting it, and they took all the stuff that would burn in a wildfire and generate electricity with it. That was a massive success story. The fact that it shut down recently is a tragedy. And if they were able to capture emissions instead of emitting them, that would be one of the ways that we could have energy independence, wean ourselves off of oil and coal and stuff. And, as long as we could capture the emissions, that would be incredible. Why would we go and dig up oil at the bottom of the ocean and burn it for fuels and stuff if we could generate electricity and have electric vehicles with the forest? The forest could be our power plant. And then we could refertilize the landscape by putting some of the ash back down there and really, really help the forest be healthy. We've just been stupid. Human beings have just been a little stupid with the whole tending to the earth. Mother Nature's not angry with us. Mother Nature's indifferent. It's just like having a garden. Do you weed it? Do you fertilize it? Do you keep it healthy? Do you put effort into it? When you get good effort into it, you get good results. And we've been being stupid. The Hemsworth fire scar, could that be it? Okay. Here's the thing. If we don't generate electricity or this stuff burns eventually with these mega fires. Have you guys seen the CO2 button on Windy? We're still monitoring this. We're still listening. We're just not saying anything. When people are like, all we have to do is reduce our CO2 emissions and we won't have mega fires, it's like, what do you think that the mega fires are doing? So you go to Windy, and this is absolutely insane. More layers, click on CO2. It doesn't matter how many emissions we cut if we allow these fires to rampage out of control and produce this much pollution. Where is it? Yeah. Sorry, it's hard to navigate. So you have more layers. NO2 pollution has been pretty insane with the fires. Not as bad today. Aerosol pollution, pretty dang bad. Not ozone layer. Here's sulfur dioxide pollution. This is bad. That's basically like diesel emissions. Surface ozone. Look at all this pollution that the fires are making. CO2 concentrations. Look at the CO2. This is worse than industry. Half of it went to the East Coast and blew really quickly with the winds. But you can't have this. These fires are producing more CO2 than industry, than like all the cars in LA. Why would we slash our emissions with our vehicles if we allowed this to happen? The thing about carefully tending the land is that we can make fires beneficial. The low intensity ones are very beneficial to the land. Fertilize it. They keep back the brush every year. It'll take a long time to restart that, but the Indians were right. You know, burn in the wetter times of the year to refertilize the land, sacrifice little bushes and stuff to. When there's a low intensity fire, the big trees do not die. But in a mega fire, all the big trees die. Everything dies. Mostly mega fires are our fault. A combination of mismanagement, poor response time, letting power companies light fires, ignition. There's 35 different reasons, most of which we could fix. Failing to maintain access roads for firefighters so that we're reactive or trying to build lines instead of always having lines already. Like these fires move too fast to react to them and build a line in front of them, but that's what we keep trying. But if we had lines that were staffed, ready to man, we've seen mega fires stop in their tracks. That's the lesson of the old burn scars, which is like, the recent ones, like the 1 year ago. When the lines are still good, it's a natural speed bump for the fire. But we didn't put any money in prevention. We just spend tons of money. We spend trillions of dollars on cleanup instead of just a few million on prevention. But that's why I keep it positive here. We can change all that. We can have a lot better times, a lot easier times with fire. So, somebody said... Yeah, that's pretty cool, Desiree. This is scaring me, guys. It's not slowing down. What's the wind? I'm hoping our midnight miracle comes around. It's 10:31. Usually it happens around 11 o'clock.
You're kind of scratchy, 866. Do you have the other water tender with you, 1390?
Okay, let's go back to wind. Okay, Wednesday, that was at 6 p.m. What about now? I hate the way windy works. Okay. Let's go by the Hurlong Junction. Sanity's in the center. Extremists on both sides. Extremists on both sides will ruin the environment. Sanity's in the center. Thin the forest, don't clear cut them. Kind of common sense. Don't allow standing dead trees.
Yeah, your real thing got was no participation in water tenders. Do you have my cell phone?
Gosh, when they call each other on the cell phone, I can't hear.
Real hard time copying.
Gosh, if they're going to do cell phone calls, we won't hear too much about what's going on right now. Tracy and Doug, a few people are noticing flare-ups on the Heavenly. Okay, let's take a look. What flare-up? The flare? Kristen says, what is worrying me about them pushing the Caldor into the Tamarack? They're not trying to push it anywhere. They're desperately trying to keep it out of the Tamarack. That's the thing. The myth bubble I got to pop is they talk about herding the fire, and people think that they're trying to move it like a herd of cattle. Absolutely not. It's they don't want the fires to move. Fires have to move to survive. They have to find new fuel. They absolutely don't want the fire to move. They want it to be contained. Herding means it's out of control, as if the corral full of wild horses that are panicking have already busted down the door. That's basically a red flag day. So say there's a crowd of people at the rodeo, men, women, and children and babies and stuff, right? So there's a bunch of, somebody spooks a huge herd of wild horses in the corral. That's the fire. On red flag day, you can't get in front of trampling horses. You'll just get trampled, right? You can't get in front of the fire being driven by the wind. On a red flag day, you'll just die. That's like 200-foot tall flames. There's nothing going on at Heavenly. I don't know what people are talking about. Which part? Is it just died down right now, or? No, not like herding cats, like wild horses. So what they talk about herding is, so there's a group of people watching the rodeo, right? And the wild horses got spooked, and they're running randomly. Oh, goddamn, I'll never be able to finish the sentence, I swear to God. Hang on. No, there isn't. That I can see. This has been there a long time. I try to tell you guys about this again. That's been there for like 24 hours. And as the winds gust, it'll flare and it'll die down. And it'll gust, it'll flare, it'll die down. And that's been there. So that's mostly light. A major flare-up, I would expect it to be moving. I'd expect, okay, I'll just tell you what would concern me. That's better. Instead of being critical, I'm being a little bit frustrated with the radio and not being able to finish sentences. When all that is on fire, that's like a flare-up to me. You know, like when you see it move, it's just a place that's been on fire for 24 hours at least. Yeah, that's I keep trying to warn people that's the nature of wind gusts at night. You'll see whoosh, it'll die down. Whoosh, it'll die down. So we cross-reference it with the FLIR. We would see shaking vegetation if the winds were really picking up. What I think it's doing is it's just doing normal flanking and backing stuff. That's where fire spreads, and then you see much more light as it finds new fuel, just as its kind of vegetation's touching each other, you know. But if that was a wind-driven, like, huge flare-up, we'd see it move.
Yeah, affirmative. A couple of hose mods, just 602.
Okay, yeah, I'll check out Sarah Tahoe. But we see flames there every night because that's how they're protecting it this way.
There are those two snap tanks that intersection of Boulder. I don't know the other name of those. You know what I'm talking about? Those two snap.
They've been lighting backfires constantly to protect it at night. So here's the thing about
Snowford Grade Road in Boulder.
I try to finish sentences. It's real hard. It's frustrating, especially when I'm sick like this. I would love to be in bed watching the Walking Dead marathon or something.
Look around. There might be something with a little more room. That spot doesn't have a lot of room.
I beg your patience. I don't mean to be short at all. It's dealing with a lot of pain and I'm quite frustrated. So what what's going on here, sorry guys, I don't mean to be all touchy, is that when you see the Sierra Tahoe cam, it would be most frightening if the flames were there during the day. But the fire came up here days ago when we were so worried about South Lake Tahoe. When it came up, Lover's Leap, like 4 days ago now. And it already swept past this area, and they saved it. And I put that on the Twitter. They used the snow machines. It was a really good effort. It was really great. And then they announced that their plan to continue saving. It's not all fuel burned up here, of course. It kind of swept past. It went over to Echo Summit. Their strategy is at night to keep lighting the flammable pockets of vegetation around it to help. It's a long-term project to save a big facility. And they'll be doing this throughout the nights in multiple areas. Whenever they get the opportunity, like the backfires at night. I would only worry for Sierra Tahoe if the flames approached it during the day, because during a red flag day, they generally don't light the backfires. But we'll continue to monitor this, and let me know if this moves. Once again, I apologize, guys, for being short. Let me know if this moves significantly. If it races up a hill or something. Yeah. So, I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to be all crabby. But every single waking moment of my day is pretty much here, so you're going to see me at my best and at my irritated moments, So, what am I irritated most with? This dang fire. This is stressing me out looking at it. And I was really hoping for Midnight Miracle stuff. We're not quite seeing this. Going back to what I was explaining earlier, can't even remember what that was now. How was I going to finish saying? Do you guys remember what I was talking about? What? Hopefully it'll come back to me. But yeah, I'm trying to be reassuring. I don't see a flare up. It just is a it's kind of sitting there. But let me know if it moves. Then we will be pretty concerned about it. If these flames start eating the building here at Sierra Tahoe, we'll be concerned about it. And plus, go ahead and listen to the Caldor Fire operations. And Nick is awesome. Nick is monitoring the channels. You think it looks good so far, Nick? Nick is awesome. He is doing us a great service. He is listening to the tactical channels that we can't hear. Someone needs a nap? I do. I got all cranky. Sorry. But it's because I'm scared, guys. It's mega fires are the thing that terrify me the most. I don't know about you guys. I'd rather be in a hurricane. You can protect yourself by getting in a cellar with a tornado. But with mega fires and the way they start and just sweep over towns and trap people and kill people, there's very few things that are scarier in this world. I'm here because I am that concerned. That's why I try to. We are all really under stress here, and I try to have the rule where we will rub each other's feathers the wrong way and get irritable, and because we're all under extreme stress. And so I hope that we can, realize, whoa, we just got snappy, then we apologize to each other, and then move right on, because that's natural. That's going to happen. Move to Louisiana then. Louisiana. I could then make a documentary about the Rouse, rodents of unusual size. Did you know they beat me to it, but I actually came up with that idea first? The nutria, I documented some of them in Oregon, and Oregon has it too. I didn't have the movie camera. I was trying to bring it to the world's attention, the environmental destruction that the nutria do. At the same time, they're kind of adorable and almost tame. I've seen people feed nutria by hand, like little bits of bread, and they reach up and take it from you. Oh, they can be quite fierce and attack as well if they get ornery. But then I was hanging out with outdoor forums, talking to the people that deal with them, the ranchers and the hunters and the trappers and the people who try to control them and stop the invasive species. And I made a joke. I said, they're rodents of unusual size. All of a sudden, somebody goes to Louisiana and makes a documentary with that title. And I was like, nah. But I'm sure people have the same ideas. If you've seen The Princess Bride, it looks really similar. It could have been a totally independent thing. It's not like somebody stole the idea from me, but... Okay, let's look back and see if satellite updated. Still red, still quite active. Going back at Susie Cat says sunrise in Scotland means it's time for your midnight miracle. Love you and support you. Hopefully. Yeah. Going back up. Yeah, I hope I feel better. My throat hurts so bad. I get quite irritable when that happens. Just trying to keep going. I was really hoping we'd hear more. If we could hear more about what's going on, I could talk less. Chatter's still going, but they're not talking about what we're seeing. Let's look at the FLIR. Heavenly's still looking okay. Let's look at FLIR for Dixie. Oh, it just panned away from it, but that could have been fire on the ridge. It's not calibrated too well, and it won't stay very still. But that, see the bright yellow. Dang it! Stay still, Cam. Camera. Please focus on where the danger is. The nature of these cams is their job is to constantly swivel around to look for new fire starts, new spot fires. They'll never really be stationary the way we want them. I'm sorry, I have no idea during midstream how to turn on the donation button. I'm not as worried about that. I am so... I am so... Oh! Yeah, I was talking about the corralling thing. Yeah, I remembered what I was talking about. I can finish my sentence. Yeah, exactly, Matt McKay. They're not trying to direct the fire to the tamarack, and I don't at all blame the public for getting wrong idea about, because when you talk about herding, you think about them moving like a herd of cattle somewhere. There. You see it? That could be actual fire, the bright yellow on the ridge. So if the camera would stay still long enough, it didn't, then we could look up and see where the beam is looking. You already moved past it. So the beam is the direction. But we have to really verify that, and it lags behind. I'm going to refresh. Sometimes refreshing can sync it better, as they say on here, but it frustrates me greatly that it doesn't quite. The image you see, the left one, this matches here. We want it to click a little bit to the right, to look a little southeast. Yeah, but to finish the sentence about the herding thing, you're at a rodeo. You're at a rodeo, right? So there's a bunch of Mustangs in a corral. Somebody spooks them. They bust out of the corral. That's a red flag day. So say that the where they busted out of the corral, that is the way the wind is going. The wind's pushing that herd, right? So there's a crowd of people kind of around the corral on that side. And they're going to go trample people, right? So if you get enough warning, see the fence giving way at that point, which is the weather forecast for the fire to go that direction, right? You get people out of there. Like there's baby carriages and stuff in the way and bleachers. You just get the people out of the bleachers, get them away, get the babies out of the baby carriages, get them out of there as fast as you can, right? Say, everybody move, there's something coming. Especially if they're running through the fairgrounds or something, right? Now, firefighters can't be everywhere and can't put the horses back in. They're just on a red flag day. You can't stand in front of it. If they're going to go where they want. But what can you do? Especially if some people haven't been able to evacuate, or if there's like the baby carriages or the food court. Take what people you have, like take the broken pieces of fence or the broken down gate and stand in front of it. If you don't want it to crush a baby carriage, you're not sure if the babies are still in there or not, just pick up randomly the sign or something and stand in front of it, which represents a line, like a defensive line in front of the fire, in front of the structures, and hopefully it'll hold. The horse kind of nudges you with the shoulder, but goes past it, right? Goes past it. And if enough people, like enough firefighters got together and went to the most vulnerable areas, the things that need defending, they can hope that the fire will just move past everything, like the wild horses would move past the food court and maybe go into the garden display area, right? That would be the wilderness. That's the best way I can give the analogy. But what happens if the wind changes, right? The herd of horses start going straight for the food court, where the most people were, the most buildings were that people are using. You have to get out of the way. You drop Moses.
He's going to get him moving over to parking area where the devil starts to be back there. I could get him diverted.
Trying to finish the sentence. You have to get out of the way. If you're holding up a sign hoping that that's going to stop a horse.
I'll see what I can do. Also, I've got one coming up, travel tractor. He's going to let me know as soon as he hits the 50.
That's when we lose towns, They do what they can. They make a good line as best they can, but they have to jump out of the way. Then as the herd of horses, like trampling through the food court, leaves, come out of the woodwork, and then see if you can attend to the wounded, that sort of a deal. That's like with the structures. Some structures are not quite on fire yet. Just like
Branch, James Branch, come in.
Nick, you're going to bed. Good night. Thank you so much for your service. There's water helitanker action on the Kirkwood right now. Ooh. Wild horses can't drag me away. Yeah. Rip Chris Watts. Charlie Watts, excuse me. Anyway, trying to finish the last of that is that just like spooked horses, wildfires calm down eventually when the weather calms down. That's when you can kind of approach. You agree with my example? Yeah, and you can maybe push them back in the corral, right? Close the gate a little bit, and that's what they're trying to do. Trying to hold 88 today was like taking a whole bunch of signs for the fair and trying to stack them up into a line in front of where they didn't want it to go. Basically out of the fairgrounds and towards Markleyville, right? Towards the Tamarack. They put hotshot crews in there, and they slammed it with helicopters. And if it breaches towards the evening and then calms down, they can go and hit it like with the helicopters right now. And anywhere there was a breach, try to push it back over. Push it back over the lines, put it out, or contain it where it breached the lines. So, back up here. Rodents of unusual size. Yep, Dusty has a clip for us to watch. I don't think I can show it without a copyright thing. Is that what you were linking? Yes. So I'm hoping, what do we want to see with this right here? We want to see it won't move. We don't want a new heat detection anywhere. We don't want the radio coming to life with desperate calls. We want to see it settled down with a thick blanket of smoke. Thick blanket of smoke. That means, that means the fire will moderate. Here's Beckworth Peak. Let's go look. Last 15 minutes. Real active. It's real active. Okay. So it's almost 11. It's usually in the 11 o'clock hour to 1 in the morning that the midnight miracle might appear. Roberta says, HALT, don't get too hungry, angry, lonely, or tired, and do not eat when angry. Really? Ah, that's an interesting thing. Where does that come from? Wait, what? Bonnie Johnstone, sorry if this came up earlier, but the Dixie in Butte County looks like it expanded closer to Oroville down 70. What? That would be total news to me. I haven't... The wind didn't blow that way the last several days. That would be, is that some sort of a rumor mill thing? That... Do you mean like... up high here? You mean the direction of Oroville? Do you mean southwest, not near Oroville? Because the wind has been consistently blowing to the northeast, like for days now. I wouldn't see that there would be any way for it to go the opposite direction. But yeah, thanks for being caring from Scotland and such. And Dawn at Scotland, man, I want to be in Scotland. I want to go see some castles. I think the Davidson clan had, they were pretty dang poor. The research I've done is, weren't they allied with, my ancestors being allied with William Wallace, sort of. Got pretty much obliterated. Took heavy losses at certain battles. But they were never a wealthy clan. I don't know that the Davidsons had a castle of any sort. I think we were allied with the the Glencoe massacre, the McDougalls against those dirty Campbells. Those dirty English-loving Campbells. Just kidding, guys. Okay. Going back up, J.A. Cat. If you watch the Monument Fire update, pay attention to the meteorologist. She explains part of what I was saying about the winds, plain English. 2x in the update. Hey, J. Cat, do you have a link? I'm going to make you a mod for a second to make the link. Nick Billings, 15 minutes ago, per KCA fire scanner, night helicopters over the Kirkwood area, confirming the dip sites are go. Yes. Let's go see the helicopters. I was hoping they'd come on the Dixie, but 88 has to hold.
Those are 1240. No pursuit.
Oh, there they are. Okay, that's the eye in the sky. That's air attack. Let's see if the tankers show up.
Are you up at the top tower? Your location is still Charlie. Is there somewhere I can meet you?
Somebody said floods, not so much. Somebody said floods, not so much in California. Wait, sorry, what? My earliest memory of childhood is uncontrolled releases from Folsom Dam will cause levee breaches downstream. Please evacuate. Uncontrolled releases from Orville Dam will cause levee collapse expected downstream.
Last contingency. Branch 16. Command 99. Last contingency. Hillary, can you meet us on the 10 road and Westwood? Right there at that intersection. We're making our way on them.
That's not calming down. Now we wanted to hear about the contingency plan. Which lookout? Did we find out which lookout is closest to the Hurlong intersection? I could look that up. California only floods and droughts and floods and droughts. There's really not that many normal years. It's a land of extremes. Susie Cat says, fascinating, Kathryn, so many clans, so many past battles. I'm Buchanan Smith clan through my mom from the Isle of Skye. Hey, Susie Cat, can you give me an email? I'd love to learn more about Scotland. I wanted to do a castle tour of Scotland, make a documentary, and try to tour, where the ancestors were hanging out, do some ancestry research. New York City is flooding. Oh, man. Yeah, this isn't calming down, guys. I'm still worried, terribly worried. Oh, there's a Chinook at Placerville. It hasn't taken off yet. Okay. Maya Face says, I heard fires are slowing down. Things are looking more up than down. On the Caldor, yes. The Dixie is a freight train. It has not put on the brakes yet. I am very concerned by what we're seeing, even at this last frame.
Command to use Roadman Romeo 3 Alpha on command.
Okay, that's not genitalia.
Romeo 3 Alpha, go ahead.
Hang on, let's listen.
Roadman Romeo 3 Alpha is on the ground. Mission complete at 860. Thank you.
This is scary.
Copy that. On the ground, mission complete. Communications is clear, 2300. You have a good...
I think we might be seeing flames cresting the ridge. It's hard to tell in the very last frames. Right there, these strips of white right there. I should get a different pen color. These strips of white might actually be flames, and the fact that you have new smoke here in front of the cloud is the fire getting closer to the ridgeline. So just moment by moment, this is looking perhaps worse. The fire might be spilling over the ridgeline. I want to check this out. Port Sage camera is a different angle, but not that useful. It's quite far away with a pole in the way. We have been lucky so far in Portola. Yep, James Webb, fingers crossed. That's the nature of fast-moving fires driven by the wind, is that they're narrow, like a train on tracks that are a runaway train, or like the Back to the Future car, leaving the flames in its wake, Can't get in front of it. But then the fires will converge behind it as it goes past to try to pick up the pieces. Never was a Freud fan. Carl Jung is my guy. Heck yeah, I'm a Jungian. Joseph Campbell.
Jack, roll over to Command 31.
You'd be happy to email me? Cool. My email's in the link.
Go to 300 attack, or Command 31. Go ahead with your traffic. I was just going to let you know that 1262 is done with me, so I came back over here. I got to get reloaded, and could you let Kilo know, because I wasn't able to get a hold of him on command or anything else.
Yeah, that's...
Copy. I'll let him know that you're at drop point 26.
Watch right here, the last 15 minutes. I think that's fire over the ridge line. It's so hard to tell and distinguish as well as a strip. Fire versus heat.
From Lima on Command 31.
Fire versus heat, you know. Left side cam is at Susanville. I want it to go over and look at it. Subways in New York City are flooding? Oh, man. Okay, thanks, J.A. Cat. Let me open links you gave me. Large temperature change from day to night in the 6,000-foot Sierras. Yeah, it's freezing at night, and well, that's the high desert. This is east of the Sierras technically now. I mean, the fire's like that grid is like you're done with the Sierras. Here's the high desert. Here's Nevada. So is the Buchanan-Smith clan allied with Davidson's, by the way? Because we can't be friends. If not, I'm just kidding. Let me know if the heli-tankers reach over by... oh, it's Alcoholics Anonymous? Okay, cool. Honesty, acceptance, love, tolerance. I can get with that. And good to have you guys. Good to have you here. Sorry, I've been in a mood because of pain and extreme worry for the Dixie here. That's a very worrisome image. I was hoping the FLIR would settle down and look at it so we could see kind of what's going on. It's erratic. I'm going to need some sugar here for my mood. Get some s'mores. Okay. I think eating while angry is a great idea because I'm usually just hangry. I sit here, look at the fires, and realize I should have had 2 meals by now. The Monument Fire update explains the winds and playing in English. Okay, cool. So, yeah, gee, Araya, that's true. The Caples Lake and the Thunder Mountain and the Silver Lake area was the crisis point of today on the Caldor, where the rest looked much better because they thought it was going to break out of 88 and make a run, due east in the direction of Markleeville and that Tamarack scar. And so that's what I was saying during the broadcast. This has to hold. They had VLAT, very large aerial tankers helping out. That splashed retardant on either side. Now over there, they're going to do firing ops tonight to help protect and strengthen the lines as scheduled. And so what the heli-tankers can do is help them keep that safe. If there's too much wind or too much this or that, okay, we see a little bit of smoke. It's always good to have eyes in the sky above you and like, whoopsie, it got out of our control right here. Can you snag that? Splash. Got it. Thumbs up. It gives them more confidence to do much more elaborate firing. They need to make strips along 88 just black earth, meaning burn off that pine needle stuff, the multitude of dead and down trees. They need to do it in and around the cabins to continue to protect them. We may have taken some cabin loss today at Cables. They were desperately trying to do structure protection with multiple helicopters, and with the airplanes they were dropping retardant. And the Roosevelt hotshots and others were retreating to safe places, then coming out, going direct, and retreating and going out direct. It was a lot of structures were at risk today as the wind was blowing it. But they had a bit of a miracle in the South Lake Tahoe Basin again. And I was trying to explain how that might have worked. I'll draw a picture in a second, but I want to look on the Dixie FLIR to see if fire's going to march over the side of the mountain. Okay, we can see something. That bright yellow right there. What do you guys think this angle is? Is this almost due south or something? Dang it, it didn't stay still. Oh, that's looking pretty far west. Okay. See, this isn't synced. Now, they did have a hot spot by the sheep fire burn scar, which surprised me, but we heard about it on the radio, and that's why we listened to the radio. It's still going. I live on M&Ms. Oh man, you know, I found that Costco sells them in buckets. James Webb Patrolla has been lucky so far. This morning you could barely see the smoke. By mid-afternoon the wind kicked things up again. That looked like a nuclear detonation. The view from Beckworth and Portola. In fact, I have the time-lapse ability now. Okay, let's do a Beckworth. How long should I do the Beckworth time-lapse? This is from pretty far away. Beyond Portola. Portola's in the foreground, isn't it? No, kind of on the left, not really. Let's do the 12 hours to show people what we're talking about. The Dixie was that's 11:30 in the morning that it started, so now it's noon. 1 o'clock. 1:30. At 3 o'clock it goes insane. It's 2 o'clock. 2:30. 3 o'clock. 3:30. 4 o'clock. Insanity. 5 o'clock. 5:30. 6 o'clock. 6:30. 7 o'clock when things should be dying down. It is not. 8 o'clock. Oh my God. 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock. Now it's 11:11. I hate that number. I'm superstitious. But did you see when it flashed over to infrared? Did you see the red line here? We were trying to figure out where that was. We were seeing that was Lake Davis right there. And here's the problem with fires. This is like the freight train analogy. When they're being pushed by the wind like that, fiercely, they're like in a freight train or the Back to the Future car. You will have clear skies everywhere else because it's being pushed by the wind. It moves in a narrow line of complete and total destruction in that narrow line. Now, we got extremely lucky with South Lake Tahoe because it was pushed that way and took the path of least destruction. Kind of skipped over Christmas Valley a little bit. They were there to defend it with the embers raining down. It, of course, approached Christmas Valley when it was nighttime, giving them the ability to stand there and defend it. If it had been during the day, that would have been obliterated. They would have left and been like, oh God. So you can have it travel in the strip very, very far on these days and nights. The fact that it's still doing it well into the night it's unusual. The latest Cal Topo shows it going under the crest. Yeah, what we don't want to see. What we don't want to see, but that's margin of error actually. Remember, margin of error. This could be the hot plume. That plume is bacon hot. It could be in reality that it's just right here, or just right here, with this stuff being plume, but it is so hard to tell that you could be totally right. Remember the fires could just be like this and light up the whole square, right? And then we have a divider. Or the hot plume can give a false detection. I don't think it's false. I think it is on the ridge. But I just want to inform people how to read the satellite. Now let's look at the wind. Taking direct aim at Hurlong, the town. That's why they evacuated it. And they seem to have done that in giving people a pretty good warning today. It seems like maybe they learned their lesson. They did it in the afternoon rather than like now at midnight, you know. So Susie Cat says 1111 is Scotland is special. It means guides are helping you. It's actually positive. Okay, I like that better. You know what I like is I like 333 and 303. Yeah, this is pretty terrifying. Schaefer Mountain, we might be seeing it coming over. This is what we don't want to see. We don't want to see white spots. Oop, wrong colored pen. You know, you don't want to see white spots. Now, we see a flurry of activity. Unless we had tactical channels, unless somebody was over there with a Baofeng, we wouldn't hear it, of course. See all the headlights moving on the 395. That's the crews. They're ready. They're ready for it. They're agitated and ready for it.
Boss Cooper to Boss Turner on command.
Let's listen.
Equipment Boss Turner, Equipment Boss Cooper on command. 89. Located 33. Your wishes for him. This is doing that Texas man. Negative, he's been staging down here. Said you just want him working alone. Yeah, that's why I'm working on the Texas man. Since I got equipment down there, I have two other pieces of equipment. And that's where I have 1433 crews inside. Try to get him time with the other doses. A little unsure of location for him. Okay, the bottom, the South Round Valley Butte, the bottom of section 21, the pink flagging and a yellow glow stick. Follow the other line.
Round Valley.
Section 2-1. 2-1. 21. Come track that way. You might just tie in. I'm heading further down the road. I'll get him started though. Affirmative. I'll follow up and track on him. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I know some people just want me to talk about fire only, but remember, every waking hour of my day, I can't stress that enough. Even in the shower, I'm listening to the fires. It's not something you can do with a fire-only topic for mental health reasons. At night, the chat is open to a more variety of topics so that I don't go completely insane. I've been doing this every day since the 14th of July or something, with only 2 days off when I was sick. I'm still sick and not taking a day off. So I will, what we do for stress relief is at the end of the day, is we do talk about other things, especially since there's fewer viewers, excuse me. And that helps me to be able to sleep. I am struggling with going to sleep. Every day you should spend at least 1 hour of your day doing something you like. And for me, I'm still monitoring fires, but then it's a compromise. We could talk about other subjects to kind of make it so that not every second of my day is looking at a disaster. It's so tough to be going through this. It's so tough for the firefighters to be fighting this. It's also tough, though, to even look at this just constantly, because we have no control over it. There's a high stress amount. So in the evenings, we do have random topics as okay, especially when there's very few people in chat relative to the 1,500 people we had earlier. So my original YouTube channel was supposed to be on a variety show about completely random topics. So if you don't like the other people talking about it, we have to make some jokes at the end of the day. We have to try to smile every once in a while. I'm in the Pacific Northwest, but I grew up here. The Dixie is what I have the most terrifying feelings about, because I'm seeing places I know go up in smoke, and I'm seeing people I know affected. So this is my personal connections why I do this. If you think I'm a YouTuber that wanted to make a fire channel and be a reporter and play at being a reporter, and then I have days off, and then I work when these disasters happen, that's not it. I stop my life and I try to walk people through the crisis, because I will beat myself up if I don't. If there's something I could have done and I don't. This has made me feel good. Way better than just sitting here looking at this on my own and weeping. You know? Exactly. Big dog, can I have a hug? Anybody? Can you take over hugs for Big Daddy? Because he was on hug duty last night. We had this joke. He says, anybody wants a hug? Anybody wants a hug? Come get it. And so we said, report to Big Daddy for hugs. So can you take over? Hug. Thank you. Thank you. Hugs, yay. So we try to make this a bit of a support group, and people have given me the feedback that sometimes, especially at night, even if we're still hugs, thank you, yay. Oh, we started a round of hugging. Isn't this cute? Hugs, yay. I'll do it. Hugs. People told me they can't do it either. They can't be here. Hearing this 100% of the time, and so what they do is they put on my channel and they don't look. A lot of people don't look at this horror that we're looking at. They're listening to me and they want the updates, but they don't want to be looking at this as much as it would take. You know what I mean? We try with my angel mods here and the volunteers, the people in chat that volunteer things. Oh, thank you, Tracy. And this is so awesome. People from around the world are expressing well wishes and their sympathies, and we also care about what's going on in the world. I wish I could cover everything and provide reassuring info and stuff. I find it hard to just cover 2 fires at once. There's others. There's the monument. There's Hayfork to worry about. There's does anybody have any idea what happened today at the Knot Fire? Yeah. Oh, the heli tanker's about to drop. Okay. We'll continue to look at both of these things. Yeah, tell me what's going on. I want to hear the Dixie a little bit longer, but we can... a Cessna Citations in the house. Okay. You might be doing mapping. Daisy May, last couple of days I tuned in at night just because of what Kat just explained. Yeah. So if you guys don't want to look, I can tell you what's going on, because it's comforting to know what's going on. The big unknown is what's scary. It's what's stress-inducing. But I used to have a policy where I'd adjourn for the night. I'd go watch some TV or something, then turn it back on before going to bed and all that kind of stuff. And all that did was make people say, "Where's your stream? I need it. Please help. I need it." Yep. And okay, I have an emergency app update. It's called emergency ! From the Red Cross. Red flag warning. Winds are still elevated for some local regions across the Sierra, western Nevada late this evening. Ridge and foothill winds will decrease through Thursday morning, but winds become lighter on Thursday and Friday, but dry air will remain across the region. I really like this app. It's called Emergency ! By the Red Cross. It's for the phone. And it says why you get this alert. You are monitoring 25-mile radius near Almanor, California. Red flag warning alerts are set to enabled in all of my configurations. This is the coolest app. It's really good. FEMA and the red flag emergency ! Are for some reason really good. Better than expected, that you would think a government app. We continue to look at the Heavenly Ski area, but see that little spot right there? Is it moving? That's good. I know that's been alarming for people. So, water and retardant drops per radio traffic. I thought you were going to bed, Nick. I'm glad you're still with us. It says 12 minutes ago, Caldor Fire upgraded the rest of the request of 2 helicopters first on the way from base. They have a mobile retardant base established, so they can drop retardant too. Wow. Incredible. Kathy Arch says, hi, you wished my hubby a happy birthday last week. He says, thanks. Today marks the 28 days for him on the Dixie. Oh, man. Thank him for our service. Thanks for all the info. Lets me have it connected to him while he's gone. Yeah. I wish I had the ability to give you guys tactical channels. We'd hear exciting stuff. Okay, the what that's spotted over the line, okay. Can you go get it, Engine 12? Engine 12's on it. Okay, Engine 12, did you get it? We got it. We pushed it back across the line. Okay, great. All right, Water Tanker Tender 2, move up on the line. No, get back. It's coming over the line right there. Okay, we'd be hearing that stuff. Do you think it's going to come over the crest? Yeah, it'll probably do so in the next 5 minutes. Okay, guys, everybody off the ridge. Okay, it went past us. Okay, were you able to pick it up there? Yeah. Wind's dying down. Great, go direct. That's the cool stuff we're missing. That's tactical channels. Am I about right, Nick? Does it go like that, or am I just... Are you working the fire, Nick? Or you're by? I forgot. Did I miss the Dixie map? The Dixie wrap-up meeting? No, the Dixie is unfolding right now in a terrifying way. It's not over. Tonight it might be a real tough night on the Dixie. It's a freight train. So here's the incredibly scary image. Where did I put it? Right here. Schaefer Mountain. It seems to be coming over the ridge right now. Look at the last 3 hours. This is insanity. We're looking east of Susanville south. Slightly southwest. Look at that. That's all heat in the massive clouds. And fire seems to be cresting the ridge, just like as of 20 minutes ago. 100% correct. That's what the comms would sound like? Really? Oh, wow. And we're still listening to Lassen. It's on. Lassen County Fire Special. No, we're not. It dropped. What happened? Broadcastify dropped the feed. What's going on? I don't think it's been dropped very long, but... Okay. We're playing. No, there's hiss. Okay. It wasn't dropped. It's just they're not saying anything. Alright. Had to check on it. Yeah, this is insanity. This is insanity. I just got an alert that I read you guys from the Red Cross Emergency exclamation mark app that there's very little humidity recovery tonight. It's very low temperatures, but still some pretty good winds and some pretty good activity. So, have I checked in with Dan and Kearns yet? Have not, but look at this. I mean, every moment we're trying to figure out if the next frame is showing the fire on the ridge. Tara, the group driving through there at 5:30 was so sad heading home from Reno. Yeah. Second Chinook is taken to the air. Sweet. Undisclosed top secret max. Yeah. Wildfire is at 34% containment. 2,006 acres. Okay. Do you have eyes on the chopper? Or are you looking at CA Fire Scanner just tweeted, speak of the devil, he loves these. Let me look back at the Twitter on the phone. Just missed it. Where'd it go?
1240. Smoker group.
My God.
1931. You want him to just continue doing what he's doing, widening that road out right up to the comp tower.
Okay. Heart attack. Wow, the amount of tweets that went by. Scrolling to the top is almost impossible. Okay. Brandon Ritterman, I think he's with ABC 10, says we live in a Russian nesting doll of disasters. Accurate. Okay, I'm going to look at CA Fire Scanner. He has said where's his latest? It's not 55 minutes ago. It was 1 minute ago. Okay. The first one's dipping at Silver Lake now. The second one just departed Placerville. Yeah. Okay, God. Okay, I need to calm down. That radio was 100% in my ears because you know what I did? I turned it up to maximum volume. Is this thing on? Yeah. There is no Dixie wrap. It's ongoing like a complete freight train. Yep. Edward Weiss, watching a 3-hour loop from the Schaefer Mountain Cam, you'll get a sense of how the Caldor Fire skipped. No, that's not the Caldor, it's the Dixie. It's the Dixie, Edward. My clock is wrong. Oh, it went dormant again. Sorry, thank you. If I minimize it on accident, it goes wrong. Okay. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Okay. If you put it in a 3-hour loop, you'll get a sense of how the fire skipped. No, that's not Christmas Valley. The Schaefer Mountain is the Dixie. What I think you were talking about is it's a very similar angle. Hawkins Peak. Or are you just saying as an example like it was similar? Yeah, I just fixed it. Hey, welcome back, John. Yeah, Hawkins Peak today was insane. Let's do the 12-hour. This was the Caldor. Looking at the trouble spot, we're trying to break out of 88, and that's where the tankers are right now, still trying to help them kind of reinforce there. That's Helm's Deep right there for the Caldor Fire. The defenses have to hold. Now it pivots
Silver
around.
1936, Milford Group on track 1.
Yeah, we're listening to Dixie though because it's the city of Furlong, the town of Furlong is right in the sights. If it crests the ridge, the fire could race over to that town. They had mandatory evacuations. Most people seem to be out. But it's coming over the ridge like as we speak. We're monitoring it really, really carefully. The Dixie is a freight train that is still rolling. Oh, you explained the scenario? Okay, just want to make sure. That's very good. That's a very good thing that you mentioned. That does illustrate it. The fact that at night... Oh, I remember what I was going to draw a picture for you guys. People were saying, well, why is it not that gusty here at South Lake Tahoe when the fire was roaring other places? If I had to guess, it's the microclimate thing where this is the wind tunnel of 50, right? And we had most prevailing winds go like that, but the winds can find little places to get funneled and escape. And it was very windy over here, east of South Lake Tahoe, over on the Nevada side by Minden and such. And so we were very afraid that this would roar to life and race towards Kingsbury and Mottsville. But what may have happened is the winds mostly funneled themselves that way, leaving a very calm environment here. That may have happened the last 2 days. You just never can tell with these microclimates. It can be rip-roaring winds on one side of a hill and almost a dead calm on the other. That's why they're just so hard to predict. So they had the fiercer problems here down at Kirkwood and 88. This is where they're dipping right now. The fire's trying to go this way.
This is Milford Group. Go ahead.
We're still listening to Lassen. And if it did, it would meet the Tamarack scar. See?
I do. Have him come on the Last Chance Road, straight out to the Dooley Road, make a right, and tie in with engine 2272.
These are the three ways it could meet the Tamarack scar. So the battle is here. Kirkwood, Caples Lake.
Engine 2272.
This is Highway 88. Alright? The defenses have to hold. Because what happens if the fire is here?
2272, Milford Group. Hey, I've got a dozer just showed up. Drive time from 6:02. Having them come in on the last chance. No, Lost Creek Road.
So this, we're looking now at the Dixie. I'm showing a lot of that. But you're totally right. Those cams like Beckworth, you could see how firefighters would just hunker down.
Affirmative.
Okay.
Stand by, I'll get your number.
When the winds are fiercely blowing it in a straight line like that, that's very true. The firefighters will hunker down.
2272, dozer number is going to be 83.
Like at Christmas Valley. And it goes that way, and they're here going, oh my God, and it goes over them, you know.
I'll have him come up straight to you. If you could, find him a good place to park. That transport.
If you've tuned in a lot with my show, I predicted that as a very likely scenario when people were...
Milford Group, safety. Milford Group.
When people were saying Christmas Valley is toast, strawberry is toast, I said, nope, I don't want to talk like that because understand that little areas are easier to defend, and when they're in narrow little corridors, oftentimes the fire will hop over the ridges and not not burn in the little canyons, not for a long time. Would the fire actually go there? It goes marching off towards other state lines and such. Yeah. And then, if it's during the day and there's too many embers, they're not going to sit there and defend it. But
Safety still at 602?
It approached at night. When the winds died down a lot, and that's why Christmas Valley is mostly still intact, as far as I can tell, right? Yeah, no, the only reason they're defending Kirkwood is it's a multi-million-dollar homes and ski infrastructure. No, that's not it. They're trying to defend everything they can. See,
so unit that called me from 602, are you the medic? I couldn't quite catch.
They're defending everywhere that they have the ability. What, Strawberry?
Safety. There's somebody at 602. I didn't quite catch who it is.
Are you going to tell me that there were multi-million-dollar homes in Strawberry? Or Science Camp? Or, you know? That's a critical place. That's a critical place to hold it. Otherwise, it goes running for Markleyville in Nevada.
I copy. So has E2083 already started down road?
Wait. Let's listen. I think he's talking about crews moving down a slope. I don't know if he means fire. Let's listen. This is Lassen County.
You got a map. It's going to be the last. It's going to be upper last chance road. 602. Head north just a little bit. You grab that road that goes to the bottom of our spot there in 12.
Okay, it's driving directions. Okay. I keep wanting them to say whether or not the fire is going over this ridge, whether or not they're going to battle it on the other side. Trust me, firefighters are not cold-hearted snakes. They're very, very caring people. They see a structure, they want to protect it. That is their job. Just like a surgeon wants to save that patient on the battlefield, right? It breaks their hearts when they have to choose between patients to save. They didn't sign up because they wanted money. Firefighting doesn't pay very well compared to the risks. In fact, it doesn't pay anything for many of them. They're volunteers most of the year. And they're there to do the work. They want to fight. They have a soldier's mentality. Let's fight this. Let's save things. Let's fight this. It breaks their heart to see anything lost. They don't care if something's $1 million home. They're not paid differently if they save a shack, an old lady's house, a trailer, or a ski resort or a mansion. They're not mercenaries. They don't get to negotiate their rate and say prioritize structure.
Milford medic, Milford group. Can you give me a call on my cell phone?
Yeah, I know, Mark. This is crazy. Yeah, ever advised weather and nature is fickle. The same pattern conditions that doomed Paradise saved Christmas Valley. Can you elaborate that a little bit more for the people who might be confused? I'm slightly confused by that too. John Barty agreed they're there for structure protection, but only dozer line off the cable. Seems if they want to let it go by. No, they don't want to let it go by at all. To the east. If you mean okay, sorry. If you mean that they want it to go that way instead of that way, yeah. But they don't really want it to move anywhere. Yeah, this place right here is crucial to hold, and this is where the wind would funnel. It's trying to go past here and wrap around. You know what kind of a disaster that would be? Is it would head along the wind tunnel and make straight for Minton. This would be wind aligning with the canyons. That's maximum fire spread with maximum speed. Wind direction, the same direction as a canyon. Whoa, look out. If you think it all went fast today, that would be a raging inferno. That would be the kind of thing where we saw 19 miles spread in a day if it was a red flag day. Those winds are fierce. See there. That would race so fast, you'd have to jump out of the way. That would be the equivalent of a drag racing vehicle going down the street, and the firefighters being like little old ladies with walkers, just trying to scramble out of the way, like, oh God. That would be one heck of a nightmare. This would also be a nightmare here if it got around to this spot. Because look at this. This is the wind tunnel pointing like the barrel of a gun at South Lake Tahoe. They could save Christmas Valley one day just to lose it another when the wind's coming up from the south. That's why we can't celebrate firefighters saving anything. It's one day at a time. We celebrated Greenville, and then, well, what happened? Be right back. I have to refresh myself.
Water tender 1930, and also a dozer 1931.
Zero Bagley to drop in on the line up here.
I copy that. And what tack are they going to be up on? Copy, Tac 6.
And what's your plan for the bottom half of this? Are you going to get those filters moved?
now we've got some coal black to anchor into off the Beck Tennessee Road, getting direct line in and around some structures through the flat. And then we're out scouting ahead, looking for and turn up and over to the top.
Copy. This might all work out, so we'll start up here on top. Walk the tracks in and then start pushing from the top. So you guys can get calmed up here in a little bit.
So in comma with the Lima.
Sounds great. So you guys are down plus down there. I'll hang up here for a bit so I got good combo up here out of the hole.
Copy.
Okay, I wasn't talking the whole time, was I? Was I muted? I was making a pretty elaborate point there with the mute button on. Well, sorry, folks. Yeah, I've been talking for about 8 minutes as I went to the other room to refresh myself, splash water on my face, and kind of dab at my, I was muted. Okay, yeah. I was dabbing at my face, kind of redoing my hair, talking to you guys, talking about how a person can really improve their life by changing their attitude and stuff. Wow, okay. So much for my eloquent speech. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. It was all about keeping, it was all about feeling downtrodden, and so the tendency is to imagine the motivations of others. But it's a mistake each time. It keeps you depressed. Usually, it's a form of, it comes like this. You don't want to get your hopes up to get them crushed. So if you stay negative the whole time, you don't get thrown up and drop down. And people who have experienced that in their lives, especially unfairly, are reluctant to get hopeful, reluctant to even allow themselves to feel happy for a moment, just to get crushed down. So if there's extreme stress like this, where, oh gosh, my building may not be saved, or something may not be saved, that's where that line of thinking goes, is no, they won't save it because I'm not wealthy. They'll just save the wealthy. It's a way of not getting your hopes up. And it's defensive, but it's inappropriate and hurts you. You can still modulate your own expectations so that you're not wildly hopeful then crushed and hopeful then crushed. In different ways, you know. So scrolling back up, I can't believe I was muted. I was using as an example of how when there's fear, and if you try and if you don't succeed, it's really a bad result. Hang on, I didn't see all the stuff in chat. Usually your subconscious mind kind of generates a thought that's bitter, so you don't even try. Because it knows that you get hurt when you get dropped, right? So when I teach like fiscal responsibility classes, not too often, but just like a volunteer thing, showing people how to budget and look at your bank statement. Do you have a fee that doesn't make sense? Do you have a charge that doesn't make sense? One thing I run into, and I was there in my distant past, I know what it's like, is when finances are so stressful, a lot of people, I say pick up the phone and just calmly explain why you don't deserve the fee. A lot of people said, no, I don't want to. Oh, why not? And then I hear, well, they're trying to keep us down. The man's trying to keep us down. They're not going to help. They don't like helping the poor, this kind of thing. And I'm going, whoa. I remember having a lot of thoughts like that when things were real tight for me. And just hearing that around the block, The reality is, though, they're not there to keep anybody down. They're there to make money. People get hurt in the process. But their motivation is to make money, not to keep anybody down. They don't give a damn. In fact, the psychological profile of the wealthy is that they love it. They go to sleep at night because they tell themselves the system is fair, and if anybody tried hard enough, they can make it and rise up to the very top just to be with them. That's the myth they believe, That upward mobility is there for everybody. In reality, they just want to make money. Hang on. Fingers crossed, we're still watching this real carefully.
1085. I went and inserted him in the same place, so I'm there and sign with him, and that 1430
33.
Oops. This will probably update in a second. Okay, hopefully, will the Dixie calm down? Will it? That's what we're waiting for. Will the freight train, will the brakes come on the train or not? Will it roar over here? Will it make spot fires? Will it run for her long? We don't know. But the point of my rambling story again is that the reality is that rich people love to throw money around, and especially at each other. They love to give each other money. That's why if you have like those rewards credit cards, somebody told me, oh, you always have to keep a balance on your credit card because they'll throw you off the rewards card, not making money off of you. If you're just getting rewards and they're not getting interest, they'll throw you off. Absolutely not. They do that all the time. That's one of the secrets of the wealthy getting wealthier. Is they get 5% back on the credit card. Well, they make they make purchases left and right of $10,000. They get free money. They pay the whole thing off. They get free money. And guess what? Other rich people love that. They throw free money at each other. And what do? Where do they get the money? Well, fees. And they tell themselves the only person going to get a fee is somebody not paying attention to their bank statement or somebody being irresponsible. You know, spending money they don't have. Some of them, sometimes though, it's just an honest mistake. You get a fee. Shouldn't be there. And if you actually do pick up the phone and say, without screaming at anybody, I got a fee, I'd like that removed. Well, they look into it, and if it's rational, they usually do. They just remove it. They have a rationale where they think they have this romantic idea that anybody can go from the bottom to the top if they work hard enough and are savvy enough. And so if you play the game too of like credit card rewards and then paying it off every month, don't have a fear of like getting thrown off of it. You won't. And don't have a fear of picking up the phone and disputing a fee. They'll probably just take it off. Especially if you're insistent and say, I can prove this. Then they go, oh, okay. But what is going on with the person who fights me and says, I'm not picking up the phone. They're just there to keep us down. They're not wanting to help. They're blah, blah. All of that is because of somebody not wanting. It's too much fear involved in trying something. Too much fear, disappointment, and getting humiliated or whatever, or sneered at. I'm going to pick up the phone and somebody's going to yell at me and say, not very good at your budget, are you? You know, these people are imagining stuff. So I walk them through picking up the phone, and I say, watch me. And I say, I had this fee for my client here. They gave me permission to talk. How about removing it? Really, it happened before 7 o'clock. The deposit just didn't hit before the charge did. But if you look at when my client was over here at the store, it was different. And then they go, oh, okay. They remove the fee, and that's basically the way it goes. Then they wipe their tears. Wow, it worked. I'm like, yeah, it did. So usually the voice in our head that I shouldn't try because there's no use. People are trying to keep us down. This is a voice in our head that we generate. You'll never be happy believing this stuff. That's why you got to go with just logic and reasoning and find out what really is happening. So that was my big eloquent speech. It was a lot more fun and eloquent and better. I just want to explain to you what I said before I got muted. I'm just trying to keep a voice talking on the stream, because if I don't keep talking, people tune out. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Metal NPC, I have a few rich friends that are extremely generous and remarkably kind, but others are insanely greedy and cheapskates. Yeah, it varies, you know. Human motivation varies. Kathy says, I'm sorry, I've had a hard time not screaming at anybody since I got COVID. I feel like choking people. Oh, no. And what I'm talking about is in the fiscal environment, like credit card rewards. That's rich people throwing money at each other and using it for the revenue they got from the fees by raking over the coals, the poor. But their justification, their mental justification is they don't think the way that most people think. It's not how can I screw somebody today to get rich? It's capitalism is a jungle. People have to survive for themselves. If they wanted to, they could be smart, fiscally savvy. They could be good budgeters. They could have restraint, and they could become wealthy like us too. They could come from nothing. They love to believe that myth. I mean, that's true in some circles, but not if you have health problems, and in some countries it's not true. Ones that are like Afghanistan, you can't get ahead in Afghanistan unless your family clan is allied with somebody else. You can't get a job, and they say, "Who's your family? What clan are you from?" And if you have the wrong answer, they say, "We're not allied with that clan. You don't get the job." You get promoted unfairly if you are, if you do know people, nepotism. Oh, you're from that clan. Well, right this way. We have a job for your management. That's okay. You don't need experience. That's the way it is in other parts of the world. We were more lucky than some others. But the point is that that's how they go to bed at night. They believe that the myth that anybody can make it to become a billionaire, things like that. So they love to see somebody come from nothing, and they love to throw money at that person because that's an example of the myth they have to believe to sleep at night. So somebody is super, super organized with their finances, and you go and call them up and say, "Hey, 7:30, see at the ATM machine, I did my deposit. It was before midnight, but your ATM thing, you're supposed to be $100 credit here. The overdraft happened because 7 in the morning, I got a cup of coffee. But since I made my deposit before midnight, it should have clicked in and should have credited me at least $100 of that ATM deposit. That's the way it works. I don't know what happened with your guys' record keeping, but I don't deserve the overdraft fee." And they say, "What?" And I'm like, "Can you prove it?" "Yeah, here's my ATM receipt. It says right here, 9:30, made a deposit before midnight. Do you want me to fax it to you?" Then they go, "Oh, you're an example of the super wise, person coming from nothing, right? That they like to see." Oh man, I would love to hear what they're saying.
So when I left them a few hours ago, they had about 8 miles to go. So I can head down there now and confirm.
Head down where?
Here, dozer, they came up off of 44. He's currently in section 23. Just south of 44. There's approximately 2 miles of line that still needs to be constructed on grade flat. We can get those other dozers to assist this single out here to try to speed up that process. There's going to be some areas in section 27 that they will not be able to do without masticators, but it's about the only option we have right now.
Fingers crossed. They talked about that at the meeting.
Yeah, the tractor's working up on the 44 side. There was a chunk that was left that they cleaned up today, so they must have finished that. And if they're down into section 23, that's pretty much where they're picking it up, which was complete, working down to the south. But I drove it today, and all of that is incomplete all the way down to Pansy Cutoff. And that was your priority today, was to tie that on, tie that in, and that mile and a half right there, correct? And that's the firm priority, was to tie that lower section in, coming off the safety zone to Pansy. And then there was a section they missed up top that I wanted to get tied in so we get all the dots connected and then get them all working towards each other, not leaving any open space behind them. So that should be good. It's just that gap in the middle, which is roughly 4 miles or so to get down to Pansy. I copy. Yeah, the line pushed from section 3 to section 28. Kind of on the wrong side, but it was prepped for what the fire was making a push from the west. We might be able to get some skidders in there and some grapple cats and pull that back across the line. Make that request for today. But we can't get those tractors that are up in the top, up in the black. Let's check on those priority and get them moving towards this single, and we're going to see if we can get some other iron in here. This says this other dozer in section 23.
What they were talking about was over here.
And why I got you, I know all that stuff was pushed on the east side there, but the guys we've had working the past few days are pushing that burn to the west side there. But most of that stuff is masticated kind of in section 33, kind of in the southern section of 28. Are we looking to leave that and call that good, or do you want to open that up as well, pushing the berm off to the west?
Oh, I'm gonna go insane. Okay, we can't make anything out. I'm not going to subject you to that horrible sound. Grizzly Flats Road. Can't. Remember, this is the Dixie, not the Caldor. Yeah, it's completely garbled. Okay, so what they're doing is talking about finishing some dozer work and all that over here by Grizzly Mountain. Remember Dixie Fire? Which they were talking about at the other meeting earlier today. But since that is the most horrible scratchy radio on earth, I'm not going to subject you to it. I turned up the volume and I can't make anything out. They're still talking, but that noise is insane. I'm developing a raging headache, so I'm trying to make this as dark as possible. Why isn't there a dark mode? I don't know. So, copy. Okay, perfect, he says at the end of this massively garbled transmission. Aha. But this is slamming my head with a headache. Just and then seeing this white, I can't do it. Okay. Just gonna get off of that. You get light-induced headaches. Right. Hopefully this doesn't cross. Let's do a time lapse. 1 hour. This is so sketchy right here. It could still throw embers over and spot off the mountains. This is by the Hurlong Junction, excuse me. It's spooky the way some of the smoke is like drifting down the slope. We still have pretty good winds here. Just pushing the smoke there. We're looking south, so it's mostly going to the northeast. To the east-northeast. Wait, exactly where is it? We're looking. Yeah, east-northeast direction. So remember, I have to choose a random topic and babble in between the radio, or people think that the stream is offline. I'm going to switch over to Caldor because that slammed my head. Let's listen to the Night Tinkers. Yeah, Diane, I've never thought Susanville was completely out of the woods. They had a flare up today at the Sheep Scar, and the Dire Mountain Cam showed it. They're acting like it is, but what if it races up Wildcat Ridge and goes due north? I don't know that burned enough.
7-6, Holidays, go ahead.
All right, we're listening to Caldor.
Copy 7-6 is 7 minutes out.
Holidays, copy, 7 minutes out, fuel in return. We have you positive AFF. Land your discretion.
I got that, and we'll give Jack a call here shortly.
Ooh, that's nice.
Okay, sounds good.
We can't really see what's going on, but we can see Caples Lake and Silver Lake and Thunder Mountain, right? Is that visible? We'll keep monitoring the Dixie by visuals. What were you guys talking about? Yeah, I don't want vaccine debates. Holy heck in the channel. Heck not. Nothing like controversial. You know, we're here for you to support you. Anybody sick with COVID, of course? Oh, man. Yeah, I'm poor, but I'm kind. Yep, exactly. Poor people can really take care of each other, but poor people can stab each other in the back too. People are of all classes are like that. Some are reprehensible, and some are models of dignity. Going back. Generalization in general is bad. Did you get it? My comedy routine is going to be here all week. Okay. Yeah, no COVID talk, guys, about shots and stuff, because you know what kind of crazy crazy town that's going to go to.
They're just out of the dips, and you guys are calling your checks. So I'll leave it up to you, and we'll be overhead if you need anything.
We're just hugging people who are ill. We're here for you. Yeah. Basically, I walk away from the computer. When I'm doing a randomly long thing, I have no idea what's going on in chat, so I'll just pick a topic. Just trying to be inspiring here about how people could pick up the phone and get rid of fees and stuff, and just change your attitude a little bit better. You'll have a better life. Just imagining that people are oppressing you all the time is going to make you sad and depressed, so don't do it. That was the moral of that story. Responding to people saying only rich homes are going to be saved here. Like, just stop. Think about how non-logical that is. Firefighters don't get paid any different they save a rich person's home or not. There's no conspiracy there. I don't allow that kind of talk, and I take the time to explain why, because it makes people miserable. I don't allow people saying everything's going to get worse every year. That makes people miserable, and it isn't true. We have exciting new firefighting technology. It's going to be, within the next 20 years, so much more easy to fight these fires. It's going to be insane. All you have to do, like yesterday's conversation, you can keep all fires small, except for a couple of freaks, of course, with rapid response time, early detection, and measures of prevention. That's it. All fires at one point are like 20 feet by 20 feet, pretty much. I'm thinking of lightning as being the biggest, widest kind of a source of ignition in general. That's not like, a gasoline spill or a car accident. But at some point in time, all fires are really small, especially when we're talking about wildfires. Rapid response time, early detection, fire prevention. New technology is going to help that. We're going to have firefighting drones responding to the wilderness, putting out individual trees on fire because of a lightning strike. When that day comes, oh man. We do a little bit of common sense prevention. I was hoping we would hear the pilots. Am I on the wrong channel? I think I'm on the wrong channel. Okay, let's do El Dorado County Wildfire Ops. Is it the East channel that's where we could hear the pilots? Out here, I don't hear them. Why does it feel like they all got worse? Because we're in a perfect storm. We have reduced manpower, partially because most firefighters are getting paid food stamps wages, so there's not been a lot of sign-up, yet there's been a lot that retired. 2, COVID.
Operations Air Attack Air to Ground Command.
You know that all these fires would have been better if, you know what, the Dixie fire didn't have to start.
Just checking back in with you and curious which branches or divisions are staffed in your zone. Just trying to get a hold of Kilo, let him know everything's looking good in there in his division. A couple spots in front, nothing's really changed, and fire's progressing a little bit to the north. It looks like it'll hit that fire break dozer line. But we'll keep an eye and make sure nothing gets past. Yeah, they've got 2 copters working right now just north of 88 near Kirkwood, and I let Helco know he's getting them established, and he might be able to free up a copter to work to that other side off of 89 for you. He went in for fuel, and when he comes back, I'll tie in again. Just us, and someone was flying in between the TFR and where we're at from a different company, so worked it out and was unaware they were going to show up. We made contact, thank you. That makes 2 of us. Got it.
We'll continue to look back at Dixie, but as I'm eating here, I find this soothing. What do you guys think? I wish we had a better 3D view. I mean,
72 Golf, Helco is departed. This is Air Attack. Can I help you?
I was hoping we'd see. Never mind.
Yeah, they're currently working Division Mike just north of 88, where you have the dozer line running in section 18 and 7. They're working on that fire burning from 88 towards section 14 right now. Okay, I'll have you tie in with them. What's your location right now? Your contact will be Helitanker 47, and you can reach him on the attack frequency if he can free up just after.
I'm eating. Hang on a second. I don't know about you guys, but I find this soothing. You can kind of tell where the helicopter's working. Ugh. Hope it doesn't tilt like that. But the you'll kind of see it go over certain lakes. Stop tilting. And when I put on this view sometimes, we were able to see individual neighborhoods where helicopters were putting out fires and we were cheering them on. You know, when we heard them, they'd say, "Hey, that backyard's on fire," like with the glass fire. Permission to do a target of opportunity, which means pilots speak for. Can I go over there and put that backyard out? If they're given permission, they go and do it. The glass fire, we saw individual pilots save like 200 homes a night. Well, evening. It wasn't at night, but you get the idea. I called one of them my favorite, the Lone Ranger, because he was in a helicopter called a Long Ranger. And I was wondering if I was going to hear his voice again. But I want to go back to my old glass fire videos last year, try to figure out what the call sign was and try to make contact with him. He had a really cheerful, almost kind of a Midwest cowboyish accent. And he was off working by himself, thus the Lone Ranger. I wanted to find out who he was and interview him and be like, "So, what's your story? Do you know you're a hero?" I think a lot of these guys kind of do. Maybe that's how they... Nobody in all these fires is as happy as the pilot. They seem to be happy to be doing their job. Like the world's going to hell around them, but they've got direct control over the situation at some points. They don't feel as helpless sometimes. My personal theory. They can be like, "Oh, I'll steer over there and put that out. I'll steer over here and put that out." I'm sure it's agony when they miss. I mean, it's high pressure. When a fire spot's over a line, and we see other videos, they have like sometimes about 38 seconds to steer the helicopter over. And they won't hover. They don't hover. They don't slow down and hover over a spot fire or any fire, really. They get near it and they sling. They come in a wide arc and they sling the water over on that spot. And they need to really comprehensively cover it. They need to pinpoint accuracy. Because the ground crews are there trying to hold the line, trying to hold that road. And whether or not it breaches is up to that pilot. Because it's up on the hillside, the ground crew can't get to it. So they say, pilot, get over there. And they get one shot. One release of the water before they go back to a lake. By the time they go back to a lake, it's going to be huge. On the red flag days, by the time they go back to the lake or the airport, the house could be engulfed. And so they either do it and they're heroes, yay, and they've done it and they've saved the entire line. They have stopped the fire from getting over a line and spreading like crazy into new areas of the country. But one miss could be the difference between a fire breaking out and running 15 miles in a different direction and expanding, well, like 100,000 acres sometimes. And when they miss, it's got to be agony. Like, how do you go to bed realizing a couple of towns are now gone because you missed? So it's a different kind of stress, a different kind of being. There's different kinds of emotional pressure and the different kinds of fire crews. And I'm starting to understand that a bit more. Big Dog 263 watching out, but 490 thumbs up. Go figure. Which one? What? Going back up, I'm not sure what the conversation is going. John M., they had a helicopter dropping water on the 220 Shaver Lake Creek fire. Within 30 minutes of its sighting, it still blew up. Very rough terrain in a drought. Very true. Very true. But what's going to happen, though, in the future, is that if we open up all of our fire lookouts again, and maybe made a few more, we can now detect lightning strikes from space. The fire lookout job would be in charge of a fleet of drones. Imagine this scenario. Dispatch an eye-in-the-sky drone that would lead the rest in a V-shaped formation. It would fly over that lightning strike area. Inspect the tree with a FLIR cam, infrared, night vision, whatever needed, regular vision. The operator seeing it from a distance. Behind it, 40 firefighting drones with a small payload. Working on that tree, inspecting it, keeping it from spreading, pinpointing the exact location. They go and get their new battery packs, refill, get their new battery packs at the nearest weather lookout station. You press buttons immediately. We can get so much done. Even places without roads, places where it's too dangerous to fly. With FLIR, they could see through the smoke, go into the smoke, because with all these fires, these pilots will not fly into smoke. They can't. It's suicidal. But with nothing to lose, no human to die in the drone, and with FLIR vision like this, where you can see right through it. That's the kind of rapid response I'm talking about, like 2 minutes dispatch of a fleet. Can you imagine just 400 firefighting drones converging on an area? Ready to help put it out. Varying types of payloads, maybe chemical suppressants. It's going to be a different ballgame. Some of them going to areas where there's lightning strikes. You don't have to dispatch a pilot out there to look at it because, false alarm, that lightning hit a boulder. There's no fire. Go to where there's actually fire. There's a whole lot of wasted time sending people out to look at the wrong thing when in reality the danger was somewhere else. Like a sleeper fire. It's not going to be perfect. But imagine if a lot of these fires are put out like that, how we'll have fewer of them to deal with at a time. Can you imagine the power companies having a drone that would inspect a power surge and go look at it? Imagine, here's a different scenario. Say it was a little bit in the future. Same thing with the Dixie fire happened. Power company gets a surge on a line. They don't know if there's an issue or if it's just a normal everyday kind of surge, right? So instead of calling somebody to get in a van and go drive out there and wind their way up a bunch of roads and stuff, they may even see a fire, not have cell phone signal, which we're getting information about with one of the issues. Something about not being able to contact headquarters even though people saw it. Kind of ambiguous, we don't know. Can you imagine if they hit a button, contact CAL FIRE, CAL FIRE hits a button, dispatches a drone to go look at it? They shut off the power for a second, and within 8 minutes, they would be stationed up and down the Feather River Canyon, which is a fire danger zone. Within 8 minutes, there's eyes on it, showing exactly what the heck's happening. I mean, they electrocuted that tree for like hours, and that's what started the Dixie fire. And then they told CAL FIRE like 5 hours after the fact. Can you imagine getting eyes on it within 2 minutes? No aliens flying the camera? I don't know. Let's see. This is the Fort Sage time lapse. It's kind of spooky with that wind and the formations, the way the smoke is making layers. Remember, it wasn't raining when Noah built the Ark. Be prepared for emergencies ahead of time. That's a good. That's a good saying. Big Dog, you know, I like your kind of thinking. Instead of snowmaking guns, you know what you could do is, I was thinking of, it's always going to be extremely difficult to fight fire in the Feather River Canyon, right? Extremely dry fuels there, but what if there was lines, like, you know what here what I'm trying to say is they could wet down the vegetation of the Feather River Canyon really easily. Because there's a lot of vehicles that start fires in it, from crashes and train derailments and all that kind of stuff. It's just a nightmare to fight fire there, and there's a lot of electrical stuff, as well as camping and human activity and barbecues and stuff that might get out of control, and your structure fires, whatever, right? Well, there's an endless supply of water from snowmelt down there in the water in the river, Feather River. So, if the pioneers and the gold miners in the 1800s could redirect water and make flumes of elaborate size and redirect water miles and miles away up the world's steepest and difficult terrain to work in, why don't we put a drip irrigation or mist system ready to just keep that vegetation pretty dang moist? It wouldn't cause erosion because it wouldn't be like heavy. It wouldn't be like heavy sprinklers. It would be mist. That's all you got to do to keep that vegetation pretty dang moist and activate it during a fire. Maybe on a little bit more of a heavy system. So what happens? The water would go down into the river again, and it would be piped up and go back down into the river again. It would be like recycling the water. You'd have green vegetation, much less likely for any fire starting in the canyon to race up to the tops where it gets out of complete control. In the 1800s, they had virgin land water bodies. 250 years, we sucked it all up. Oh, no. There's heavy snowpack and floods in California all the time. If you're not aware of that, that's my first memory of my entire life, is a flood evacuation. You should see the insanity of the flooding of California, Oregon, and Washington, Columbia River, and the Sierras. What routinely happens on those bad flood years is they have heavy snowpack, 12 to 17 feet of snow sometimes. Then what happens, and sometimes in the February, March, usually February, there's a ridge of high pressure builds on Hawaii, which is a shield, and it bounces off the forming tropical storms that sometimes form cyclones in the Pacific. It bounces off Hawaii, and this torrential, Pineapple Express, torrential rains that are hot Hawaiian rains in the middle of winter or late winter. Anywhere from February to May. Make their way up into Oregon, Washington, California, and dump tropical downpour rains. I'm still eyeing this with trepidation. And what happens when you have torrential tropical rains on top of 17 feet of snow across an entire huge mountain range? You get rampaging torrents. It fills up the reservoirs so fast, even though they're completely almost empty and dry some points, that they have to open up all floodgates to make sure the water doesn't overtop the dams and just collapse the dams. This happens pretty regularly. Every 8, 10, 15 years. They end California droughts in a 48-hour period like that. And they fill up all these reservoirs. They fill up everything. So in the 1800s, there weren't these reservoirs, yet they still had the ingenuity to take from the natural lakes and such, and the marshes, and redirect waters with the flume systems. They still existed until, well, the Paradise Fire, the Timbuktu flume, EVAC County history. This is water. This is water. How do I make it bigger? These are not train bridges. They're not highways. This was all over California. This is where a lot of the old growth went, unfortunately. To mine gold, you have to have a huge supply of water. You have to wash the dirt away from the nuggets, etc. Long story, there's more to it than that. And so they redirected water, and they made entire rivers dry in the mountains, and took those rivers via these flumes up and down the world's most difficult landscape to do engineering. This is 1800s engineering. They did it with the greatest of ease. They didn't even need a whole lot of reservoirs and such. They had miniature ones. And they did this to generate power as well. So they had electrical lights and stuff in like the 1860s in the mountains before places like San Francisco had them. Because all the money, all the billions of dollars in today's money went into those mountain town mining operations. And they had Pelton wheels and all sorts of things. So the Paradise flumes were one of the few existing examples. I mean, these had a tendency to collapse. They were not maintained after the gold was, played out in certain areas. They're very expensive to maintain unless, for extreme mileage. These wooden structures, But there's metal pipes and such involved as well. This is just an example. So that's EVAC County by Smartsville right here. But these existed all over the mountains. The old California gold rush flumes. Like, there's just so many examples that are insane. And I'll go back to looking at the fires. They dotted the landscape everywhere. Some of the world's most great engineering marvels, they just mostly don't exist. And they redirected entire rivers, creeks. Today, I've gone in Butte County, expecting all this stuff to be gone. Here's the Paradise ones. Now that's Calaveras County. They still exist in some places, and they're used for irrigation. The ones that survived, they adopted for irrigation. And here's another good example of how how big they were and how they spanned the chasms, right? If they could do that kind of elaborate stuff in the 1800s, surely we could put a drip irrigation system that recycles the water of the Feather River and keeps the vegetation pretty wet, activatable with a push of a button. Worth the investment. Metal pipes don't need as much maintenance. I mean, it will need some, but the cost of this is a lot less than fighting the trillion. What is it? $9 million a day to fight the Dixie is one of the estimates I had. At the very least. Okay, Schaefer Mountain. Let's do an hour time lapse. It's a lot cheaper to prevent. Smitty says in Forbestown they were still using one until about 1990, when the OWID Water Company filled Lake Wyandotte with it. Wow. Bob O'Connor, it's absolutely downpouring here in southeast Massachusetts. Wish I could send some of it to help with the fires. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. The Romans didn't build the aqueducts? Yeah, they did. They had to invent the arch, the Keystone Arch, to make the Roman aqueducts. But there was, before the Keystone Arch, in the Middle East, Hanging Gardens of Babylon type thing, the ziggurats were probably green with lush vegetation all over them. They found ways to move water uphill with a really inexpensive means called a water screw. Archimedes perfected it. I don't think he invented it, but you ever seen a water screw? You just hand crank. It's how they pumped water out of boats before, vacuum type pumps and pressure and engines. The water screw transports water uphill against gravity. Oh, maybe there's a good visual of it. Water screw. See, it's just a screw in a chamber. Let's see if I can make that bigger. See how it's going up against gravity? Well, you can do that with water. You just kind of rotate. You could put solar panels on it. In fact, you wouldn't need solar panels on this. You could generate electricity with little Pelton wheels and such.
Go ahead.
To have that self-sustaining and kind of automatic. Going back here.
Broken on this frequency. Try air-to-ground command, and we'll also come over your direction.
Okay, we're listening to Caldor, and I was hoping we'd hear the pilots chattering, but we don't. But there's massive aquifers. Remember the Ice Age happened and filled up a lot of the aquifers that are deep in the mountains. Every mountain is not solid. It's got fractures in it. It's got chambers. And a lot of the Ice Age's melting glaciers are still in there. And they're just renewed. There's ever-flowing springs all over the Sierras, all over the mountains. And that's because the mountain is so deep that eons ago, groundwater got trapped in it and just collected. And so even 10,000 feet deep in these mountains, you have these aquifers that today, when they finally filled up over the however long that took, when they filled up, today's snowmelt continuously tops them off and seeps into the ground. And the spring is where, at the very top, there's an escape for that water. But the amount of water trapped down in there is just insanely huge. It's always renewed by the snowpack and the snow melt and the rains. Now aquifers in the valley are a little different. While those fill up during the floods. they start to run dry?
He said it was picking up a little activity by that dozer line in section 14 where the copters are working.
Wells run dry because they're shallow. They're reaching the aquifers by the surface.
I'll go in for fuel and should be back shortly. We'll come up overhead. I'll be able to raise you without any interference here.
Oh, a water turbine works that way? Diaphragm and gear pumps. I'm excited about engineering, but I've never had a class, you know. I think I could be an inventor, but I don't.
We'll come take a look as well.
I've never had those types of classes because of my struggles with math. But now that I'm starting to overcome them, I would really want to invent like new types of refrigerators. I have ideas in my head, don't know how feasible they are. Oh yeah, that was a funny one. They do screw up. Oh, I was trying to finish a sentence. I just remembered it before there was an interruption. But I went into Butte County expecting like all of the flumes for the ancient abandoned mines, you know, to have collapsed and none of those to really be working. And I went to this mine and I saw clearly this dry creek bed, just bone dry. But those rounded, smooth boulders, like you would see around the Feather River Canyon and by Tahoe, where there's obviously supposed to be water flowing into it. And I went, huh. And it looked like it hadn't been wet in years, you know, many years. And I went, that's weird, because it was a wet part of the year that I was there. There's a, what was it, two autumns ago? And so everything else was rushing pretty good. I was sort of north, I was almost west of Magalia somewhere. And so, in fact, we were getting cool. We were cooling off by the little waterfalls and stuff that are adopted landscape. Gosh, I hope this didn't go over the grade. We might have gotten lucky. Might have gotten lucky. Let's look. We don't see too much change. Good. It's midnight. It's almost 1 actually. Wow. Let's go back at the pilot. Yep, they're still working over here by the ski resort, I guess. Stuck in a rut. We still have ditch water here in Georgetown Divide for irrigation. Yeah. So what I'm saying though is I was puzzled, like, why isn't that flowing? I look above and there's mountains where water surely is.
9170 Charlie, attack.
I'll never be able to finish that
The other
sentence.
fixed wing you're seeing flying with the copters is not us. We're at 22,000, and I have all 3 aircraft working, and we'll keep an eye on it for you. Yes, but we're pressurized.
Can I talk? Maybe I can talk? Alright. Ahem. So here I am at the mine in Butte County. There's a dry waterfall, dry creek bed, and yet it's a wet kind of a autumn. All the other places are rushing pretty good, chilling out by waterfalls, trying to be in the shade. I went, huh, that's funny. And I turn the corner and I find a mine entrance and water is just pouring out of it. All of the hard rock mines are mostly flooded. When you do hard rock mines, the adit, which is the tunnel that goes into the mountain, it's horizontal and you can walk in, right? But then within, there'll be shafts. They go straight down. Elevator shafts, straight down. People think a shaft is the tunnel that's horizontal. No, no, no. The shaft, you fall down. The adit, you walk in, right? And some of these shafts, they sink down to 3,000 feet. Going to different levels of the mine. Some of these are elaborately deep, just insanely deep. And so, what happens every year? The snow melt, the rain, constantly seeping into the ground, soaking into the ground is this water. And to keep them dry, they had pumps.
Go ahead. Yeah, looking at the time, this is probably going to be our final drop out of the MRB. We're kind of that thing, though. Probably a couple more minutes. Okay, copy that.
I'll never finish the story. So deep in the mines, they had pumps constantly going to keep them out. It's one of the expenses of a mine. And when the gold plays out or shuts down or whatever, they all flood eventually up to the surface. As all that snow melt goes somewhere. And it's filling up the shafts, and year after year after year, they're going higher and higher and higher until they come out the very top. So this mine was sealed with bars. You could shine the flashlight deep into it. And water just pouring out of it.
And Caldor air attack, teletanker 47 on rotor south.
Go ahead.
We are on short final for the dip. Just looking at our fuel with the mine back. This is going to be our last one.
Yeah, copy. And just to confirm, you guys have to work in pairs, correct?
Sorry.
All right, I copy that. And I'll probably just send 5-5 back unless I can get Elko up. I'm still trying to work out with our department what the policies are. All right, I copy that. Elevation air attack, aircraft come in.
Attack Hellbase, go ahead.
Do you have an ETA for 76 to return?
They should be spooling up momentarily.
I copy, thanks.
I was hoping they'd talk more. Partially,
Air
so
attack Hellbase on air to ground command. Additionally, they're going to be bringing Helitanker 6-1 with them.
Helitanker 6-1. And is that a Blackhawk?
An S-61.
Copy.
no, volcanoes are not starting fires here in the continental United States. You can't hide magma coming to the surface. You will see characteristic earthquake swarms. There's literally all over the globe seismometers that can detect things like that. It's one of the myths I gotta constantly try to reassure people about even magma that's 3 feet below the surface of something won't cause a fire, because you can walk on it. As soon as lava comes to the surface, it starts to immediately cool. It gets a black crust on it. It's really losing its heat fast. And so what I try to do is show people the videos of what I wanted to do before I, well, had poor health. I wanted to be a volcanologist and volcano photographer. And I changed that idea when my teachers took me aside and said, you'll probably die doing such a thing. But if you look at Iceland now, the people hanging out by the volcano and the magma, if you look at the crafts, the husband and wife team that wore those metal-looking suits and took pictures right in front of volcanoes, right in front of lava fountains and such, they're walking on lava basically. At the surface, it's cooled. There may only be a 3-foot crust of cooled lava and just complete river of lava underneath them. But if a person could stand on that without their shoes melting, it's not causing fire at the surface. There's no way that you could ever hide such a thing. The reason I'm saying this is to reassure people that's just not possible. It's not possible. Even when lava is at the surface, it has to get extremely close to vegetation to even affect it with the heat. It completely wraps itself around trees in Hawaii, and barely. It takes quite a long time for the tree to ignite. The crafts, volcanologists, well, they died doing what they love. That's why as soon as you Google it, it says the crafts deaths. They died together. They are walking on lava. It cools. Beneath them is rivers of lava. And they're not dead, They're not igniting. They've got a little bit of a protective suit, but that's not serious. People in Iceland right now are walking on top of lava too. Just the cooled crust of it. And lava will kind of cool at the top and continue to flow underneath in like a big long tube, and that's why they call it a lava tube cave, like the ones by Mount Lassen and such. And what I want to tell people about is these rumors got started, and it really freaked people out, thinking, I can't move by a volcano, I can't live by a volcano, and I grew up in the shadow of Mount Lassen. You can. If magma ever comes to the surface, there's characteristic earthquake swarms. You can't hide that from the world, just like you can't hide a nuclear disaster. It's detectable everywhere along the world. Look how close they are to it. See, the black that they're standing on is the cooled stuff at the surface. Lava immediately starts to cool into rock once it's on the surface. So the it isn't possible. You can even look at Hawaii.
When there's off the drop, airtime. Elevator 47 is departing the fire from Blacksville.
Copy, got you departing, and you're going to maintain current altitude on the way out?
Even when lava's at the surface.
Okay, clear outbound to elevate. You can contact them direct and let me know when you tie in. You should have Copter 6-1 and Helco inbound momentarily.
Copy, we'll be looking for them.
Thanks for your help. Tanker 5-5, air attack when able. It's you and me now when we should be getting Copter 6-1 and Helco back momentarily.
We're back on all fires. We're looking at Caldor and Dixie. So Dixie is not saying anything. So we're listening to Caldor. We're trying to hear about the pilots. They just stopped their nighttime drops. But there was nothing to be heard on Dixie except...
It's Coulson 552. We are going to maintain 13,500 over the TFR and head back towards Placerville and McFarland.
You're clear exiting above the TFR 13,500 to Placerville and McFarland.
Thanks very much, Coulson 552. Appreciate your help. Thanks.
I thought they had 2 of these. Yeah, they do. One of them's going back to Placerville. The other one might still be there. They're not saying much of anything either. But even when lava's at the surface, you can see that it's not even lighting this stuff on the ground, just the stuff it's touching. I mean, it begins to cool and this black crust forms over the top of it so much that you can stand pretty close to it. You can walk up to it, and if you wear gloves and stuff, garden gloves, you can roast a weenie right at the lava, the slow-moving stuff. So, Kilauea and other volcanoes like in Iceland have the kind that's gooey and typically non-explosive. The stuff that's around Lassen is completely different. The andesites and that type of lava is explosive because it traps bubbles and it's very thick. It doesn't want to flow, doesn't want to move. It wants to clump, trap air bubbles in it, and it tends to cork itself. The mountains tend to...
Caldor attack, Tanker 47. We are tied in with elevation. Try calling with us.
Okay, copy. Thanks for your help. Have a good night or morning.
It doesn't want to move like it does at Hawaii. It won't creep across the landscape.
You said you were timed out?
Duty hours were timed out, not flight time yet.
I understand. What time do you guys come on?
We had an early start tomorrow, so that's what's restricting us tonight.
Got to get your 10, huh? Have a good one.
See you tomorrow.
Anyway, so the stuff that's in the Pacific Ring of Fire over here, I mean, Hawaii is different. It's in the middle of the Pacific Plate. It's completely different. The Pacific Ring of... I'll never be able to make a point.
Tanker 55's departed, and, well, this is Tanker 55's last drop. Tanker 47 has already departed, and shortly we'll be getting Copter 61 and he'll go back.
Oh, maybe there's another one. So you can turn on the trails and see where they've been working. I was hoping they would shock a lot more. So we would know, like, where is the fire? Where are they doing firing ops? We don't have good visuals on it. And if there's something you want to see, just put it in the chat.
Rudder south. Go ahead for 47. Lift it, starting to head back. Understand you're 10 miles out now. We're still showing 21 miles out, about 9 minutes. About 9 minutes.
Head of that fire that you're at.
I'm trying to say is the kind of lava. Shut up, pilots.
At 55, you're clear direct to Hella Base. 9,500. We should have Copter 61 and 76 inbound shortly, and 47's already outbound in front of you.
Why don't you guys
talk? 47's outbound, and then the 61 and 76 inbound. Tanker 55.
And advise when you make contact with Hella Base.
Good, you're Tanker 55.
You guys coming back out, or are you done for the night?
Negative, they want us to finish. We've got to be on the ground by Air attack, copter 7-6, so rudder.
Copter 7-6, you're cleared into the fire, 10,500. I have two copters outbound, 9,500. That's 47 and 55. Altimeter 2992, air attack's at 22,000, and we do have the citation departing 13,500.
Copy 7-6, copy 10,500, 2992 for copy 7-6, and 6-1 will not be coming out.
Okay, copy, so it's just you, and are you going to be water dropping?
For the Helco, and what we're going to do is just come back, make sure 5547 do get back. We'll be passing en route. I wanted to come out and just look at that retard line that they put in, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'll tie in with the divisions as well and let them know. So there'll be no more rotor wing for the night.
That's the firm. We got to do. They're going to move us to Truckee tomorrow, so with work rest, it's we got to shut it short and to get the 10 hours uninterrupted.
Yeah, I copy that. And you move to Truckee and still assigned to the Caldor here?
They're going to do another helibase out of Truckee.
Copy.
What's left on your cycle up there?
We will be up for, actually, we're going to probably depart real quick and then get some fuel. We don't need to be on the ground by no later than 2.
Yeah, we're kind of the same boat. We're going to come back, take a look at that. We'll talk with the ground, and then we'll probably be gone when you come back.
Copy, thanks. I'll let you know when we depart.
I have no idea when I'll be able to talk. I get frustrated when I want to relax, go get something from another room, get some food, open the door, get a package, do something, and there's dead silence. I want to sit down and make a point and address people's concerns and answer questions, and they go, ah.
Charlie, your attack.
Never fails.
Helco's going to come up overhead and give you an update on the progression, and you won't have any more assistance from the rotor wing tonight. We're going to be departing shortly for fuel, and then I'll come back and check in with you.
Fingers crossed, midnight miracle for the Dixie.
It doesn't look like it's doing much, but we'll be back. I'll check in with you again. East Operations Air Attack, Air to Ground Command.
You know, plumbing predates the Romans by a whole
East
lot.
Operations Air Attack is going to be headed back in for fuel. And just be advised, I don't know if you caught that, no more rotor wings for the rest of the night due to time restrictions. And they did work some of the area near Kirkwood, section 14, the side that's on the north side of 88. But they're going to be unable to help you over in the Christmas area on Highway 89.
Okay. Alright. Flurry of activity.
Airtech 355 in contact with Caldor Heavy Base. We'll chat to you tomorrow or later.
Alright, sounds good. Have a good night. Thanks.
Have a good night, sir.
Falco 55's made contact with Elevation.
Okay, I'm going to mute them for a second. They're just saying goodnight to each other. So, my point is the kind of flowy lava that Hawaii has, and the flowy lava that Iceland has in some parts, is the kind you can walk up to and roast a weenie on it, and it doesn't really light any vegetation on fire except what it immediately touches, right? Now, you would not have that happen anywhere near Shasta, anywhere near Lassen, anywhere near Rainier, because we have explosive lava, andesite-based stuff, other types. So if magma goes towards the surface anywhere, anywhere in the California, Oregon, Washington area, it will explode to the surface. It will not just kind of flow up there and light it from the ground from beneath. Heck no, not possible, not going to happen. There will be an eruption. It traps gas bubbles. It likes to cork itself wherever there's chambers that reach the surface, like Lassen and such. What happens is it doesn't flow very well, so it makes a cork. It will cement the throat of the volcano shut. It will cement shut the vent. More of it, pressure will build from the bottom, and then it blows up explosively.
20 minutes, Mike.
There is no, oh, it just got close to the surface and lit the ground on fire from below and started a wildfire. Oh, heck no. That wouldn't happen. We don't have that kind of thing. So, I just want to point that out. We would have earthquake swarms, and any sort of magma entering any magma chamber on the west coast would be terrifying, because we basically have a Mount Lassen and Mount St. Helens scenario. Mount Lassen blew itself apart and blew its side out before it was cool. It did that turn of the century around World War I. And then to the World War I period where it was active. Trust me, if Shasta was doing anything like that, it would be apocalyptic. We would see a nuclear bomb-esque kind of clouds, but we'd have lots of warning because it would earthquake swarm beneath. I keep tabs on what Lassen does and what Shasta does. The two that are most likely to erupt within my lifetime and cause a Mount St. Helens scenario, I believe, are Shasta and Rainier. Hood is a distinct possibility, but less likely. I mean, they kind of let off steam in the 1700s. Adams is a possibility, but Rainier and Shasta would kill people. With the, especially Rainier. Rainier might completely obliterate Tacoma with massive tsunamis from its glacier melt. Rainier scares the heck out of me. So, I wish we had that kind of lava that could just kind of get close by the surface and you can roast the weenie. Instead, we have explosions that shatter mountains apart. Hang on, what? What fires in San Francisco? Sorry, what? "8 months before the fires broke out, they knew." Who is they? I don't know what you're talking about right now. What do you have? And by the way, the Romans relate to the game of plumbing. They found that the Minoans had plumbing, and that was basically the very start of the Bronze Age. It was almost the Copper Age, Europe's first civilization. Can you imagine that in London they had just invented the toilet and just invented sewers, since the Roman era, and were patting themselves on the back for their newfangled stuff in the early 1800s, and then they dig up Minoa and found out that the Minoans had hot and cold running water taps on the second floor of their buildings, that they were able to make water go up against the force of gravity using a meticulous method of having narrowing pipes to increase pressure as it went uphill against gravity. That they had running toilets.
5 minutes.
And that was even pre-Roman, pre-Iron Age. And they're like, oh, our people were this dense that after the Romans left, we couldn't even figure out how to make a pipe and figure out how to make a toilet work, when the ancient people, the first civilization of Europe, had that down pat. Whoops. How dang embarrassing for us modern, quotation marks, modern people. When they found in, not Harappa, in the Mohenjo-Daro, they found the elaborate sewer system. They were like, wow. Oh dear. Okay. Have a good night. Atlantis had plumbing? Sure did. I can verify that. Being an 8,000-year-old vampire, I was there. I was there. That was the funny joke here. Somebody was challenging me about my knowledge about the 1933 Tillamook burn. It was the weirdest attack I think I've ever had. That was a trophy troll thing. So I was talking about the 1933 Tillamook burn. I interviewed a lot of people who were the old timers near Portland, whose dads, fought them and such. And some of them even had memories, like childhood memories of the glow of in the 1936 portion of that fire. Hey, there's aliens, guys, right there. Aliens confirmed. See above the fire. And the joke is here I am explaining the 1933 Tillamook burn, one of America's first mega fires to ever be filmed in color. And it kind of shocked the nation, and it inspired the Bambi fire scene. Yeah, those were the days. And so here I am talking about it, and he goes, "What do you mean that the Tillamook burn melted rocks?" I said, "I mean that the Tillamook burn melted rocks."
Air attack, Copter 76, South Rudder.
God, I hope we have a midnight miracle. It looks like we might have it, guys. It's not out of the woods yet for...
76, go ahead. What's coming up on Division, Mike? And, this is 9,000.
I copy. We're on the other end of the fire, north of Highway 50.
Do a quick look, take some calls, and then I'll let you know when we're clear.
Copy. We may beat you out of here.
I wonder...
Well, I tied in with 9170 Charlie, but it'd probably be better if you gave some more detail, and also tied in with East operations.
Okay, I copy that. We got to be back on the ground by 02 as well. Some work rest stuff to get moved.
Yeah, no worries. That's the only contacts I've had the whole night.
Yeah, thank you.
And just so you know, the copters were not dropping south of 88. They were calling for a couple drops, but they ended up just working that side. You had them work near the dozer line.
Okay, I copy. Anything you're able to look at in your cameras with that retardant line? Did it work out okay?
Didn't really see the retardant line. I saw them working, but couldn't really tell. Flared up every so often, but really not much activity at all, which is a good thing. Said the dozer line's like 10 blade wide or something.
Yeah, Kathy, I'm sorry you believe that myth, but that was just a made-up story. They didn't warn anybody about lava because there's no lava. That didn't start those fires. I just explained how it couldn't. And you can be a lot less anxious if you just believe the truth. That was just a story.
Oh, we're departing right now. McFarland, so the airspace will be yours.
I'll reconnect with Camino.
Thanks.
This never fails. When I'm telling a story or trying to do a recap, they'll just talk all over me. But we're still not out of the woods here with the Hurlong Junction thing. When we do the replays, we can see the active fire now on the ridges overlooking the Hurlong Junction. It's comforting to see the huge response of vehicles up on 395 running around. They may be fighting spot fires we can't see. There may be some embers drifting down, or they may be doing structure protection we can't see, we can't hear either. But seeing those glowing dots right here, I think we are seeing the active fire on the hillside here. That's still very active. Look at the flowing wind. Now it was terrifying. It seems to have died down a little bit. It was terrifying how fast it was moving like a train today. But trust me, the type of volcanoes that we have here. You had a family member die after his estate was overtaken by lava. The lava fire was what they called it because it was named after a street. It wasn't really lava. That's another thing people were coming in confused about. Did lava cause the lava fire? Nope, that was early this year. I know you're talking about the glass mountain at the same Medicine Lake. What fire was that you're talking about? Because I'm really confused. But there hasn't been lava causing fires on the continental United States, like, ever. They just kind of blow up. We have explosive type magma. And if magma was reaching the surface, there wouldn't be a thing it could hide. Like, let's not tell people. No, it would be international news. Scientists from all over the globe would say there's an earthquake swarm under a volcano, which is characteristic of magma filling a chamber. That's almost indicated that most of the time there is an eruption after that. Like, it's not something you can hide from the world or fail to warn people about. Plus, you would start feeling the earthquakes. Like, the Spirit Lake, the Harry Truman, who stayed there during Mount St. Helens eruption, he was saying, this mountain's not going to hurt me, everything's fine. He changed his mind and wanted to leave at the very end, which really sucked. Because he started being afraid because he started experiencing constant earthquakes. Yellowstone wouldn't wipe out America, it'd probably wipe out the world. I mean, if you just can't grow crops for like 15 years because there's an ash flow blocking out the sun for like 15 years, you'd have mass extinctions and pretty bad time. That's why I'm not worried about Yellowstone. If people ask me, am I worried about it? No, because there'd be no way to live through it. Just like I'm not worried about being struck by, not struck by lightning. I'm not worried about a plane landing on me. If a plane landed on me, there'd be no way to survive and no way to get out of the way fast enough, so I don't worry about it.
See you for the night, and so you guys can do what you guys do. Appreciate the help. Thanks for coming out.
Something so random that you have absolutely no control over, which would almost 100% result in your death with no way to control it, are the kinds of things I don't worry about. Because what I worry about greatly and I have anxiety about is the things where I think I could do something that my choice, my decision, means my life or my death. So I get really anxious about those kind of things. Lake Tahoe was having an earthquake. Okay, there's a difference between earthquakes and magmatic chamber-filling earthquake swarms. There are two different types of earthquakes. So you have low intensity 1.2s, 2.2s, 1.2s, 0.5s, 0.4s, 1.2s. You can't feel them, you can't detect them, and there's thousands of them constantly going off underneath a volcano, and that's an indicative of a magma filling a chamber below. And as the pressure increases, as it gets full, you're going to have the kind of earthquakes that you can feel, like the kinds that finally made Harry Truman want to leave at the last minute with Mount St. Helens. Okay, thanks Point Richmond, CRT, thanks for caring about me. I am not feeling better, but I'm feeling in a better mood because there's less anxiety. It seems like the fire may have stopped at the ridge. But I have a splitting headache. But I'm doing better, if not feeling better. Thanks. You have a good sleep. So it can be real confusing, and a lot of people can misunderstand it and misreport it. But the reason why we couldn't do red alerts for volcanoes even before the 80s is because we failed to realize that magma chambers filling up is earthquakes that are so small they can't be felt. Otherwise, human beings would never die in volcanoes. We would just be like, oh, wow, earthquakes. We paid attention to the big ones. I mean, there's always big ones, 4 pointers, 5, 6 pointers. sometimes bigger locally. When it depends on the volcano, it depends on the situation. But it was the ones you can't feel that indicate magma coming to the surface. Well, what the conversation you're having, Kathy, is the kind that's banned on my channel. It's conspiracy stuff. I'm just being patient to kind of engage you and try to get you to not fear something that you don't have to fear, because it's a rumor and it's not real. And it's something that you would feel better at if you just researched it outside of the conspiracy channels. You think that people didn't get warned because some evil people suppressed something or whatnot? And that's just, that isn't...
That's going to be it. I know you guys are closing at 02, correct? Okay, so thanks for coming again up. And, get out as well.
The Pacific Ring of Fire constantly has little earthquakes all over. Tahoe included. But it hasn't had any magmatic activity. We did detect them in Alaska, and 3 different volcanoes that started erupting at once. I think it was the Aleutian Islands. But that hasn't been on the continental United States. We haven't had any magmatic chamber filling activity. That would basically mean we would have a big blow up of one of our volcanoes. Almost certainly. Because most of our volcanoes don't really vent constantly. They get corked by the type of lava that we have on the western United States. And so that plug would build up pressure and then blow a mountain to bits. But remember, we're the Pacific Ring of Fire. We're always having constant small earthquakes. But the public can be confused about what kind they are. A swarm means thousands of earthquakes going off hourly. The kind you can't feel. It's not happening by power lines. The power companies are starting these fires. That's why there's fires by the power lines, because of bad maintenance. You just got to look into PG&E. But they want you to believe in conspiracies. They want you to believe in arsonists. They want you to believe in lava. Because guess what? It allows them to keep lighting these mega fires and killing people like my friend. My friend was killed by fire started by PG&E equipment. My brother was a missing person in Paradise because of PG&E. This Dixie fire, do you see what we're looking at? PG&E. This image brought to you by PG&E, and this fire too. This fire brought to you by PG&E. They don't maintain their equipment. They have a history of killing people. Just you gotta look into it. They laugh their asses off as they still make money and get away with manslaughter. They make most profit by not maintaining their lines. And their policy was, we can squeeze the most use out of our power lines if we just let them fail, then rebuild them when they fail, instead of like replacing them before they fail. That's more expensive. Their emails show this. The people that believe in space lasers, the volcano things, the conspiracies, the arsons, PGE's being framed. Okay, were they being framed when they decided to poison people and give them cancer in the 70s and cover it up Flint, Michigan style? They have a long history of killing people and just getting away with it with minor fines. Because there's no law that says that you can put a CEO in prison for manslaughter. They were convicted of manslaughter and pled guilty to killing 84 people. In the Paradise Fire, and some people which I knew. 176 and Butte County could only give them a $10,000 fine.
We're departing to Caldor, and I just want to verify if we can flight follow with you for the night.
You know what PG&E did though for Paradise when I went back there? They put the lines back up. It's on the to-do list. On the to-do list. to bury the lines. I was enraged. I was enraged to go there and find out they had put them back up. What are my thoughts on PG&E raising their rates to cover proper maintenance? No, it's not. They're not doing that. That's a myth too. They're not raising their rates to do proper maintenance. This is what happened. They were on the verge of bankruptcy because they caused California's most expensive and deadliest fire ever, called the Camp Fire. Through negligence, their 94-year-old equipment failed that was supposed to have been inspected and replaced and wasn't. And when they did not shut off the power during red flag conditions and they let the lines touch, they detected surges but didn't do anything. The lines touched the molten, the two lines created molten metal, and that dropped into vegetation below during red flag conditions, Santa Ana winds and Diablo winds. They were 75 and 100 mile an hour wind gusts that night through the Feather River Canyon. And they knew they had rickety lines. They knew a surge could have been a fire. They didn't shut it off. Fire crews responded quickly, only to find the fire access road they had let fully grown trees, pretty much, grown in the middle of them, which is also illegal. They didn't do their vegetation trimming. They didn't do their maintenance. It was all illegal. So here they are on the edge of bankruptcy because it comes to light that, well, they've been neglecting maintenance for at least 40 years, letting trees that are 35 years old grow up under power lines, which is illegal. They were doing it for maximum profit. Your internal emails got exposed. This isn't me telling you this. This is me reading New York Times, me reading the police reports, the district attorney stuff, the official reports. So that really started to show, even though they killed my friend the year before for the same reason, burned down Santa Rosa the year before the same reason. They start multiple fires per night every time there's a red flag event because their lines are so rickety they fall over. And their internal email said, well, we know that there's a potential for fire start, but we don't think that's very great because most of the times when lines fall over, that's during a storm that's wet. Usually there's a wet storm. That's total BS. That's not true. There's dry lightning storms all the time in California, but that was the internal emails that came to light when they were investigated for manslaughter and put on trial and convicted when they pled guilty and decimated 4 people. So these are official documents. You can go research this. And so what happened is here they are in the bankruptcy, and it was obvious that that company could no longer make money. 40 years of line neglect and deferred maintenance would cost so many billions. There's no possible way they have the ability to make money. To pay out all the campfire victims and pay the state of California for the damage for one of the largest and the most deadly, the most expensive fire in California's history, they were going to go bankrupt. They were just going to go belly up. That was it. So what happened wasn't that they raised rates to do their maintenance. The outgoing governor in this one signed legislation to bail out the company. They said you don't have to pay the victims as much. They limited the liability to pay the victims and what they had to pay the victims, which was stock options, which is just laughable partially. What they had to pay the victims was reduced due to that legislation that was signed. And it also approved them to raise the rates on the victims to pay for it, so it didn't really cost the company much at all. It cost, the victims to pay the victims. And it started to jack up the rates to inaffordability all over California. So that was the, oh, you already knew that part? Oh, okay. I thought you were thinking that they raised the rates to do the maintenance. That is a misunderstanding that a lot of people think who aren't really familiar with the story. So I go on pretty passionate speeches about that. The reason I'm here is they killed my friend the year before Paradise, they nearly killed my brother, then they nearly killed my uncle, then they nearly killed a couple of my cousins, then they nearly killed my niece, and they nearly killed my nephew. different fires, the Zog, Cascade, the Camp, the other one, I can't remember its name. I was like, holy crap, enough is enough. So I just tell people that laws, we don't have to blame a company. There's mostly, if we take responsibility, that we haven't been aware of this, that we haven't pushed for legislation that we need to protect ourselves. If we take responsibility and accept this, then we can do what it takes to prevent these massive fires in the future by changing the laws. And so that's what I keep telling people. And if politicians stand in the way of the change we need, then we need to replace them. I don't get political and say vote for this person, vote for that. I just give people the message that a lot of it, like fire prevention budget, has to do with the leadership. That affects how these fires get fought. Like, what kind of manpower do we have? We have reduced manpower. So your vote will matter. And if you do want to vote for some change, look for a leader that takes personal responsibility, says we screwed up, we need to change, here's the plan, and wants to work with people on each side of the aisle, who doesn't point fingers. Somebody who's like, we're all Americans here, let's roll up our sleeves and work. Let's change the laws, let's change our policies, let's invest in new technology, let's invest in preventative maintenance, let's pay our firefighters a living wage. That's a good leader. Look for that kind of person. Town hall meetings, just every politician that comes up, ask them, what's your plan? What's your plan to prevent and mitigate these fires? If they don't have one and they say we need to tax cow farts next, that's not going to work, right? But if they say we can change laws, reduce corporate manslaughter by making it a imprisonable offense like other countries have, that executives won't sit there and gamble with people's lives saying, you know what, I could shut the power off today because that would be fire safe, but you know what, we won't make money for the day, we'll take a loss, and then our stock will go down if we do that too often. Take that away. Just make it a law that, okay, if this is the relative humidity, if this is the wind danger, if this is a red flag day, and we've inspected lines in this area and they're rickety, you make it a law that they will shut that off. Otherwise, they get their hands slapped in handcuffs and they do jail time. If they cause a massive fire that kills people and it was their negligence and it's basically negligent homicide, then they go do jail time like you and I would. And they get their assets seized, liquidated. Well, guess what kind of change we would have if we just changed a few laws? You can't make people care. You can't make corporations care about killing people. These are people with serious greed and cold-hearted snakes at the top sometimes, right? But you don't have to make them care. You have to make them care about their own wallet and their own, jail time, their own prison sentences. Yeah. Even the captain of the Costa Concordia got jail time. But America's different, exactly. In South Korea, they changed things. Sampung Mall disaster was just infuriating. It's a lot like the Florida condo collapse, but it was in the mall in South Korea. And these psychopath-like business owners knew that their building was in danger of collapse with more than 1,000 shoppers in it, like a five-story mall, major building. Cracks are showing up. The engineers showed up and said, wow, imminent collapse. The building is shuttering right now. It's about to collapse. Get everybody out. They evacuated themselves and apparently said, you know what, we'll let, in case the building doesn't collapse, we don't want to evacuate because people may not shop here. But we want them to continue to shop until the close. So, what are you talking about? No politics. Hang on. No, it's not chat silence Black Cat. It hasn't been for hours. It's 200 people in the chat, not 1,000, not 1,200. I really don't like your tone. If I can't tell what the tone is. I mean, if that was sarcastic, I don't like it. But if it's not sarcastic, it's okay. I just can't tell. But I'm not being political. I'm being factual. Talking about laws. We are not going to have any change here if we don't change these laws. If corporations can get away with manslaughter without a with a slap on the wrist, we're not going to see any change. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. I didn't violate my own rule. Maybe you're new here or something. It isn't political. I am not telling you guys who to vote for. I'm telling you that you need good leadership here, or we're not going to have a change. And besides, the rule is that you can take as many shots as you want, and the people directly responsible for this mess, and slapping this corporation that killed my friend. Yeah, you don't understand though, I also say it like 50 times a day, that you can take as many shots at the people directly involved with PGE as you want, including the governor. Except I called for today to not talk about that subject, because today was a crisis day. But when times are cooled down, I fully support removing the people that just say we need to blame CO2, blame the president, blame somebody else, instead of taking responsibility and having a plan for reining in PG&E. People protecting PG&E have to go. I don't know who else here is talking about politics. I don't see anybody. I think I missed something. The ABC 10 is something I promote, Black Cat, because they're the ones blowing the lid on the corruption of the people. What cloud seeding? Who the hell's talking about that? You're being disruptive and derailing crap. Like, I'm just kind of on the cusp of pressing a button because you're acting like a troll. ABC 10 did an expose on the political connections. The reason why PG&E and corporations get away with manslaughter with a hand slap is politicians protect them. Why don't I run for office? I'd be assassinated. Cloud seeding is a real thing, but it's also something that doesn't really work. It was more of a scam than anything, and just because a scam gets like revitalized doesn't mean that it wasn't a scam. It has such a bad track record of, they're super promoting it, the concept from the 30s through the 70s. It didn't pan out. It just didn't work. It just didn't produce results. And yet, scam artists kept pushing it and saying, oh, it does, but they want to suppress it, just like scam artists say. And unfortunately, we can't make it rain to do anything about these wildfires. It is so hit and miss that it's completely irrelevant at this point in time. It does work. Russia just used it to put out their fires. Last time I checked, they're really not out. But the conspiracy thing is just nuts. Yeah, have a nice day, man. A good attempt at trollery, but we kind of caught on to you. You're not going to derail the conversation anymore. I rate your trollery like a 2 out of 10. You didn't put that much effort into it. I was really a little disappointed. I was hoping you'd like pretend to be a rational person for a bit, or like kind of work on your acting skills. You just kind of showed the topics that we don't want to mention to bring them up to see. You kind of like threw spaghetti at the wall to see if it would stick. Low effort. 2 out of 10. Let's see here. Where's that way to track fires in Russia? I think that was with the CO2 button. This is a little disorienting. Let's go to Russia real quick. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's go to CO2 concentrations. I don't think that's out. I don't think the cloud seeding worked that Russia supposedly did to put out their fires. Oh. Wait a second. You're saying the cloud seeding works? Excuse me? Sorry, what? What? Cloud seeding works? What is that? The world's biggest wildfires ever that they just gave up on fighting because they can't fight them? Okay. Looks hot? Yeah. Okay, going back here. What were we talking about? Oh, did the helicopters finally leave? I was hoping we'd hear more from them. It's totally silent on the radio. I'm still playing it. We just can't hear anything. I was trying to reason with Kathy about the volcanoes. She was saying she had COVID. That might have been a way better attempt at trollery. Like seemingly authentic. Coming in here, rounding up sympathy. And there was a sympathetic response elicited immediately. Because, well, we have Care Bears here. I am a proud Care Bear. Just care about everybody. And then talking about how volcanoes were starting fires and stuff. And no, they weren't. The lava fire was named after Lava Road. It had nothing to do with lava. Over by Shasta. But that's one of the dumbest things that people believe. But sometimes kids are in here, so I mean, sometimes kids are like, "Did lava really start the fires?" And so we take the time to calmly explain that. No, dear. Our kind of lava would just blow up the area, and then they're like, "Oh," and that's not really that soothing to children. No, son. See, if our volcanoes had a magma swarm and magma entered the chamber, rest assured that the entire mountainside would blow up and it might result in mass death. It might result in torrential flooding. It's hard to explain to kids. It's not really reassuring, is it? Oh, rest assured, that a lot of animals would die. That trees would be flattened for like more than 10 square miles in a radius. It would take more than 80 years for the land to heal itself. It would be $1 billion disaster. Ash would cause a lot of animals to die because they'd inhale it, and it affects their lungs like glass dust. They die horribly. And humans do too if they don't wear a bandana or some sort of an N95. Oh. I actually don't know Three Winters. That showed up here on the Cal Topo. If only we had the kind of lava that just kind of oozed around on the surface like Hawaii. This showed up here, the ghost heat. I have no idea what it is. I just go with the detections. I was hoping somebody could explain that. Anyone knows how good old Alon is to ask for collaboration? So, you're right. Don't feed the trolls. Yeah. Let's see here. Steve Strohmeyer says there is different kinds of lava. There's different kinds of... Oh, wow. Poo in San Francisco. Wow. That's awesome. Yeah, under the area there's a mouse labyrinth of volcanic tubes all interconnected. Even a mini is dangerous. I love, in other words, caving. I just got into it. I just have done a small amount. I fit in tight spaces. I'm petite. I'm not claustrophobic. I think it's kind of cool. I've gone into lava tubes, not any by Lassen, but by Mount Adams. And I always want to do Ape Cave. That's a good lava tube. And over by Mount St. Helens. Just keep looking at our... I think we might have a Midnight Miracle, folks. That would be cool. Look at the eeriest kind of clouds that are wavy and layered. It's like a layer cake. This is Fort Sage camera looking from pretty far away into Dixie. Going back up to the chat. Let's see here. Yeah, Grant Glow, it's terrible. ABC 10 has a great series of documentaries. I have not even been able to watch much at all. Them, Cap Radio, LA, New York Times, they were the ones who are digging into the connections between that massive corruption. And I don't want to start that thing. I just did an overview about how an overview about how it's complicated. In California, everything's complicated. Steve Strohmeyer, the one thing that scares me is the Cascadia mega quake possibility. You know, Japan has more to worry about than we do. The mega tsunamis that have struck Japan were worse at Japan than the West Coast. West Coast has pretty favorable coastline with a lot of cliffs on it, much of the areas. You get your vulnerable spots, Crescent City, Seaside, Oregon, where they have the topography that kind of funnels the tsunami zones. I think it's Brookings, a couple of spots on the Oregon coast, but for the most part we've got these cliffs. I mean, Seattle would suck. Tacoma would suck. It's a low-lying area. But, I mean, Seattle's kind of up on a hill. People could walk up the hill, probably, depending on how much time we had. The problem about it is Japan has that low-lying coast with a huge population centers of millions of people living on the shore, just like the Fukushima thing. And they get overrun with traffic jams. Most places on the Oregon coast and Northern California coast, we now have sirens. We now have signs that say, don't go inland, just go to the nearest high spot on the beach. And these are low population zones, right? We would have... the tsunami itself wouldn't be as bad. Quake damage, Seattle, Tacoma are the biggest coastal towns that would be affected, and they'd be affected, of course. But I'm actually more concerned for Portland's West Hills creating a 9.0 quake. The Columbia River could flow backwards, literally. We could have the Columbia River dammed by the 9.0 quake by Portland. The original Bridge of the Gods in Indian myth and legend, and their old, very long memory of oral traditions, they remember it in stories. The original Bridge of the Gods was when a great quake dammed the Columbia River, and this huge amount of water backed up behind it and eventually broke through, and a tsunami type of wave just took out everything in its path. There'd be no way to stop that. And, you know, that's terrifying. The massive landslides that would be on all of the cliffs by the Columbia. Portland, of course, being rocked to the core, on fire. Portland doesn't have any bridges except for maybe the 205. To Washington, there'd be no mutual aid to Washington because a bunch of idiots decided to protest building a new bridge. We can't have a new bridge over the to connect I-5. It'll encourage car usage. What? It's because they're earthquake unsafe that we have to replace the bridge. You just want the alternative, like keeping the unearthquake safe bridge? What kind of moronic thinking is that? People are still going to drive cars because they have to. It has nothing to do with anything, but they successfully somehow lobbied, and we don't have a new bridge. So Portland could be burning down. All of its bridges almost would be shaken down because they're not earthquake safe. The counterweights on the bridge lifts would penetrate the decks and sever the bridges. So Portland could be burning to the ground, San Francisco style, with its quake. The Columbia River could have a dam with a mega tsunami ready to roar down as soon as it breaches from the landslides. That makes me a heck of a lot more scared than anything on the Cascadia subduction zone far out to sea. That's Japan's problem, for the most part. I'm not discounting Seattle's hard day that they would have. But it may not happen anywhere near the coast enough to affect Seattle or Tacoma. It could be pretty far out there. Yeah, that bridge creeps you out. It should. It's getting to the point where nobody alive remembers opening day. In fact, I don't think anybody alive remembers opening day on the first one. Wasn't that like World War I? Cascades? Do you mean what do you mean Cascadia's subduction zone is far out to sea, west of Seattle and Portland? That's do you mean that fault line? Oh, it wouldn't be goodbye world. I mean, places like Portland might barely feel it. Japan would be their world would be rocked. I hate this, you know. As much as I try to convince conspiracy people that you don't have to be afraid of lava coming to the surface and lighting a wildfire, they still believe it no matter what. It's just a lot of that's just mental illness. Well, here's the thing. I want to reassure people about earthquakes. There's a bunch of myths about what they would do. So as bad as San Francisco's 1906 quake was, which I studied, I even talked to people who survived it as a kid. They were kids, and I was a kid interviewing them. Let's see, how do I put this back on wind? So in San Francisco, a lot of people slept through the quake. Here it is, a 9.0 quake. The fault line rips apart from roughly here to here in this massive rupture. It's so bad that the ground is like 9 feet taller on one side and 12 feet lower on the other. But why did some people sleep through it? It's because their building didn't hardly move. Why? Let's use CalTopo. Because Nob Hill was built on bedrock, and that really doesn't move in quakes. A lot of San Francisco was infill. Pretty, and wetland and marshy type stuff. because it's, well, a bay, right? But if you look at, let's get it where it's a lot more, everywhere that people put their homes on the solid rock, they slept through the quake for most part. Their buildings weren't damaged whatsoever. They got woken up by their neighbors like, what's the meaning of this? Well, the city's on fire. Why? Even though they were living in unreinforced masonry structures sometimes on the rocks, they don't move. Solid rock can just sit there in the middle of a massive quake. So the point of the story is, people get tunnel vision and they say, oh, everything's going to shake to the ground if it's unreinforced masonry. Most of the unreinforced masonry on any kind of solid ground, San Francisco completely was fine, with some of the bricks kind of falling off the front facades. That's not the point. The place that I went to, the site of the greatest mass death in the San Francisco 1906 quake, was a wooden building called the Valencia Hotel. And I was going to make a mini documentary about the Valencia Hotel. And I sat there looking at it with my cell phone, taking some snaps. It's pouring down rain, of course, when I visited. Not a good day for filming at all. But it was a 3-story, pretty sprawling hotel, and if you want to find out what's going to be destroyed in an earthquake, it's really, really easy. You go to the old maps of the city before too much development, and you look where were the old creeks, because cities have a tendency to build on top of old creeks, maybe put a culvert under there, or fill them in, and then compact the earth and build a building on top. And that liquefaction. As soon as it's shaken up, that the ground compacts, and whatever's on top of it just completely shatters and collapses and sinks into the ground. The Valencia Hotel didn't shake apart, it sank. Craziest thing that people said about it. And we're still looking here at the Dixie and such. Okay, let's do a time lapse the last hour. Schaefer Mountain's our best bet here. I want to see less wind, I want to see less activity. We want to see more smoke on it. The Valencia Hotel, it was around like 5-ish in the morning. The early risers are having coffee in the cafe. And the building started to rock. You know, they heard the rumble first. What's that? It sounds like a train coming, right? All the earthquakes I've been in, it sounds, that rumbles in the distance and it comes toward you. And then, the shaking, the teacups start rattling. They're leaning forward in their chairs, kind of looking around what's going on. And then the building, wham! There's a little bit of that rumble. And then there's a vibration that you feel. When I was in my bed in an earthquake, it was a 5.4 hit. I thought my cat was on my bed. I opened my eyes. I see trees in the distance shaking in a line towards me because I was looking at a forest. And so I'm wondering what's shaking those trees. And then my cat has a tendency to do that thing where they put their paw underneath their chin, thump, 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 as they scratch their chin. I said, "Cat, you're waking me up." I looked and there's no cat on my bed. The cat had jumped off and ran somewhere. But my bed's vibrating like that, and you have just enough time to go, "What the hell is that?" And then whack. Your building will just start to sway, with the first impact being real hard. And then it goes back, forth, back, forth, back, forth, back, forth, swaying from side to side. But that first whack just makes you think, holy mackerel. And so they jumped out of their chairs and run out into the street, having their coffee in the lobby of the Valencia Hotel. There's hundreds of people in the hotel at the time. was a pretty long building. It didn't look big from the street, but if you look at like the old street maps, it was long. And so they ran outside into the street and looked back at the building to see it rock to the left, rock to the right, and then the first floor disappears into the ground, the second floor disappears into the ground, and the third floor is suddenly at eye level with them because the building just sank into the ground. And if you look at the pictures of it, before and after, that's what it is. The third floor is the main floor now. And it's kind of an odd building. There may have been more than 3 floors. You kind of get that feeling that, but in general, that's the way it looked. So there's all these people trapped in the rubble, and it's a shattered wooden building. And the water main underneath the street opens up. Later, a sinkhole develops because the street collapses into it, but that water main is right there. And the fact that it is shattered means there's no water pressure, which is the larger tragedy of the situation. They were digging people out of the rubble, digging them, calling for tools, but the streets everywhere flooding, and the hydrants are geysering. There's fires breaking out all over the city, and they're trying to dig, and they're trying to get people out, and calling for heavy equipment. And it is the greatest site of the greatest fatality because the fire came before they could get everybody out. And I won't go into anything more about that. But the point is it was a wooden building. The whole brick building's bad, wooden building's okay is not true. If you look at San Francisco after the quake, some of the videos about it. There's plenty of brick buildings that are just standing there and just sitting there. People thought that the unreinforced masonry mostly collapsed because, well, that is terrible to have on non-solid ground. It is. It's not ideal by any. I'm not defending it. They should be reinforced to be maximum safe, right? Especially if they're built on unstable ground. But the point is that most of the brick buildings in San Francisco were blown up by dynamite to try to make a fire break. And when you look at some of those buildings, they look like a bomb has gone off because literally a bomb has gone off. They charged dynamite trying to blow up the buildings because it's easier to control rubble that's on fire than tall buildings that are on fire. And they used the wrong kind of dynamite. They used the kind that spreads fire, which backfired on them. Half of the disaster of San Francisco was that stupid decision of, hey, we have the kind of dynamite that spreads fire. It shoots flaming projectiles in all directions when we use it. Should we go ahead, sir? And some moron goes, why, yes, we should. And so wherever they tried to light backfires, they lit new ones. And that's the problem with San Francisco. Moronity. I have no idea why they made that decision, but they did. Some sort of a granulated TNT or something. It was supposed to be used for blasting the railroad or something. The reason Van Ness is so wide is it was used as a fire break and they blew up half the buildings. Well, there you go. I didn't know about that. That's cool. The Cascadia subduction zone has been associated with the eruption of volcanoes. Where are you getting that info, Ms.? That would be fascinating if there was a connection, but tectonic earthquakes have nothing to do with magmatic ones. That's the thing. They need to take the word earthquake and divide it. They use the word earthquake for 3 different things that have nothing to do with each other. And they need to come up with English language words for all 3 things. First of all, magmatic earthquake. It's because pressure from beneath the earth where lava rises and magma rises to the surface, right? That is completely different than plate tectonics. All the hot spots of the earth for volcanoes they stay in the same spot. It's just that the earth's crust moves, the plates move over the top. That is why you have this. You look at shaded relief. The same volcano, like the hot spot in the earth where magma rises is in one spot, but then the plates move. So like this, nearby this, you can draw, these are random by the way, you can draw a bunch of circles and it's the exact same spot in the earth where lava came to the surface, right? Maybe even millions of years ago. But the plates moved. So the spot doesn't move. Hawaii is a better example. Let's zoom out and look at Hawaii. Hawaii. Okay. The place where magma rises to the surface is the same. It's right here, currently, right? Big Island. Each one of these, in the distant past, this was here. The plate moved. The hot spot didn't. That's why there's island chains. Same thing with the Aleutian Islands. This is all volcanic. The hot spot was in one spot. Let's just pick one randomly. I'm just illustrating something. The hot spot's in one spot, but the plate moves, and so you get new islands. Just illustrating a point, not being particular. Look at the greater Pacific and you get it. Oh! Look how spotty this is. It's the outlines of the plates. Oh. The plates moved. Oh. So Hawaii's a freak. It's a example of a volcano in the center of a plate. That's one of the more mysterious hotspots of the world, Yellowstone included. Some of the volcanoes near the rims are associated with where the plates are diving underneath. And the prevailing theory, is that as magma and stuff goes under, the plates go under and start to melt, basically. And at some points, there's weak spots and the magma can escape to the surface. So some volcanoes are related to them, some are not. But this is all theory. We barely understand volcanoes. So, cool. Thanks, Ms. The ones here in the Cascades and Sierras have been theorized to be the most, connected, because the Pacific plates and others are diving underneath and then kind of melting. Heck, it's not like we can go witness that, but that's prevalent theory of the day now. And it's creating all kinds of tension. There's different types of fault slip strikes, and the others, some of them are up-down, some of them are side-to-side. When people think California can fall into the ocean, these are slip strikes, mostly these faults. So that means this is going that way while that's going that way. It's not like people think it's not like this can go down and this will go up or whatever. They think that California can fall into the ocean. No. The faults are just, one's going that way, one's going that way, and I don't remember which. You'd have to zoom into individual faults. There's really tiny ones, not just the big ones. So, Hawaii is what's left of Lemurius. Aha. Okay. I love tall tales. Alright. Let's look back at the Dixie. We have the radio on. It ain't saying anything. Complete silence coming from El Dorado Wildfire Operations. Let's look at Lassen County Fire Special, see if that radio is still working. Turning it down. You're in Reno, Mark? Okay. Smitty says, I don't think having a mid-plate vent is that mysterious. What's your theory? I mean, they have no idea why there's weak spots in the earth at all. Like, what is that about? Why, for millions of years, is one spot in the earth a place where magma goes to the surface? What's up with that? Desiree says, yes, Mark, I remember all the dishes breaking in our kitchen. I was trying to go outside, and I think for me the most frightening thing was seeing all the lights in town going dark, all the transformers blowing up. Whoa, which quake was that? Let me look up. Gee, Aria, Tokyo is mostly built on man-made land in the bay. Oh. Liquefaction is exactly what happened in 2011, but they were far enough away from the epicenter. Not much happened. Ticking time bomb. Wait, there was some weird... Okay. Apparently I missed some stuff. Back up here. Are the fires under control, Peggy? I wish. Nope. There's a reason I called this dodging bullets. There will be no control of any of these fires. Mother Nature is in control. She will put them out with her rains and her snows. It's not in human capability to put them out, to control them. We can try to contain them until the rain and snow comes. That's the goal. But no, we've had... Today was the end of the crucial 48 hours. The Dixie and the Caldor ran wild last 2 days because of red flag days. These are the worst weather we've had in weeks. Oh. I'm trying to listen to Lassen again, but we don't have any radio. So we could have seen Tahoe erased. We could have seen the Dixie break out and run for Nevada. We could have lost multiple towns today. And we didn't. It's been miraculous. It's been miraculous. But the night's not over. It's going to actively burn throughout the night, the Dixie is. Look at that. This is current. This is the last hour. That's a lot of wind going. You should have seen the nuclear looking images from today. The Beckworth. Here's we could do a 12-hour time lapse of North Portola or the Beckworth. When I got online today around 3, it looked like a nuclear bomb is going off. Look at this. This is very far away from the Dixie looking north. It was insanity today. Exactly, J-Cat. If lava started fires like this, Hawaii would be a charcoal brick. That's a better way to say it. Yep, TLM, I wish seating worked too, but it is so cloud seeding is so ineffective. It's hard to see if it worked versus the margin of error. It was such a scam after that. Why would a volcano blow up in San Francisco? I really missed some of the conversation, it appears. Okay. Yep, I think now that Tahoe has been in danger from wildfires, I think that maybe the East Coast will wake up to the danger. You know, the people in Washington barely pay attention to what happens in California. It's weird. But guess what? Their $1 million mansions and such were just put in danger. Maybe Washington will wake up. We can only hope that there's something positive that'll come out of this. Yeah, we were talking about 1906, the fire in San Francisco of 1906 quake. Yeah, Desiree. What was a 6-7? No, Desiree was talking about her own experience. When I asked the Northridge, yeah, gosh, that's so sad that you went through that. That I saw on TV and could barely comprehend. That was bad. See, people get caught up on, because magnitude does not mean damage. It is not equal to damage. What is the depth of the quake? Shallow quakes can absolutely destroy things. They just shake a city to the ground. Ow, that hurt my ears. Deep ones can be of great magnitude. What a deep one does of high magnitude is just sways the ground a little bit, and people everywhere over a gigantic, maybe 3,000-mile radius can feel it. There was a great, what was it, an 8-pointer or something around Mississippi, around New Orleans or something in the 1800s that caused the Mississippi River to flow backwards, and people felt it from Florida to Orange County. But it did very minor damage because it was deep. The shallow ones can be just a 6-pointer, just a 5-pointer, and absolutely cause mass death and destruction. It really depends. Shallow or deep. Oh, Amber, you were in it too? Stuff flying off the walls? Yeah. Nick says, Nick Giles, I was in Santa Cruz in 89 Lima earthquake, about 16 miles from the epicenter, 7.0. God, yeah. Plasticville? We called Manhattan Beach Plasticville? Oh. So could somebody tell me why New York City was flooding? People said that in chat, but I haven't had a moment my entire waking day, of course, to look at anything else but fire. So one of my friend's aunt's was killed in Loma Prieta. That was awful. Yeah, people think that right now is the end of times because weird stuff's happening or bad stuff, and I just want to say, guys, open up a history book. Krakatoa, one volcanic eruption produced a year that didn't have a summer, where winter didn't end the entire year. That was the same year that a 17-year-old girl in Europe decided to write a novel called Frankenstein. And if you read that, it's all about the endless winter, because that was during summertime that she was in Lake Geneva hanging out with other writers, and they were snowed in during June. That's when there was mass starvation. Sheep died all over the world, northern hemisphere, because they had been sheared. And it snowed throughout June, July, August, all over the United States, all over Europe. That's when they thought the world was ending. You know, one half of Europeans die with the Black Death. That's when they thought the world was ending. The Roman Empire falls. Millions of Huns and other steppe nomads pour into Europe, invading and killing and erasing towns off the map. That's civilization ended for Europe. That's when they thought the world was ending. Massive earthquakes in the 1800s that caused the Mississippi River to flow backwards. That's when people thought the world was ending. Yep, there's cycles of good and bad times. That's it. This has been kind of brutal. 1815, that's what it was. But not medieval. This isn't medieval brutal. Can you imagine having to resort to cannibalism? You know, like because of mass starvation around the world? Or what the Donner Party experienced with California's worst winter? Like, that's when people think the world's ending. That's when they think God hates them. Could things be worse? Oh, yeah. Okay, guys. It's quieting down. Look at it. Look at it. The massive heat plumes are, they're still there, but not spilling over the mountains, not taking out Hurlong. Midnight miracle, I'm declaring another one. Okay. I'm going to mute that because that's trying to listen to Lassen. I wish we could hear what went on today. I'd give anything to hear the massive battle to save the Milford Grade in that area. It's not out of the woods. Tomorrow there's still wind and such that'll try to push the fire towards perhaps even Doyle. It's hard to say. But taking it one day at a time, wiping the sweat bullets off my forehead. The last 48 hours could have gone so differently. We could have seen the fire taking out Tahoe, running for Carson City. We could have seen the Dixie break out and race through Hurlong, and or take out Doyle or take out Portola with nothing much to stop it. We could have seen them lose Genesee and Taylorsville, but for their heroism and their awesome prep, we didn't see that happen. Things could have been so much worse. We could have seen the Dixie break out and merge with the Tamarack and try to kill Markleyville in a 48-hour period. That could have happened. We took heavy losses. We lost structures again. There's people that came in here crying, saying my cabin's gone and this and that's gone, and that's terribly sad. But boy, with the weather conditions, that could have been so much worse. Yeah, we have the internet and information in real time, so we always feel the internet's ending. That's a good point. Hang on. Listen.
Pull back. Were you guys able to use the drone up there?
Okay, well, they're talking about getting the drone up there. Whoever's responding, I can't stand it. It slams my head with a headache. Turning it off, sorry. Oh, God, okay. You know what? I have been experiencing insane migraines, and I just now understood that pounding rhythm is what starts them. I used to listen to that for like 12 hours a day when this first started on the Dixie, and I just can't do it anymore. Oh. Yeah. Oh, it was remnants of Ida. Oh, man. But you know what, Kim? I haven't done a whole lot of research, but I heard that the 1915 quake there, New Orleans was pretty well established. The structural loss and damage around the Mississippi was pretty mild. Even, I mean, sparse habitation explains like why there wasn't mass death and stuff. But I heard that, I mean, those older towns didn't take a lot of structural damage. Part of it can be explained by a lot of it being log cabins at the time. Those are really sturdy. But let's see. A lot of it is depth. You get earthquakes that are deep but huge. They produce a gentle swaying motion that's powerful but gentle. Throws rivers backwards for a bit and goes for thousands of miles. People feel it thousands of miles away. Yeah, you're right, Desiree. Many climate change events, or big climate change events, are involved in the destruction of most civilizations and countries. Because particularly volcanoes, once you have a disruption in food production, everything breaks down. You can't maintain control when people are hungry. You can't ask people to not eat for 3 months. They will go back to their savage instincts and do what they have to do to survive. They'll migrate. They'll riot. They'll steal. They'll resort to banditry. They'll raid the granaries. Authority breaks down. And you get mass migrations to the places where there are foods. That's why the Huns arrived. It's like, hi, we heard you had food. A lot of times volcanoes cause that. There's an old saying my volcanology teacher said, that volcanoes, the ocean controls the weather. Ocean temperatures, determine if you get like hurricanes and stuff. And whether or not you get rain, the oceans control the weather. And volcanoes control the climate. Our influence on it is a big question mark. But they're much more powerful. And every once in a while we get a reminder. With mass extinctions like Deccan traps. It blew my mind, but Nick Center? on the rocks, Washington University professor, talked about this crazy thing. Have you ever heard about it? Whenever I want my mind blown, I watch his geology. You wouldn't think that geology was exciting. It generally is a boring topic, right? But he was saying that a long time ago, there was a massive volcanic eruption. I don't know if it's a crater lake or whatever it was. Probably not Crater Lake. Way earlier than that. And it happened around what is today's Oregon and Washington, right? I'm just going to draw a random picture. My mind blew up when he said this. It never recovered. This is probably why I'm crazy. That there was a volcanic eruption, like a volcano, right? Big one. Starts oozing out lava. It doesn't stop for 50 million years. I thought he was like, what, 50,000 would be like, wow. But he was like, no, 50 million years. And so what is today's like Washington and Oregon? There was big valleys and such. And it just kept flowing out. It just kept flowing out. And it filled them with solid rock. I don't know how long ago this was. Because the lava just stacked up and stacked up and stacked up. And so I'm going to draw a different kind of a picture now, like a vertical picture. Just blank slate here. And so here you have like the original mountain peaks and valleys and stuff. And there were these valleys and lowlands and then mountain peak. And so this erupting volcano oozed the lava down for more than 50 million years. And it just filled it up with solid, either basalt or andesite or something. And so, and then it filled it up over here. So the original mountains are like down in there. And it became flat. That just exploded in my head. That lava can flow for 50 million years and not stop. What? But man, if you need to relax and go to sleep, put on some of his lectures. For the time that you're awake, he'll explode your head and blow your mind, and you'll go, wow. It'll just totally change the way you look at the entire world, especially the West Coast. I mean, some of his lectures he was explaining how Oregon and Washington are rotating like a clock. Yeah, Etch a Sketch time. Yeah! I just went to an echo. Am I still echoing? Yeah, no drawing rude pics this time. That was hilarious. Am I actually echoing? Let me know. No echo here? Okay. Yeah, so what was hilarious? The lol picture. The joke about that is I accidentally draw genitalia when I'm trying to make that. That was pretty raunchy, almost accidentally. Whenever you draw a volcano and you want to draw a fountaining lava, that can be interpreted. That can be interpreted as adult content. However, I don't think I did it that bad this time. The funny, hysterical thing was I avoided doing that carefully the other day, and this pilot was flying around the Caldor, and he drew genitalia with his flight pass. The naughty pilot. We were just like, what the? Okay. Yeah. I'm improving. Yeah, I'm improving. But yeah, Nick Zentner on the rocks. I would love to interview him and be like, dude, do you understand? You broke my brain. I will never quite be the same. Yeah, Amber, that's true. So there's these points in history. We just reached one of them that are major milestones. One of which was how were human beings before the invention of writing? There was a world that existed without writing, and then there was a world after the writing and the alphabet, a little bit later. That is a line. And at some point, people were alive, and there was no writing, and then people were born. The next generation had it, especially the Middle East and China and places, So then there was the world without the printing press, as far as communication goes. Totally different before and after. I mean, the alphabet was another one of those. Then there was the world before electricity. In one generation, there was the one that grew up without it, and that one that was born, and they were born into that world. Yep, the radio was another one. Nikola Tesla grew up in the world without the radio. Tried to invent it, and Marconi kind of used a bunch of his own patents and beat him to it. Whoops. Same thing with telegraph. Same thing with telephone. And then computers. I mean, digital computers. We've always had analog ones like abacus, sort of. Antikythera mechanism. Mechanical computers. The people of Peru, or the ancient Andes, I should say, had binary code. The Khufu beads and the Khufu knots, I think it was. Binary code. Type of writing, really. I don't think it's been fully deciphered either. Like cracked, If you want to win a Nobel Prize, do a couple things. My teacher once told me. You want to win a Nobel Prize? Well, crack a couple of codes that are not done yet. I don't know if it was linear A or linear B. The hieroglyphics we can't decipher. It has to do with Minoa and Mycenaean Greece. So figure that out. You win a Nobel Prize. Figure out the Voynich manuscript, which somebody might have just done. That seemed to be written in a language that nobody can even identify. Medieval manuscript. It's a book in a language that nobody even knows what the language is. It's fascinating. Somebody was speculating that it's a health manual. It shows things like naked women bathing and stuff, and plants and stuff. It's obviously a language, but not one anybody could match. A European medieval book. So this one guy speculates that it's the Voynich is kind of like a shorthand, something related to Latin, and that he said that it's kind of like an owner's manual for the human body, kind of like a book of home remedies and herbal cures, something like that. If so, maybe some lost herbal remedies will come to light in lost medicine. That's exciting. I mean, people think that we're living in the modern world because we just discovered a bunch of stuff. No. The modern world was the Bronze Age. When the barbarians came and made us forget, after the Iron Age happened, when they burned so many books and killed so many people who were educated, we went back to technology pre-Bronze Age. Like, we forgot plumbing. We forgot hot and cold water taps, the Romans had not only radiant heat floors where they put pipes down with steam pipes on their foundations, poured the concrete, and they didn't have like central heating. They didn't have torches and stuff in their rooms to keep warm with. The floor was heated by steam because steam pipes ran underneath their concrete foundation. Like, wow. Wow. Can you imagine getting out of bed? Your joints are kind of sore and your feet are kind of sore and you don't need any slippers because the floor is not cold. It's warm everywhere you walk. And then you have your heated steam bath thing, your private steam bath. That's the way to live. You turn on the hot and the cold tap. That's the way the Romans lived. But as soon as the Roman Empire and all that kind of stuff goes away, boom, we're back to living in mud huts. You know, they kind of brought that tech to London and such. And they had mud huts. Couldn't figure out sewer systems anymore. Went back to like giant open cesspools and had disease outbreaks from it. Populations couldn't be in big cities anymore because they didn't have that. And it took all the way until like the Victorian times, the late 1700s, to have a toilet back in London that worked. Well, you know what? They had toilets that worked in Minoa and Crete in the Bronze Age. And those Victorians go and they dig it up and they go, what the heck? Plumbing on the 3rd floor. No. We're just coming back to living in the modern era relatively recently. There was a lot of medicine that was lost. A lot of people poo-pooed the kind of herbal medicine and such. Oh yeah, the Rapa Nui of Easter Island, that's another one. How the hell do we go, Tracy says, from the medieval ages, from that to Middle Ages hidden history? That's the way my mind works. I have a connective mind. I just find the connections between different things. But anyway, we are rediscovering the modern times. We are readapting. We are going back to modern times, not the future. We didn't invent the modern times. We lost them and had to rediscover stuff. The whole Renaissance was dusting off manuscripts and things that were found. Mostly because they brought them back from the Crusades. Now, there was no Dark Ages in the Middle East, really. Not quite like Europe. It's in the Crusaders, the barbaric, Dark Age kind of were not very good at technology. Crusaders went to the Middle East. The thing they brought back was the books. Because the Muslim scholars had been copying the books of the ancients and keeping that tech alive. That's why they were still had architecture and plumbing and stuff, And all that stuff being brought back to Europe. They went, wow! And all of a sudden we could build cathedrals and such. Well, they never stopped. Things like Notre Dame suddenly became possible and took like 300 years to complete as they figured out architecture. People in the Middle East would have just like face-palmed, like, is that really mysterious to you, putting stones on top of each other and figuring out how to support the roof? Really? Really? Meanwhile, here's our grand mosques and stuff. You guys forgot domes? Really? Anyway, we're going back to the Voynich manuscript and stuff. The point is, people poo-poo some of the medicinal type herbal cures, thinking that ancient medicine sucked or something, and medieval medicine sucked. Because a lot of people thought, this doesn't work. They look at an old medieval book, and this is the exciting thing about this, guys. The exciting thing is our antibiotics are starting to not work anymore as we're overusing them. People assume everybody died of every little infection in the ancient world, and they didn't. More people died of infection in the 1800s than in the ancient world. In medieval times, they had infection pretty well curable in many cases. And they brag about it and explain it pretty well. in the old texts. And so with modern medicine, with infection being so difficult in the 17 and 1800s and early 20th century, that wasn't believed. It was like they thought that it just wasn't true. But there's too much literature stating matter-of-factly that you can say cure an eye disease with this, this, and this for it not to be true. And there's a certain prejudice. You have to avoid it if you're a logical thinker. There's a prejudice of thinking people of the past were stupider or more foolish or not as advanced as we are. They're exactly like us. If you rewind time back even in the Stone Age, Cro-Magnons were the first anatomically modern humans. So people banging rocks together had the same sophistication that we did and the same ability to learn. And much of what they had is just lost, just didn't survive. We think they were more primitive than they were. So going back to the point, why is it exciting to look at the Voynich manuscript and find books and recipes for old cures in medieval time for things like infection? Well, antibiotics are not working anymore. So, here's the thing. They used to, a couple of people that were vocal opponents of looking at the old cures, as prescribed in ancient books, they thought they did this. They took the ingredients and tested each individual ingredient and said, that doesn't work. We put it in the petri dish, and that bacteria is not dead. That microbe is not dead. None of these ingredients are antimicrobial, therefore it was fake. It was a fake book, you know. Even today, you can have fake books, you know, that just tell you to build something that doesn't work or whatever. Anybody can write anything. Guys, I see the thick blanket of smoke. I'm hoping. Let's look back at our flares. It's kind of rocking my eyes right now. Gentle breeze over here in the Caldor, South Lake Tahoe Basin. But then they tried something else. Why don't you mix all those ingredients together like the book prescribes? And when they did, it was a bunch of weird sounding ingredients. It cured MRSA, MRSA, one of the most deadly infections now. Oh. This is, of course, topically applied. You like these chats, Tracy? I'm so glad. Yeah. What I want to see is Pompeii's library brought back to life, and with new technology we might be able to read the scrolls. Here's the two exciting things. The last repositories of the ancient Roman era knowledge are in two places of the world that we know of. Hopefully we'll find tombs and stuff and find a book in them or a scroll, but I got super hopeful finding out about Timbuktu and the libraries in Pompeii. When I was in Pompeii, I said, where's that library? I want to see it. Unfortunately, it was off limits at the time, still being excavated. It might have been near Herculaneum. I just can't quite remember 100%. Yeah, Bill Parker. South Lake Tahoe has survived another night. Exactly, Amber. We're just starting to begin to understand the rock we are on. And so, yeah, I know, different circumstances. Excuse me. Maybe. Ah, okay. Oh, yeah, the Library of Alexandria. Losing that? Screw you, Julius Caesar. Because he probably burnt it down to distract the Egyptian army while he invaded. Go, you suck, Caesar. If the library at Alexandria hadn't burned, there's a lot of scholars that think we would have been walking on the moon by probably the year 1540 to 1740. No joke. They were just about to invent the steam engine and the train at the Roman era, about the time the Library of Alexandria burned. Some of what was saved were plans for a steam engine. I mean, a very primitive one. I'm not talking about like ready to go on a train, right? But they have records of that thing. So right now, in Pompeii, there is a library found in a rich person's mansion, either there or Herculaneum. And I couldn't see it at the time. It was active excavation. They let me see a lot of the bodies. That was sobering. I got behind a couple of gates that tourists don't normally get to. Different talk for another night. But I said, where's the scrolls? Unfortunately, the heat charcoalized them. When they first found them, they tried to unwrap one and just crumbled into dust. You can't open them. Some of them are lead tablets rolled up. The Romans used to write on lead more than anything. They would take a thin sheet, put it on a bit of like a little, kind of like a miniature cutting board. And they would take a stylus or like a stick, and they would put impressions on it, and then they would wipe it with the side of the stick, like at the side of the pencil, sort of, to smooth it out, and then reuse it, right? Desiree, I wanted to go to Florence to study art, but I never went. You have to go. Went to Florence twice. Oh, man. You have to go. You know what you can do now? You can take virtual tours. Put on those goggles. It is like being there. The Google, the 3D ones, you know? You can buy those and put your cell phone in the little slot, and they have virtual tours of some of those famous places on Earth, and you look around, it's like being there. Yeah. So, anyway, back to what I was saying. So, the scrolls at Pompeii, if we can just scan them somehow, different types of light, waves, we can use AI to unravel it. I mean, we kind of do it right now. I think some of their ink on the papyrus type scrolls or the vellum was iron-based ink, and so that shows up if you scan it. The ink, you can see the words through the paper. However, since it's rolled up and damaged, it's like having an alphabet soup of letters, right? And take a human unraveling that that could take 50 years for somebody to figure out one of those puzzles, because a lot of the letters are missing and they're jumbled. But with AI technology, if we could just make the letters out, it could fill in the gaps. It could just analyze it. This is what it says. Wow. You're right, Eliza. Neanderthals were thought of as savages, which doesn't make any sense. But, see, that's a good point. You shouldn't have any prejudice when you go looking at the ancient world. Cave people were very, very loving and tender. The whole bonking a woman on the head and dragging her off to the cave, you know what? A lot of those were matriarchal societies. That would have never happened. No one has ever. Even chimpanzees don't tolerate that. If the dominant male gets rough with the females, all the females beat the crap out of him and eject him from the society. Same thing with lions. When the lion gets rough, the female of the pride, they'll kill him. They'll rip him up. Females like males' protection, not savagery. And the thing is different. Like, there's very little abuse, and still is, in tribal societies where people like live together instead of like individual homes, because they're living together. Like, their daily interactions with each other, sometimes in the same longhouse or whatever. The little huts right next to each other. You can't hide your behavior behind closed doors. There's a lot less abuse. The whole tribe steps in and says, "What the hell are you doing? What, you're beating your kid, you're beating your wife, you're drinking, what the hell are you doing?" They step in. So in primitive societies, you have a lot less mental illness and a lot less abuse. Stuff like child abuse, sexual abuse is almost it's almost unheard of. You have very low rates of like depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, and all kinds of things. Nope, Peggy, you're quiet. We continuously look and monitor. They were doing some nighttime drops. They're just doing nighttime scanning. There isn't any news. That's what I like. We continue to look. It could have been such a worse night. Such a worse night. It's not over. The Dixie is going to burn actively through the night, but it didn't crest the ridge. As far as we can tell, Schaefer Mountain is looking quieter and quieter. You have active burning on the other, but look at it. Look how it quiets down. Here's the last 3-hour time lapse. We're doing our cool-off time right now. Yeah, I know, Peggy, isn't that great? Oh, it could have been different. It could have been different. So, I'm trying to remember my original point to wrap that tangent up. Oh yeah, we could soon find out what the Pompeii scrolls say. Also, Timbuktu, I got hopeful about it. Mansa Musa, the great king of Timbuktu and Mali, they had an overabundance of gold in Mali. Mostly surface mining, seems to be placer mining. And it was decorative to them. The societies that had the most gold cared the least about it. It was just common, you know. Just like most societies thought of gold as a decoration, not a currency. Especially if you have too much of it, it can't be a currency. Then your currency's worth nothing. Currency has to be something of some sort of scarcity. Otherwise, you know, like, you can't say that river rocks are a currency because everybody has access to them. They're worth nothing that way. So in Mali, they had so much gold. They took a grand caravan and figured out that, like, if they went over to Egypt, went to the Sahara, and they traded salt and gold, they could get treasures. And what they wanted was books. That's the true treasure, and that's bing, 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 true. So Mansa Musa, the great golden king, takes this caravan over and enters Egypt. And they buy so many books and spices and things and go back to Timbuktu and Mali, cross the Sahara, that gold was devalued for more than a decade because they just threw it at the traders and went back home, right? See, guys, I told you this wouldn't do much. I just want to be reassured. The winds died down in SLT, and that was such a blessing. Such a different story if they had been crazy today. That particular spot, if I had to take a guess, is where there's a bunch of dead trees collapsed on top of each other, and they're just continuing to burn as 1,000-hour fuels. That's usually what we see here, when you just have a spot that doesn't move, but it's been burning for more than 24 hours in a row. Oh yeah, Kim Weaver, chimps are savage beasts. Exactly. You're getting to one of the points I make with people, is we thought that cave people were savage, based on the idea of, we thought civilized people acted better, for one. All I have to do is look at the Roman Colosseum. How civilized was that? How civilized was World War II? Tribal people are like, dang, you guys are crazy. We don't do that kind of crap. In fact, the Goths, when they invaded Rome, they said, you guys are sick. You pagans are sick. They quickly adopted Christianity, and because they're like, our gods aren't that crazy. Put an end to this. What the hell are you doing? You're making your criminals fight each other, feeding people to animals. What the hell are you doing? But anyway, so a lot of the 20th century BS ideas about cavemen being savage, about humans being ultimately evil and violent creatures, was looking at chimps and finding out that we were most closely related to chimps, and therefore our primitive ancestors, and in our blood, deep in our veins, is this penchant for savage violence, because chimps are just so dang savage. We're wrong. We're most closely related to bonobos, which look like chimps, but they're called the hippie chimps for a reason. They're the most gentle creatures you'd ever see. So you get 2001: A Space Odyssey, that ridiculous depiction of like an Australopithecus. The first tool ever made by man's ancestors was a bone weapon to shank each other with. No joke. It shows this like person in a chimp suit. Oh, it's so funny. You can just light one up and laugh at that. Cigarette. What do you think I mean? And that was like serious. That was serious. The first tool ever made was a weapon for primitive ape-like creatures, man-like ape creatures, to stab each other with shanks. Yeah. Anyway, that's just prejudice, but you go back and you look factually. And also, the anti-hunting crusade thing took off. I mean, as we started losing species, it was pretty serious to know that hunting and overhunting and poaching was terrible. Extinctions forever. However, taking a modern phenomenon, like species eradications, like tiger species or something, and applying what we're doing right now is a projection on ancient people. Ancient people didn't behave like modern people. Like pre-civilized man did not behave like us when it came to their livelihoods. After agriculture, things like tigers that prey on people's livestock are seen as a pest. They're like eradicated. Unfortunately, they're wolves and stuff, right? However, to ancient people, it's part of they're vital parts of the ecosystem that keeps them alive. They are dependent on hunting and following around big game. It does not make any sense that primitive man would for 300,000 years live in perfect harmony with nature, following around the game. It's just taking just what they needed, nothing more. Managing the landscape, perfect harmony. Why would they suddenly try to eradicate all the big game species on Earth? There's no reason for that to happen. And so I always scratched my head as a kid when they try to explain the megafaunal extinction at the end of the last ice age was some sort of for some reason mankind went wild and decided to kill everything in sight. There weren't even enough people to possibly achieve this. Population of the world was incredibly low. Small migratory groups of people. Why in the world would you kill like 400 mammoths in a day, if that was even possible, by driving them off a cliff or something? If you couldn't even eat one of them, it was pretty obvious to me that, like all other previous mass extinctions, there was a massive climate change event that broke down the ecosystem, and one by one, all the species that depended on each other, as missing pieces happened, you had a chain collapse. So I put that down as my essay, like as a kid. It's a myth that human beings caused the extinction of the mammoths and the horse in North America and other things, because none of that makes sense. Even if mankind suddenly had a crazy bloodthirst, like rabies, the technology wasn't even there to accomplish it. There's not enough population. Humans roamed around in groups of 45. Why would you do that? I have no idea why it's just now, like they're waking up from that stupor. And by the way, to make an extraordinary claim like that, you need extraordinary evidence. Where are the examples of mass graves of animals? Where are the pits that humans created where we killed 500 mammoths at a time? Entire herds. Again and again, year after year. They don't exist. There's only one spot in North America where there's a whole bunch of bison that stampeded over a cliff. And that could have been because they were chased by a lightning fire, fast-moving wildfire. People may have had nothing to do with that. People came by and butchered some of it, but that's what we would do to salvage the situation. Just like the Sioux tried to salvage some of the butchered buffalo that the people shot from a train, you know. But now suddenly they're waking up, and I'm waiting for people to wake up, get back to logical reasoning. Yeah, I was right. They just figured out that a comet probably caused the Younger Dryas and caused the mass extinction of the end of the Ice Age. I have not been to Iceland. That sounds awesome, though. And to me, that's a weird dogma. Science is not supposed to have dogma. You're not supposed to believe in myths without evidence. Science is supposed to be the thing that where you believe in stuff because you have evidence, right? These weird assumptions about people are just kind of odd to me. Going back up. Oh, that's sad, Eliza. Going back up to the chat. Oh, good night, Mark. You probably went to bed earlier. Look at this, guys. Look how quiet it is. Look at this. The Beckworth Peak camera, just nice and mild. It's almost showing all of the Dixie east side in it. Look at the blanket of smoke over on it. Yay. Let's, oh, we have 20 minutes before we have to restart the stream. Yeah, Eliza, not long ago, archaeologists found relics from Neanderthal dwellings that indicated they weren't so dumb as they want us to think. Yeah. Neanderthals invented burial. They invented ceremonial burial by laying flowers on the dead long before humans seem to have practiced that. We probably encountered them and learned a ton from them. Read a book called Desiree, How the Irish Saved Civilization. It was how the monks saved a lot of the knowledge by transcribing it. Yeah, that was good. Dang Vikings, screwing that up. You're totally right, Kim Weaver. I bet you that the Romans invented reinforced concrete. They had iron. They had concrete. They were constantly experimenting with new techniques. I bet what they did is figure out it was a stupid idea. Why in the world would you put rebar inside of concrete and trap it the moment it starts to rust? It spalls, it expands and breaks the concrete. And you would have to endlessly try to prevent that from happening. And the moment you turn your back on it, that's a runaway chain reaction that you can't stop. I bet you they tried it, had some buildings collapse, said that's stupid, and wrote down, we'll never do it again. We are not being completely intelligent. It's just cheap. It's a cheaper way of making a building, not the nice, decent, tried and true masonry plus steel beams. An airplane hits the Empire State Building and it shrugs it off. An airplane hits the Twin Towers and what happens? That is a lot of load. You know, it's just not. I know it's two different sizes of airplanes, but they're fragile. They're built like that because they're cheap. They could have made them just like the Empire State Chrysler Building. Nope. We'll make it like that because it's cheap. Eventually we'll learn, you know. Eventually. We'll stop using the stupid nails that we invented. Did you know that in the 1800s, we lost fewer buildings to hurricanes than we do now? It's because they had those square nails. Those hold a structure together with, like, I don't know, it was like 4 to 7% more, 4 to 7 times more strength. But they started making the round nails, the nails with the round heads, because mass producing them that way was easier, but the ones that were made by the blacksmiths were so much more incredibly strong. Buildings just stayed together better. It seems to me like we could just go back to those nails now and find a way to mass produce them and have way stronger buildings. Either that or always use screws. Like, why the hell are we still using this piece of crap nails that are so bad? Whenever a wind gust or a force presses up against your nailed together pieces of wood, the weak point is the head. And it just pops right off. And you no longer have something holding the wood together, you have a little rod in it. Yeah, we could do a lot of things. We could be a little smarter. There were cannibals in Papua New Guinea. You know what? I had a teacher who kept... Okay, here's... You want to hear a funny story real quick? I had to restart the stream in at least 15 minutes. So, I go into Anthropology 101, and I had a really awesome teacher. And he gets up in front of the class and he takes a drink like this. You always know a great speaker because they command your attention. They'll walk up in front, they'll look at the audience kind of casually, and kind of look and gaze like they have something to say, but they're sizing up the audience. And they'll wait, for a little bit for people to settle down and look at them. They don't say, a bad speaker walks up and says, guys, everybody, quiet down, guys. Well, he just got up in front of the classroom and starts looking at us. And we turn our attention, like in curiosity, like, why isn't he speaking? Takes his coffee cup, he's still sizing us up. He goes, savors it, puts it down, folds his hands, sits down in a sort of a leather chair thing, and he goes, I want to tell you about my time amongst the cannibals. And boy, was there dead silence in the room, and everybody just sat down and just with laser beam focus on his conversation. And he was not joking. And he was kind of old, kind of grizzled, He was there in his 60s or something, and a young puppy. Okay, I'm going to try to turn it onto Dixie. This kind of hurts my eyes, but we want to look at it. And he says, I was in Papua New Guinea. And the disease outbreak was affecting them at the time. It was called Kuru. Nobody could understand it. Only they were suffering it, these people. None of the white people were, just the natives. It was finally connected to cannibalism. Dead silence still, just everybody just staring, wide-eyed. See, the thing about Kuru was it's kind of related to mad cow disease. It's some sort of a prion, and I can't remember exactly what it said, because this is the middle of the night, right? He goes on and he explains Kuru. It's related to mad cow disease in a way, improperly folded proteins, blah, blah, blah. Disease of the neurological system. And you get mad cow disease, or Creutzfeldt-Jacobs, you know what I'm talking about. You get those by consuming brain tissue and spinal cord fluid and nerve tissue of the infected animal, or in this case human. And that's how it's passed from person to person. Boy, we were still just staring at him. And he goes, so that's what ended the cannibalism there, is they figured out that they were killing themselves. Because one person died of it, and they would ritually consume that person as a mark of respect. There's different types of cannibalism, one of which is respectful, ceremonial. Second type is acts of desperation, Donner Party stuff. The third type is predatory, which is all kinds of scary. But they were practicing ceremonial, respect of the dead sort of a thing. Don't ask me what their beliefs were. I wouldn't want to say it, because it's, 3 in the morning or something. I don't want to get that wrong. But I think Hawaiians did that at one point as well, and some other Pacific Islanders. And they ate Captain Cook. Because you know what he did? It's the moral of the story, folks. Don't ever tell people you're a god. You might think that's cool. But it's not cool when you find out that part of their ritual is, oh, you're one of the incarnations of our gods. That's awesome. Well, part of our tradition is to kill you and eat you to send you back to heaven. You might want to think twice, maybe learn a little bit about the local customs before you play that dangerous game. But they actually killed him kind of on accident, as far as I could tell. He got really vicious with him. Started a riot. It kind of perhaps maybe deserved what he got. He was going towards his ship, and the angry islanders were angry about something he was doing, and he had a musket, or one of his people did. And so one of the warriors that was getting pushy, I don't know if they didn't want him to leave or if he took something that he wasn't supposed to. I can't recall. But a warrior that was right in front of him, or one of his bodyguards or whatever, was he's trying to get off the beach, get back to his ship. The warrior was wearing a really thick boiled leather, like a cuirass. Is that what you call that? A cuirass? Cuirass. Never known how to pronounce that. Anyway, like a leather breastplate. A pretty robust one, by all accounts. And they thought that, well, if we just shoot one of these natives, they'll be, intimidated by our thunderstick. And we'll make our getaway here and get on our ship and leave. And so this guy takes his musket and puts it point blank against the dude's heart and pulls the trigger, and it bounces off. Imagine the shock. And then they looked down and said, "Ha!" And that's when all hell broke loose. And Captain Cook was killed, I think, by a blow to the club to the head or something. And they were like, "Oh no, we killed this god. Whoops." Well, some British people come back trying to recover him. And they're like, "Where's his remains? Can we have that?" Well, about that, I always thought that was slightly humorous in a dark kind of way. But anyway, he talked about Captain Cook. The teacher did. He talked about Kuru and the Papua New Guineans. And it was like a sampler of his anthropology class, right? Now, normally, when a college course starts, the students have to make that decision of, do I want to get my money back and take a different one? That's what the first day is like. Sometimes you even sign up for more classes than you want to take, and you drop one or two of them. He says, "Does anybody want to drop the class? I'll sign your paper so you can get back your money." Oh, nobody wanted. Oh, nobody wanted to. They're like, "No, I want to be in here. I want to be in here. I want to be in here." That was one of the best teachers I ever had. Okay, I had to be talking about something while I went into the kitchen. Kim Weaver, well, Cook was certainly boiled and had his bones scraped, yep. With a shark's tooth, ceremonial scraper, fringed with shark's teeth. The bones were wrapped in finely woven cloth, and something about leaves and then hidden. Yeah, the man who would be king, yeah. So they parody that on the, that's what that is when you watch Pirates of the Caribbean, the second one, was it? Where Johnny Depp is like being chased